Good morning all and welcome for the last day of racing of this year, Sunday Regatta at the Clubs Championship, and we have first on the course is the Men's C500 Masters. So we've got a lovely morning, slight tailwind, nothing too strong, water's flat. So it should be reasonable times. 1 to 2 through to the final. So there'll be some boys, old boys, giving it some big beans, and we're off. Obviously, anybody who knows what racing's all about, there'll be 3 people going for it, with one sad, upset person and the others cruising down to get through to the semi. So we've got one guy who looks like he's in the lead quite happily. And it looks to be I'm going to have to say it is either him, but we will see as he gets closer to us. Because obviously I will say the wrong person and they'll get very upset, but it's never a problem. So we got some big races coming on later on today. I say that in all respect to the Masters, this is their big race. Sun is starting to peek through the clouds. It's meant to be lovely today. Coming into the last 200, and everybody is still going for it. Still, despite the fact it's only 2 through. They obviously haven't read the program. So we've got Paul Stenning in lane 9 from Leighton Buzzard. Looking like it's from Mark Pierce from Longridge. There goes straight through to the final. And now everybody else, I think, goes through to the semi or you go home. There you go, and it was with Paul Stenning from Leighton Buzzard, followed by Longridge, Mark Pierce. It's a long way for these boys. We will have some guest speakers, and for all those that are worried, Hannah will be here later, so you don't have to listen to me for too long. You can watch this while you're watching Sunday brunch, having your coffees. Yep. So it's just been pointed out to me very stupidly, I didn't actually introduce myself. So my name's Scott Hines. I used to be a racer 100 years ago, and I'm from Elmridge Canoe Club. So while Hannah is having a nice breakfast and a lazy morning, I'll be boring you to tears. So please write all your complaints to Tim Scott at the Marathon Sprint Racing Committee. He'll tell me off. And the second race is in the buckets. We've got 6 gentlemen in this. Same again, Heat 2, K1 Masters. And the Heat 2 is off. Again, 500. This race looks to be a little bit closer, which is really unfortunate because there's still only 2 through. And if there's no clear winner, there's some very happy people going down at the end. So coming into the last 200, it looks to be on the outside lane, which could be Jack Proser from Richmond. It looks to be ahead. Whether he can keep it up, we will see. And then it will be lane 2, which is Matthew from Ealing. I apologise for not being able to pronounce your surname. Still 1 to 2 to the final, and I think that's probably going to change in the red boys. So we have lane 7, Jack Proser is going to get it from Richmond, and then it's a fight for second between Kevin Smith in lane 8 and lane 2, Doug Pemble. But from this position, I'm going to give it to lane 8. Kevin Smith. There you go. Another one down. So apparently you guys are getting quite a bit of noise from the generators downstairs, so I apologise for that. You don't want to know what they're doing, so I'll just apologise for the noise. And then race 3 is just off. Again, Masters, this is Masters D 500, 1 to 3 to the final, next go through to the semis. I'll turn the mic off in between so you don't get all the feedback from whatever they're doing beneath me with the generator. As the gents are entering towards the 200 metres to go, the race looks to be in the middle lanes, which Mark Scrivener, Alex Clifford and Laszlo Chillo from Richmond. So currently at the moment, looks like Alex Clifford from Way, Laszlo Chillo from Richmond and Mark Scrivener from Fox, Oxford. That's where it seems to be, and it should be with those 3 through to the final. Some of the background noises hopefully stopped, which means you have to listen to me. So again, more apologies for that. And it's definitely with Alex Clifford from Way, cruising home. And then you've got some poor interloper in lane 2 who's coming through to upset everybody. Thomas Walker from Richmond, which is clearly unfair on all the other people who thought they'd got through. He just hasn't slowed down. It's just not fair. The others thought they had it, and then this person just keeps going. That's not in the rules. You're not allowed to do that. Oh, and he's taken out the Fox gent. Knocked him out in the final buoy. There you go. Race is over. Oh, that's cruel. Cruel. So the second race, 152, the K1 Masters D is off. And currently, the good thing about the Masters is you can watch the race and you think someone's got it and they just can't get to the end. So we have in lane 5, David Campbell from Way, who is a long way ahead of everybody. But on the outside, Peter Channon, no, Stuart Bell from Devices is eating into his lead. We're into the last 200. There's going to be some tired boys with some big old lactic arms, but it still looks like it's with Way in lane 5. But it could be lane 4. It could be, it is. It's Donald McIntyre. Apologies. It's my investigative journalism is not up to scratch. They'll tell me off for that later. But it's definitely with Donald in lane 4. He's still moving. And on the outside, it's lane 9, Stuart Bell from Devices. And then 1 to 3 to the final. There is a big ding dong going on between Leighton Buzzard and Richmond, and it is with Richmond, Tim Gould, who's going to get it. Oh, especially as the other one, poor gentleman's had a wobble before the line. There you go. All 3 places secured, as the rest are still making their way down. The next heat is just off in the men's D Masters. There are a lot of Richmond and Way guys out here. I don't want to say anything about the demographic of these clubs, but they do seem to be able to resurrect a lot of men. And I do mean resurrect when you see them coming down. So this race doesn't look as close. It's always harsh when you get drawn in the real racy heat, isn't it? You look at the next one as you're warming down, knowing you've been knocked out and thinking I could have done that one. But this would appear to be another Richmond paddler, but it might not be. It's very hard to tell the lanes from up in this angle, and everybody is just a black dot until they get close. We're into the last 200, so apologies if you know who it is and I don't yet. I'm going to say that is Eddie Martin leading. Oh, it's from Salmon Leap. That would be why. Yeah. Race commentary is confirming what I'm already knowing. It is Eddie Leap, Salmon Leap, Irish gentleman. Still smoothing along. And then the race for second is between Peter Channon from Richmond and one of the Norwich paddlers. There should be 2, but there's only 1. So it's Martin Hansey in lane 2. But he is third, safe third. He can probably save a little bit of energy. He's not going to though. And there you go, first 3. And the other gents are still coming down. And then we're going to be to K1 Men's B 500. We've got a few minutes before they line up in the blocks. In that we have Kieran Hayward from Norwich, Reef Hook from Ealing, Patrick Moynan from Lincoln, Jordan Martin from Way, Tom Sharp from Richmond, Jack Brockway from a club I don't know. I do apologise to those people. Robert Jeffries from Banbury, Zach Benstead from Elmbridge, and Alex Bunyan from Chelmsford. As the guys pull into the buckets. It is 1 to 3 to the final, and the next 9 go through to something else. It doesn't actually say. They're waiting in the buckets. This should be a reasonably quick race. It's nice conditions out there. It's reasonably flat, apart from obviously the rescue boats, as always, making waves, rescuing people that don't need rescuing. And the boys are off. Tailwind, so we haven't seen the times, how quick they are. We should have a good handle on how quick the course is today from these gentlemen. So as we're getting to the 250, it's looking quite 4 or 5 gents still in it. With what is looking like Reef Hook in lane 2. Tom Sharp in the middle from Richmond. And then on the outside, we've got Zach Benstead from Elmbridge and Alex Bunyan from Chelmsford. That's where the race seems to be, but they've hit the 200s. Some people are still hanging on. Oh, I can't convey the excitement. My voice isn't doing a very good job, but there are people hanging. You can see they're hanging. Some are trying to speed up. There's no point giving you the names of who they are because it is Tom Sharp and we're in the red boys, Zach Benstead, and then this is going to be a photo finish between Reef Hook, Patrick Moynan. I think Tom Sharp may have it and Zach Benstead is going to possibly be the unlucky one. And yes, he is. So Tom Sharp from Patrick Moynan and Reef Hook. That was the first men's B500. It was quite a good race. So the second one is in the blocks, men's B500. Again, 1 to 3 to the final. James Williams from Runcorn, Daniel Jones from Devizes. Another gentleman whose name I can't pronounce, I do apologise, let's call him Max. Adam Skippings from Chelmsford, Matthew Parks from Norwich, Ross McMullen, Elmbridge, Andras Kovacs from Way, Will McCracken from Banbury, and Lawrence Platt from RDG. Let's call it RDG. I should know what that is, but I don't, unfortunately. So I apologise for that. If it's Reading, I'll have a look when they come through. Again, looks to be 4 or 5 people currently as we head towards the 250 that are in contention. And I'm going to go with currently it being James Williams from Runcorn, Max in lane 3, but outside you've got Ross McMullen and Andras Kovacs, Ross from Elmbridge and Andras from Way. Those guys are just easing away from the others. That's the lie, isn't it? When the commentator says they're easing away, they're not easing away. They're on the limit. The legs are burning, the arms are going. There's no easing away at all. They're in a world of pain. And some fool standing on top of a tower says they're easing away. It would appear to be between Andras from Way and McMullen. And Ross McMullen is pulling away at the last bit. There's still 1 to 3 through, so those guys are safe. But for the third spot, it's going to be close. I'm going to go with Will McCracken, possibly, or James Williams on the inside. Can't tell you that. Photo finish. We're looking for the times to see how fast the course is. We still haven't had a men's B time come up yet. Fortunately, the speedboat is rescuing absolutely no one, but making nice waves on the course. It's always helpful, especially in the red buoys when you're really struggling. And men's B, heat 3 is off. You've got Tim Garnicott-Porter, Nick Perkins, Phil Thorogood from Elmbridge, Robert Barkway, Tom Holland from Way, Max Pickering from Leighton Buzzard, George Brooks from Worcester, Luke Phillips from Richmond, and Matt Cowell from SPS. Anybody out there who wants to shout out what SPS is, they can tell me and I apologise to them. It looks like it's with the middle names. So we're going to go with Robert Barkway. They're just hitting the 250. Maybe lane 1, Tim Garnicott. Fortunately, he's got lots of old gentlemen warming up beside him, which is also very helpful. I'd rather have the old men warming up than the speedboat. But in the middle lanes, so it's Tim from Robert Barkway. In the outside lane, Luke Phillips from Richmond isn't slowing down. Looks like he's coming through, but he's not. He's just going the same speed and everyone's slowing down towards him. So, first 3, I'm going to be brave. It's going to say it's Richmond, Way and Chelmsford. I'm not going to give you the order. I'm going to go with Tom Holland from Way, from Luke Phillips from Richmond, and Tim Garnicott in lane 1 from Chelmsford. Those 3 through to the final, and the others, poor souls, get to do another version. Now we should have race 157, heat 1 and the men's A 500. So men's B times came up 1:52 for Tom Sharp, so it's not that quick a course. Feels a bit quicker up there with the breeze, but the actual reality on the water, we'll see what the men do. Obviously that they are heats, so you'd like to think they go a bit quicker in the final. It's not always possible. So we got Alex McIntyre from Chelmsford, James Russell from Nottingham, Dan Johnson from Chelmsford, Lewis Fletcher, Ben Gallagher and Matthew Collinge. So we have 6 guys, 1 to 3 to the final. 3 disappointed paddlers. And they are off. Can't tell you who's leading at the moment, they're far too far away. But, like a fool, I'm going to go with Dan Johnson from Chelmsford and James Russell beside him. That's what it's looking like at the moment. But it could be Lewis Fletcher. I have a better idea as they get past the 250 and then into the 200. So we're just entering into the 200, and it's Dan Johnson from Chelmsford. Scottish performance, isn't it? Lewis Fletcher beside him. So the race is for the 3rd spot, and those guys are all in a line. So Dan Johnson from Chelmsford slowing down, just cruising in. That's nice. Look at that. He's just slowing down, getting to the line. Everyone's starting to look round. And the third spot is going to go to James Russell from Nottingham. Nicely done, gentlemen. And after that, it'll be race 158. Again, men's A, 500, heat 2. We have Peter Wilkes, Ed Nightingale, Tom Lusty, Ewan James, Chris Carsons and Matt Johnson. One to three to the final again. So it should be a fruity race for a while, till everybody decides whether they're in or out. They're in the blocks, in the buckets, sorry. We haven't had a time up yet, we're still on men's B heat 1, because obviously the timing screens never keep up, which is a real shame, isn't it? It would be nice to see. I don't think it'll be that quick a time because we had a lot of easing off towards the end. Those who knew they were through. Heat 2 is off. Can't tell anything at the moment other than they are off and they are moving. The angle we have, you can't really see until the 250, 200. But I'm going to say we have Ed Nightingale and then Ewan James. Yeah, it's looking like Ed Nightingale coming through. There's 1 to 3 to the final. So your big race is for the third spot between Matt Johnson and Ed Nightingale, which means we have in lane 5 Tom Lusty just easing away. Ewan James is slowing down, and on the outside we've got Matt Johnson who's pulling him in, but I don't think he's going to get there. He's not going to get there. So there you're three: Tom Lusty, Ewan James and Matt Johnson, and they're there. There was no easing off in that heat. No cruising over the line in the red boys. That was all flat chat. Be interesting to see the time difference. So coming up next, we got the C2, men's A to D, and we've got four boats, in this race. There is, and I think I'm going to be brave here and say someone from Richmond is going to get this, because lane 1 is Richmond, lane 4 is Richmond. Guess what? Lane 6, Richmond, and then followed by lane 8, which happens to be Richmond. So Richmond definitely seem to have the sea boats sewn up. In fact, if they don't get first, second and third, you've got to wonder what's going on. I'm not going to say anything about how the wind is going to affect certain people certain ways. Digging's hard. And they're off. They're out of the blocks. I can say with certainty this time that it's a Richmond boat leading. And that will be Briggs and Phillips in lane 4. and I think it's going to be Chisholm, Sarkiscan in lane 2 from Richmond. But they have secured all the medals before they even started. So it's definitely Briggs and Phillips going down a lot quicker than everybody else. We have some random steering going on in lane 6. But to be fair, that looks rather scary. So it could open the door for Gohar and Gohar, who are still moving. Oh, lane 6 is having a bit of a mare. So we have Chisholm from Richmond. No, sorry. God, only 4 boats in it, you still can't get it right. We have Richmond, Meikle, Briggs and Phillips looking like a proper boat. Looking rather smooth, paddling down. And then for second place, we have Chisholm and Sarkiscan, again from Richmond. Still moving, still looking like a proper boat. And then we've got Gohar and Gohar on the outside, who are managing to pick up third by dint of still moving. And in a brave 4th place is a flattening out boat that is still moving. And for the photo, they made it. Look at that. Well done, guys. That looked, I'm going to say, scary. But they're still above the water, so they did it, and they probably got quite a few points for their club. Now we're on to the Interservices men's 500. We don't have any names for this, but hopefully we'll be able to see. I can give you which service it is, but I can't tell you any names. It's the K2. Some of these poor gentlemen will have been press ganged into this. They may not have paddled very much, and there'll be some very good paddlers in there as well. So it's all about points and pride. We have absolutely no information on this one, so we can just sit back and enjoy. Again, apologies for anybody who's expecting someone professional. Hannah hasn't turned up yet, but she's having a nice breakfast apparently. And the Interservices are off. And we've got some fair old rate going on from some of these boats. Whether they will get to the end of the course, only time will tell. Men's AK1, Tom Lusty, 144. So it's not a bad course. I think that was quicker than the other one where they managed to ease off. So 144, 144 and 146 for the first 3. In the Interservices, we have quite a lot of boats, obviously, but I'm going to say it's with the Army, followed very closely by the Air Force, but we don't know who they are. But it's going to be with the Army in lane 6, followed by the Air Force in lane 4, and a late charge on the inside. Oh no, do you know what? It's going to change in the last few red buoys. Lane 1 has timed that rather well. They are still moving, and they're gonna cream it. They're gonna get them in the end. Lane 1 from the RAF. Yeah, they're clearly cheating by keep moving. And then our last people across again from the RAF. So they got all the positions, first and last. I think that was a duff in the front of the RAF boat, but I could be wrong. The next race is the Interservice Women 500 K1. Again, fortunately, we have absolutely no information other than when it is and what it is. Oh, we've got some army guys still coming down. Oh. They've made it though. I don't know what was, you know, there's serving Queen and Country. I think that goes a bit above and beyond that race. And the women's race is off on the Interservices. This race has a little bit more spread in the competition. I did hear through the grapevine that there were some army ladies had only started paddling 2 weeks before this for this race. So that's pretty hardcore. But out in front we have two paddlers clearly way ahead of the rest of the field. It's in lane 9 and lane 3 where the race is. Two Interservice ladies well ahead of everybody else. Bit harsh when there's going to be a good old 30-second spread and one of these two has to lose. They're miles ahead of everybody else, and one of them is not going to be happy. So we're coming up to the red buoys. We're into the red buoys. It's going to be with lane 9. Fortunately, they're both from the same service. I just can't tell you what it is. Lane 9 and lane 3. Lane 9's got it. Followed by lane 3. And then a little way behind, but still ahead of everybody else, is going to be the RAF boat in lane 5. There's lots of shouting. I don't know if you can pick that up on the back. Usually from excited officers who have been coaching these people for 2 weeks to try and get down the course. And they have made it. I imagine those are the army girls that started 2 weeks ago. So fair play to them. One more to go. And then after that, we have the men's K2 C&D 500, which is lining in the blocks now. Our last Interservice lady has just crossed the line. Fair play to you. And the men's CD 500 K2 is off. We have Herbert and Stormont from Oxford, Fillingham and MacDonald from Reading, Mellick and Wayne from Southampton and Foyie, Murad and Thorne from Norwich, and Gurney and March from Chelmsford. In actual reality, on the course though, we only have 4 boats. Either someone's missed their start or they're having a late breakfast in the hotel. I'm going to say it's the Chelmsford versus Norwich show in this one currently, with Gurney and March ahead of Murad and Thorne from Norwich. Commentator's curse, I can't see that changing. We're into the 200 and Chelmsford are easing away. Again, I said ease away. That's a terrible thing, isn't it? They are pulling away. So they're going to get the first position. Norwich in second. And then I'm going to go with Reading, Fillingham and McDonald in third, because our Southampton and Foy boat looks like it's having a bit of trouble with the washes. But definitely Chelmsford crossing the line now. Followed by Norwich now. And then the Reading boys with a few more boys to go. And they're across the line. Men's CD final, K2 is done. There you go. That looked like a world of pain in that boat. Right, we are on to race 163, K1 boys A and B 500. We have Robert Aries from Royal Leamington Spa, Ali Kabir from Wokingham, Alfie Jewson from Leaside, Dan Skulner from Norwich, Dominic Stanley from Oxford, Alex Tonking from Reading, Shirav Mukdapali from Richmond, Ben Griffin from RLS, Royal Leamington Spa, and Oscar Partridge from Truro. It is 1 to 2 and the best time to the final. So this should be quite a good race. I hope everybody's appreciating the drone shots. Obviously English is a second language for me. It's just landing just now. These guys are skillful. You can't believe it when you see them here. It's a thing of beauty. Boys are going into the buckets and the drone is down. Boys A, B in the buckets. They look to be under starters orders, but oh no, we've got some back paddling. Taking a little bit longer than you'd imagine. Don't know if they missed the bucket, and we're away. So we've got Royal Leamington Spa, Wokingham, Leaside, Norwich, Oxford, Reading, Richmond, Royal Leamington Spa and Truro. And from where we are, it's looking like quite a tight race. I'll see early days. Just coming up to the 250. I'm going to say we're looking at Dominic Stanley and Alex Tonkin, I think. Possibly with Robert Aries in lane 1. So it looks to be Alex Tonkin, followed by Dominic Stanley. 1 to 2 to the final. But we got Dan Skelner from Norwich still giving it beans. I don't believe he's going to make it, but you never know. Secretly you do. You always know. So coming to the line now, we have Alex Tonkin from Reading, followed by Dominic Stanley from Fox, and Dan Skelner, brave effort, but third. Then it was lane 9, Oscar Partridge, Ben Griffith, and then Ali Kabir. And then you have the ultimate injustice. You didn't make it through and you get called to boat weighing. Right. So the next heat, we have Arthur Morley from Way, Drew Howells, and I'm going to have to apologise to this young gentleman, a name I can't pronounce from the Scottish performance. Harry Freeland from Reading, Michael Mother from Richmond, Dan Price from Way, Harvey Grant from Richmond, Cohen Aran from Oxford, and Miklos from Reading. And they are off, except for when we look to the course, not everybody's turned up. So the boys are off. First 1 to 2 again to the final. So lady on commentary at the centre is saying that it's Michael Mother that's leading. She's got better eyesight than me. As we go towards the 250, I'm going to have to concede that she's correct. Michael Mother from Richmond is leading, but on the outside we've got Miklos from Reading. I think it's closing him in, and Dan Price from Way beside Michael Mother. This is going to be one of those races that is changing in the last bit. There's 4 boys for 2 places. As the sun finally breaks through the cloud. Not that it's ever cloudy at Nottingham. Michael Mother is definitely got this. What a terrible thing to say, he's definitely got this. I mean, it's Murray Walker there. Michael Mother from Dan Price. I think some of the others have conceded. Those 2 boys are now cruising through. Michael's slowed right down, so's Dan. 1-2 through to the final, followed by Reading and Fox through to the next part. So just to recap, Michael Mother from Dan Price, and then Miklos from Reading and Cohen Aaron from Fox. First, second, third, fourth. Next heat is up. We have 4 heats. In this one we have Rory Bray from Salmon Leap, Matt Fisher, sorry, not sure what club that is, Toby Bullock from Exeter, Finlay from Scottish Performance, Ben Want from Norwich, Dylan O'Connor from Richmond, Andre Hinvis from Southampton, James Nelson from Reading, and Joe Enoch from Nottingham. Again, when you actually turn around and look at the course, not everybody's got out of bed this morning. So it looks like lane 4 is empty. Finlay Lewis from the Scottish Performance. The boys are off. Again, 1 to 2 to the final. Boys AK1 500, 153. Remembering it was a heat. Alex Tonkin won that, 153. I think, what did the men do? 43? So, as we come towards the 250, it's looking like Rory Bray from Salmon Leap in lane 1. Then I'm going to say Ben Want from Norwich and Dylan O'Connor from Richmond. But we're into the 200. Don't know if someone's going to fold. But it is still with Salmon Leap in lane 1, followed by Ben Want from Norwich in lane 5. Under a bit of pressure from Dylan O'Connor from Richmond, but I think he's going to hang on. But it's a ding-dong race. This one is close. Salmon Leap have still got it. Currently, Richmond are hauling over Ben Want from Norwich. He's got him. So it's Salmon Leap, followed by Richmond, followed by Ben from Norwich. First 3. That was a haul in the red, boys. Nothing you can do there. He's gunning for you. He's gaining stroke by stroke by stroke, centimetre by centimetre, and you've given it everything you've got. There's nothing left, and the toad won't slow down. So that was a close one. That was a real ding-dong. Be interesting to see what the time is on that. So heat 4 lining up. We have Ben Smith from Salmon Leap, Francis Hwanga from Richmond, Michael Phillips from Banbury, Danny Marver from Richmond, Toby Booth from Norwich, Finlay Topham from Reading, Aidan Leaper from Scottish Performance, Jack Raymond from Leighton Buzzard, and James Rushby from Richmond. And to be fair, when we look at the course, even fewer boys have managed to get out of bed this morning. So we have a number of lanes empty. And they're off. 1 to 2 to the final. So as the boys come down the course, again, another even line across the course at the moment. We're entering into the 250. Can't tell you who's leading. I can tell you who is falling behind though, and that's not fair, so I won't. It would appear to be with lane 1, Ben Smith from Salmon Leap. Salmon Leap keep drawing lane 1. And I'm going to say it is Aidan Leaper. No, it can't be. It could be a Leighton Buzzard, gentlemen. No. I can't tell you who lane 7... Oh, it is Scottish Performance. Lane 7, Aidan Leaper. Scottish Performance from Ben Smith from Salmon Leap. They're looking across at each other. making sure they've qualified. This one is not such a close race. The guys are easing off as they're looking across. They know they've got 1 and 2 sorted. And there you go. Those boys are through. So that was Aidan Leaper from Scottish Performance, from Ben Smith and Salmon Leap. We are now on to Heat 1 of the Boys C K1 500. It's race 167, in case you got a program at home and you're looking for your clubmate, grandson, boyfriend, I don't know. So we got Harry Critchfield from Banbury, Oliver Jackson from Lincoln, Philip Enroth from Devizes, Nathan Lamb from Southampton, Adam Baker from Leighton Buzzard, Josh Barzilia from Richmond, Sam Bates from Royal, Hugh Singleton from Nottingham, and Philip Levkowski from Ealing. Boys are in the buckets. It says 1 to 4 to the final. Again, empty lane from somebody who hasn't managed to get up. There is a bright patch in the sky, but the clouds keep coming. Where the forecast said it was going to be sunny today, 21 degrees. We've got 1 of those degrees. And the boys are off. Looks like we've got 3 heats from this lot. So I'm not sure how 1 to 4 go through to the final. That'll be a very big final. My maths would seem to say 12 in the final, so that can't be right. That's what the program's telling me. There you go. So, as we look across, as we get to the 250, there are quite a few gentlemen in a straight line. So it looks to be with Banbury, Harry Critchfield in lane 1. But as we get to the 200, there are people making their moves or not slowing down, as the case actually is. So this is going to be too close to call. We have Josh Barzilia from Richmond, who is inching ahead. It's going to be Nathan Lamb from Southampton, I think, in second, but on the outside we got Hugh Singleton giving it everything he's got. He is coming up in lane 8. I think he's going to overhaul Richmond. It's going to be a photo finish for first and second, and a photo finish for third and fourth. But it will be between Richmond and Nottingham for first and second, and then it will be between Nathan Lamb from Southampton and Sam Bates from Royal. Can't tell you who it is yet. One of those is going to be upset. Well, they shouldn't be. According to the programme, they're all through to the final, which doesn't make sense because that'll be 12 in the final. But that's what the programme tells me. Next one is off. Next heat we have Ed Butler from Nottingham, Fletcher Kramer from Southampton, Theo Sales from Cambridge, Leo Villarreal from Ealing, Ben Stratford from Leighton Buzzard, Harry Sewell Catchpole from Norwich, Regan Toop from another club, Trishan Bula from Richmond, and another gentleman from the Scottish Performance. So as we get down to the 250, so firstly, apologies if I get your surname wrong or your first name, but also sometimes we don't have the names down. So if I call you another gentleman or another paddler, it's because we haven't got a name down. Not that anybody's allowed a late entry. So as we hit the 200, we have lane 1, Harry Critchfield from, no, Ed Butler from Nottingham. And out in lane 7, we have Regan Toop. So, for what it's worth, I think it's going to be Ed Butler from Nottingham, Regan Toop, Ben Stratford from Leighton Buzzard is fighting with lane 8, Trishan Bula. So it'll be those 4 through to the final, if that's what the programme says. Definitely lane 1, Ed Butler from Nottingham, from Regan Toop. And then it's going to be very close for 3rd position, but I'm going to give it to, because I'm just a kind gent, Trishan from Richmond. And then we have race 169, heat 3 of the boys K1 500. Thomas Molesley from, there you go, see? 9 best times. There you go. That will be what 9BT stands for. So, I've been told off from the tower, 9 best times in heats 1 to 4 to the final. See, when you know the code, it makes sense. So, the last heat of this is off. Thomas Molesley, James Banfield, James Hills, Charlie Allen, Jago Taylor, Will Stevely, Sismon Schrocker, David Heyman Joyce and Peter Skinner. At the moment it is looking like James Hills from Richmond, and on the outside Peter Skinner from Reading. But it's early days, we haven't even got to the 250 yet. So we've just hit the 250. I'm still going with James Hills from Richmond, and on the outside Peter Skinner. I won't be able to tell you who gets through on the fastest times because we're still on race 165 on the scoreboard, and this is race 169. So all I can tell you is 1st, 2nd and 3rd. So Peter Skinner is still moving at a faster rate of knots. He's still moving. He's going to get the fastest time. Our Richmond lad is fading, and it is going to be a very close finish between James Banfield, I think, is going to get 2nd from Elmbridge over the Richmond gentleman, and on the outside Way, and on the inside Thomas Molesley. So definitely we have lane 9 Peter Skinner from James Banfield from Elmbridge, and then it is going to be a photo finish for Dave Heyman Joyce from Way and Thomas Molesley from Solifield, I think. And guess what? Another K1 Boys C heat. which would make sense why it's the 9 fastest times. So we have Herbert Hillier from Norwich, Sam Hackwell from Truro, Will Scaphorn from Devises, Sam Stevely from ESK. Anyone knows what ESK is, please tell me. James Ross from Elmbridge in lane 5, Cormac Titimer from Reading, Kit Griffin from Royal Leamington Spa, Sam Patterson from LKR. There you go, Edinburgh Schools Kayak. I'm loving this. ESK, for those who want to know, Edinburgh Schools Kayaks. I'm going to get another one now. Lithgow Kayak Racers, Linlithgow, LKR. That's Sam Patterson, 14 years of age. And in lane 9, Carl Harris from Salmon Leap. I should be writing these down, but I can't hold a clipboard and microphone and a pen. Boys are in the blocks. Seems to be a bit of a delay for this one. Did anybody else see the forecast for this weekend? I'm sure Sunday was sun across the whole of the country. Obviously, being Nottingham, I still packed lots of jumpers and coats. I'm not sure why there's such a delay for this one. But there is. I can only apologise. Following that, we have Boys D K1 500, Heat 1, Heat 2, Heat 3, Heat 4, Heat 5. Wow. Heat 6. There's plenty of Boys D here, which is good news. Then after that we have Boys Intermediate, and we have 3 of those, and then we've got a C4 race later on, which, interestingly enough, we've managed to get a way boat out to join Richmond, which is good news. But first of all, race 170, the Boys K1 C 500 metres. Heat 4. Unless Heat 4's been scratched and we're going straight to Boys D, I don't know. I can't imagine. I also can't see that far either. Which is what the noise is in the background as the air conditioning automatically comes on because it got above 10 degrees. In front of us, as the guys warm up, we've got the Richmond, one of the Richmond C4s. So we're back again. Wasn't a tea break, small technical issue. I won't do an Ivan Lawler and talk about strawberry creams, but if anybody wants to bring a cup of tea up, they are more than welcome. 1 sugar. The boys are actually in the blocks now, and they're away. The most anticipated Heat 4 of Boys C. So to go through again, we have Herbert Hiller from Norwich, Sam Hackwell from Truro. How good is my memory? Will Scapthorne from Devizes, Sam Stevely from Edinburgh School Kayaks. I'm getting a thumbs up from the tower. James Ross from Elmbridge. Cormac Titimer from Reading, Kit Griffin from Royal Leamington Spa, Sam Patterson from Linlithgow Kayak Racing, and Carl Harris from Salmon Leap. So it's too hard to tell from this angle who it is, other than I'm going to say Carl Harris from Salmon Leap in lane 9. Would seem to be ahead. Yeah, definitely ahead. And then we're going to go Cormac Titimer from Reading, currently in second, but Salmon Leap is definitely pulling away. Then we have Reading in Cormac from Reading in lane 6, currently in a clear second position. Then for third, it's going to be anybody's. But I'm going to go currently with Sam Hackwell from Truro in lane 2, who is pulling himself clear in the red boys. That third position is one of 4 boys at the moment. You can't tell who it is. And as we close to the line, they are getting closer and closer and closer. I think possibly lane 4 or lane 8. Lane 4 was Sam Stevely from Edinburgh School Kayaks, or Sam Peterson from Linlithgow Kayak Racers. So it's a Scottish gentleman in 4th. So we're now on to Boys D heats. We have a fair amount of them. And now that I know, it's the 9 best times in heats 1 to 6 to the final. So the boys are off. We have Joe Ellis from Banbury, Ollie Mazur from Reading, Freddie Hurd from Exeter, Pat Allen from Way, Josh Power from Leighton Buzzard, Dylan Martin from Devizes, Sam Irvin from Chelmsford, and Hamish Collins from Richmond. Interesting how all the Boys D could get up out of bed and make it on time. They obviously haven't got to that teenage stage at that point. Well, looking at the ages, they should have. But they all made it. Maybe it's a bit later in the day. So, very dangerous thing to say, but it looks to be with lane 6. Josh Power from Leighton Buzzard. Currently, we're hitting the 200. I'm going to go with Josh Power from Leighton Buzzard, and in lane 2, Ollie Mazur from Reading. It's the 9 fastest times though. As the sun beats down on my back. Oh, basking in the Nottingham glow. It's definitely lane 6, Josh Power. And In lane 1, we have Will from Elmbridge, who's not on our start list, but he's there. But we have lane 6 wins from lane 5 from Way, and on lane 9 is Richmond, Hamish Collins. So we had Josh Power winning. Those are your first 3. Remember, it's the fastest times. So next heat is off already. After that long delay for no apparent reason, they are piling them through. Harrison Wardle from Lincoln, Dougal Barnett from Fladbury, Ed Saunders from Way, Lewis Barzilia from Richmond, brother of one of our earlier racers, Noah Moxon from Banbury, Jamie Lovell from Devizes, Marcel Nagy from Reading, and Nathan Fuller from Chelmsford. It looks like lanes 2, 6 and 9, which are Harrison Wardle from Lincoln, followed by Noah Moxon from Banbury, and then the outside, Nathan Fuller from Chelmsford. They look to be your first 3. This race is not as tight as the last one this heat, but it's those 3 clearly out ahead. So we enter the red boys. I was going to say it's Noah Moxon from Banbury, with big old race for second from Nathan Fuller from Chelmsford and the Harrison Wardle from Lincoln. But definitely out in front, lane 6, Noah Moxon. And as they cross the line, it's Noah Moxon from Chelmsford, Nathan Fuller, and followed by Harrison Wardle from Lincoln. There's your first 3. Heat 3, Isaac Averson from Royal, Jacob Wright from Reading, Sam Dickerson from Oxford, William Larner from Banbury. I do apologise, Mr. Beveridge from Lincoln. No, Longridge, do apologise. Felix Shetty from Way, Josh Sutton from somewhere, and Lewis Andrews from Lincoln. They're in the blocks, paddles are up and they're off. Next, Richmond C4 is paddling past. Followed by a Way C3 with a Richmond paddler in the back. One lady sat down. Presumably they're going to pick their paddlers up at the start. So as the boys D Heat 3 comes down, we have one clear leader out a long way, which I think is Mr. Beveridge. It's very hard to tell because there's a number of lanes missing. 9, 8, 7, 5. No, it's William Larner. Apologies, Banbury. Graham will be telling me off if he's listening. He's clearly got this one, but of course it's all on time, so he's having to keep going. So lane 5, Will Larner from Banbury with a very commanding lead in this heat. And then it's Lewis Andrews in Lincoln in lane 9 who's got second. Remembering that it's times, not positions on this one, as Will finishes, crosses the line. Followed by the Lincoln paddler in lane 9 of Lewis Andrews. And third position is going to go to lane 8, Josh Sutton. Remind everybody that it's on times. Then we're to heat 4 of the boys D. You got 6 heats, remember? Aidan Chuen from Longridge, Aidan Davis, 2 Aidens side by side. Norwich, Cameron Allen from Way, Ethan Hunt from Foy, James Lynn from Banbury, Tyler Kinder from Reading, and Alex Morgan from Royal. The race is started. Coming down. I'm going to say something foolish and say it looks like it's with Foy at the moment. Ethan Hunt in lane 5. Very closely followed by Aidan. No. Yeah, well, there's 2 Aidens. I can't go wrong with an Aidan then, can I? But I'm thinking it is the Longridge Aidan in lane 2. Who is overhauling the rest of the race. Whether Ethan can hold on. He looks to be being overhauled by Cameron Allen from Way. We hit the 200s. I can definitely tell you Aidan from lane 2. From Longridge. And this is a closer race. When I give you the definite that Aidan's got it, he's slowing down in the red boys, but I think he can hang on. He's definitely going to hang on. And then we've got Ethan Hunt from Foy, just managing to hold off Cameron Allen from Way. Remembering it's the fastest times, but they're your first 3 positioners. Longridge first, Foy second, Way third. Heat 5, Ryan Taylor from Banbury, Ben Shipway from Southampton, Sam Bicknell from Way, Rory Smith from Norwich, Joseph Galliers from Leighton Buzzard, Cameron O'Hare from Devizes, and Jensen McNabb from Reading. And the boys are off. The sun is desperately trying to break through. It is definitely lighter. There's a little bit of warmth every so often. And Hannah still hasn't made it out of bed. She'll kill me when she gets here. Right. We have 3 boys in contention at the moment. Which looks to be Sam Bicknell from Way. Joseph Galliers from Leighton Buzzard. In fact, it's down, we're into the last 200, and it is between those boys. Sam Bicknell from Way in lane 4, over Joseph Galliers, Leighton Buzzard in lane 6. Remembering it's still times. I think Sam Bicknell from Way has got this one. In third position, it is gonna be, I think, Ben Shipnall from Southampton, but definitely Sam Bicknell from Way has got this one, followed by Joseph Galliers from Leighton Buzzard, and then Ben Shipway, I think, is going to hang on for third in lane 3. Then we've got lane 7s and 8. Cameron O'Hare from Devizes, just holding off Jason McNabb from Reading. Remembering that it is the fastest times. And just because they know I've got to turn the page over, they've already set the next race off, which will be Heat 6 of Boys D. We have Tom Mabelson from Norwich, Nathan Pryor from Elmbridge, Arthur Hunter Hopkins from Devizes, James Bourne from Southampton, Magnus Gravel from Leighton Buzzard, Austin Ching-Tang from Richmond, and Daniel O'Halloran from Chelmsford. This is a straight line across apart from one poor soul. So this is a ding-dong race. We're heading up towards 200. This is a close one. We have Tom Mabelson from Norwich. But outside of that, we have Ching Tang from Richmond and Daniel O'Halloran from Chelmsford. But oh my goodness, I can't call this one. We're just about to enter the Red Boys, and remembering that it's just for times, which is just as well, because I'm not going to call who the first, second and on this is, because you can't. Currently, I think it's going to go to lane 4. Hunter Hopkins from Devizes. Oh, lane 9 is tying up. He was there and he's not, so now it's lane 6. Magnus Gravel from Leighton Buzzard. And then it's between lane 2, which I think is a Norwich gentleman. Yeah, Tom Mabelson. So he went to lane 4. Arthur Hopkins. Hopefully that was a quick heat, because that was very, very close. So we believe heat 1, race 177 is heat 1 of the boys intermediate 500. We've Owen Atwood from Way, Ed Ives from Truro, Danny Saunders from Way, Jake Marsh from WYC, Sam Sparks from Royal Leamington Spark, Toby Weeks from Royal Leamington Spa, and Will Short. And talking of Royal Leamington Spa, I have been joined by Brett Cyril. So I'm going to hand over to Brett Cyril, who's going to tell you all about Royal Leamington Spa and the paddlers that are coming down now.
Thank you. Well, yes, this is a first for many of the parents here, because they haven't been up to Nottingham. Obviously, we've had that year off. It's like that year just didn't happen in my mind. It's just not there. So some of these guys haven't paddled in a race. It's first time up here, and this is Sam Sparks coming down there in lane, I think that's lane 6. He's in second place, which is rather good for his first race. And this year, of course, we've got the intermediate, boys intermediate, which gives them a nice little gap between Lightnings and the boys D. So having a look across, we've got lane 5, and that is Jake Marsh. He's from Wiltshire Youth, taking a nice, comfortable win there. Lane 6, as I said, that's one of our paddlers, Sam Sparks. Lane 4 is away paddler, is Danny Saunders. And then we've got Toby Weeks over there. Now he's a bit more experienced at Nottingham. He's been here a few times. He's done Lightnings, and he was paddling before lockdown, a little bit more before the others. So yeah, it's interesting down at the RLS camp because we've got kids that might sort of kids always know what they're doing, don't they? Yeah, that's why we get them into this sport, to get the confidence up and get them up and running and get them out on the water. And it's a great thing about this sport is that, well, particularly from a parent's point of view, once you've got them off that landing stage, you can take a sigh of relief. Boy, you have to run a 500 metres, get down here before the finish line, and then they go, "Did you film the start for me?" Yeah. So that's a nice thing. It builds a little bit of independence where they just get out on the water. They're away from the parents, and that's the other side of things as coaching, is looking after the kids or looking after the parents. Make sure the parents are in the right place. Are you a parent as well?
Me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I am a parent, but fortunately my boys are old enough that they've stopped and gone on to do university and other things like that. So
yeah,
it was quite a funny thing to come back as a parent.
Yeah,
it's a lot harder than actually being a racer.
It is. Yeah,
because you have no control, and they're just out there doing their thing.
Yeah, and you have to learn.
I'm a control freak.
You have to learn to step back a little bit, because you can't live your nostalgia by your experiences. They've got to have their own experiences. And I mean, Nottingham's a great place for that. We've got a good setup here, as you can see looking down the course. We've got more of the boys intermediates coming down, haven't we? So this is
Heat 2.
Heat 2.
And we've got Ben Flint from Way, Connor Simmons from Lincoln, Dan Newman from Royal Leamington Spa, and one of yours again, Henry Pitt from Royal, Lucas Clifford from Way, and Owen Harris from CDF.
Cardiff.
I apologise, Cardiff.
Yeah, and again, Dan Newman from RLS. He's one of our new paddlers. Where is he? I've lost him. Okay. So he's in fifth place. You have to look further down the course, but it's his first race, so he's just got to slog it out, and hopefully we'll get to a final. Looking across at the finish line, coming to the Red Boys, it's a really close one between lane 3, that way paddler, and I think he's just pushed ahead of his teammate in 7. So
yep. Lane
3 was Ben Flint, and lane 7 Lucas Clifford also from Way. So that was a good race, actually. And some of these, I mean, I'm really pleased that they've brought this intermediate in, this intermediate class, because the lower end, this is where we find out the future generation coming through. You've got to support it, haven't you?
You have, and as you say, they haven't raced, so they don't know where they're at.
Yeah.
So, normally this would have been sorted out in April and then May and everything, and because we've had the year that we've had, this is their first regatta and it's September. So it's a good reason to have it.
Yeah, well, it's crazy, isn't it? But that's the way it's been for such a long time. But also, when I've watched the girls' D's races, for example, the girls' D races, sometimes people don't watch them because they're the D category and they're slow, and it's just parents watching them. But actually, if you do watch those races, the margin is tiny. Yesterday, I was watching it, and the whole field was in like 2 or 3 seconds or something over 1,000 metres, which is incredibly exciting. But it's also great as a parent to be watching that and have that level of competition, because when you've got it that close, people do, the paddlers push each other.
Yeah, and that's the way they progress quicker.
Well, we hope so, yes. And of course, when they're at the younger age range, you're almost on a limited time schedule, aren't you? You want them to progress before they get into the next age category and do well in that way.
Well, the interesting thing with those age groups is that, one kid will suddenly grow a foot over the summer and either progress really well or lose all their coordination. So you can never tell.
Well, I don't know where my boy gets his height from, but he wasn't very tall for all the way up until about 13, and then he just suddenly caught up his twin sister, and it's like, oh, James is suddenly grown. So who we got coming down now? This is another
Heat 3,
intermediate.
And we have leading is a away gentleman, and I'm going to believe it's Will Rosa, Duncan's son, another older gentleman. So that's what I noticed when I came back with my kids, that all the same people were here. They were just fathers and mothers now.
Yes. Yes.
So we have Will Rosa leading out from Aaron Murphy from Royal Leamington Spa.
Yeah.
And then lane 7. It says Truro, but it doesn't look like a Truro top.
No, it doesn't.
But it was definitely Way that won that race.
Lane 7. So these are just heats. I don't know. Let me see how many finals we've got.
9 best times.
Yeah. And we've got 2 finals. So that's it. They are competing for times as well. So even when you get a slower heat, you can't turn your brain off.
You have to keep going.
Yeah. And looking at some of those boys' D's race, one of the times was 2:04.
Was it?
Yeah, 2:04, and for a 500 metres.
He won't be in Boys D for long.
No, he won't. We've got a Boys A paddle at Leamington, Sam Cribbett, and I can't catch him, and he's doing 1:58 sort of times. So for 2:04, 5 seconds off of Boys A.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow, yes.
So we've got quite a spectacle coming down the course in a minute. We've got the C4 race. It's not often you see C4s out, and it's not often you're going to see 3 of them. If it's going to happen, it's usually at an inter-club, which means that you've probably got some real seaboat paddlers and somebody who's been roped in at the last minute, who's going to scare all the other real seaboat paddlers.
Well, I've been told that this is the Andrew Bonham Memorial Race, and I have to apologise, I haven't got my notes in front of me about everything that Andrew Bonham did, but it's obviously a memorial race, and I believe he was a away paddler or away coach, and that's why you've got away team there. A. Edmonds, Heyman Joyce, Marcianek and Williams. They're lane 6, and looking at those names, they're not instantly recognisable canoe paddlers, so I don't think, this is going to be quite interesting.
Is the R. Williams Rob Williams?
It could be, yes.
I mean, who was a real digger back in the day.
Right.
But they are proceeding down the course is the best way to describe the way boat.
It's going to
the
be...
Richmond boats are racing, and the way boat is proceeding down the course. We've got some steering issues. Hopefully they're not going to get penalty points. They're looking like the British Olympic rowers, changing lanes at will. Probably why there's only 3 boats in it. And we are manoeuvring from one lane to the other. It's a bit like the M1 journey up here. No signals, just pulling out.
Were you behind me then on the M1? This is quite interesting. So obviously that Richmond crew is also a scratch crew. Is that the right expression for a canoe boat? So I've got. They're going to hit the. Are they going to? They almost hit the 200-meter boys there. I've got a confession. I've never actually paddled a canoe. I've never done what they're doing. So
it's unbelievably scary.
I'm too scared. I'm too much of a wimp to do it.
Which is really strange because you know what it's like falling in, so why would you be scared? But the moment you go out in one, you're like, no, I don't want to do this. Don't let me go from the landing stage. But lane 2.
Should we call it as lane 2?
Definitely. I think we can call it quite safely.
Oh, hello, someone's fallen over in the other boat. Or I think they're sitting down in the way.
They're sitting down for caution.
Yes, yeah, they're hiding underneath the front deck. So who we got? We got lane 2, Gohar, Mvara, Phillips and Phillips. They're from Richmond, they're just crossing the line. Not too much of a sigh of relief, but a big sigh of relief for lane 4, I think, as they get down the course in the same lane, which is an achievement.
Maybe not the same lane they started, but the same lane that they finished in. Whereas...
So in that lane 4 was Chris Holme, Dermakova, Leach and Sarkison. Leach is a recognisable name as a sea paddler, Arthur Leach. I wonder if that's a parent there.
Yeah. So in way we have a young lady sat in the front, sat down very sensibly. I think we've got Jordan Martin in the back.
A little bit of steering going on there, just in the back.
No, we haven't got Jordan Martin. I apologise. But they are getting down.
They're taking the more cautious approach. They're letting the person in the back steer, whereas Richmond just carried on. So this is fantastic to see. Loads of encouragement again from the bank. I don't know if you can hear it. Slap over the line as they cross the line. I wonder if they'll let them qualify for the final. I wonder if they will. I hope they do.
So from our position, we can see a number of K4s lined up behind the start line when our actual programme says K1 Masters. So
that must be the... Oh yeah.
So
anyway,
for our entertainment, they've put on a race that we don't even know about.
Of course, we haven't got computers up here like the commentary has. We're just in our tent on the roof, basically. And I'm being showed at race 293. It's all been rescheduled. I mean, the great thing about canoeing and sprint canoeing is that with so many races, you do have room for those races, like the memorial races, to feed back into the community, let people appreciate what's going on, and give it some enjoyment for the spectators.
So we may actually have to listen to the commentary coming from the tower to find out who it is. 293, they said?
Yep, 293. Have we got 293? That'll be on the next page.
Our race goes up to 292 on page 48 of 48.
But this is going to be a very close race. Very close race. So I'm going to assume it's a final the way they're grouped together.
I believe it's a women's race.
So lane, I don't know what lanes they are. What's that? 1, 2, 3. Lanes 3 and 4. That's neck and neck. And
so I'm being told it's the women's AB.
Women's AB. Okay, excellent. So it's a way crew way in front, but it's between all three there. You've got on that far side that blue boat you can just see on the drone shot. That looks like a Royal crew. That looks like dark blue, difficult to tell.
And then you've got a Richmond crew in the middle and
Nottingham near side over here.
So it's way clearly across the line first, followed by, it's going to be Nottingham. Looks like Sam Clark driving, possibly.
That looks like Rebby in second back, doesn't it? In the Nottingham one.
Then it was Richmond, followed by Royal. I think you were right, that was a Nottingham boat. So apologies for not having who that was and what it was until quite late down in the race.
Well, what I didn't realise is that you were moving down at the same time. I was going to hold the centre of the screen. Now we're back in schedule 6185.
So hopefully now, next will be the K1 Masters 181. I'm still looking at the finish just to see who was in that boat. I can't tell you who the way boat was, but the Nottingham boat, it's looking like Sam Rees-Clark, Hayley Mason, maybe, in 2. But the next next race is lined up as the sun peeks through again. Who says it doesn't shine at Nottingham?
Oh, it always shines at Nottingham. It depends who you got on commentary, I always think, don't you?
That's why it's been miserable until now, is it? Now that you're here, the sun will shine.
The sun will shine. It's not even windy on the top of this, in this rooftop, which is quite amazing. And actually it's a little tailwind today, so it is a tailwind. I'd probably say between 5 and 10 mile an hour. It's nice and comfortable, lovely day for racing. And the next race coming up is, let's have a look.
The K1 Masters C 500. Obviously we have no names just to make it quite helpful. But they are definitely going for it. There's a lot of pride at stake in the old boys racing.
Is it Masters? It's Masters C, isn't it? Yeah. And what were we saying about parents earlier? I raced, can I say how long ago it was?
A few years
almost
ago.
30 years. And I came back after a good 20 years off. And I was lining up with all the same names. Oh, hello, Brett, you come back. You know, we'd all done the thing. We'd all done the life thing, life choices. In my case, you know, get married again, and I was allowed a bit more freedom to get on the water again. And we'd all done it. We'd all had kids. They'd all gone to university. Got a bit of time. We were getting back in boats, and it's something.
Some of us have fared better though over the years. Looking, you know, like you haven't got the stored energy that some of us have left.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I know where you're going on that one. Yeah.
It used to be called Eastern Bloc Power, didn't it? You know, when you were a coach, you had that nice little paunch. So in the Masters race, it looks like it's a Longridge versus Nottingham or Richmond. But so we do apologise.
That is Longridge in lane 6 and a Richmond paddler in lane 4, and the Richmond paddler has just pulled. He is going to take that win from this angle. And it is close between Leighton Buzzard in lane 5 and Reading in 3.
When people ask you, you know, do you still enjoy racing?
Depends who's in my race.
We even have a blast from the past. We have Ruben Burgess down there, a former Olympic paddler from Nottingham.
Wow.
Just watching that race.
I think the difference is that as you get older, you have the young kids around you, and as I said, you want to sort of feed back into that. So, you know, if I'm in a race with teammates from Leamington and it's a junior, I'm probably a bit more generous to play the team card, particularly help the juniors with their racing. They're probably going to beat me at the sprint finish on the end, you know, younger muscles. And so it kind of gives racing a different aspect. When you're racing against all can I say the word old guys? In our
more
category,
mature gentlemen.
more mature.
Life experience.
I'm one of them as well, so I can say what I want, I guess, can't I? Then it's all out. You want to race, and you want to have good fun, and it's a great atmosphere on the start line. It really is. Everybody that you used to know and everybody you still do know. So yeah, it's great. I still enjoy racing, and also
I do think training for some of these people is a bit of a cheat. You get some people that turned up who haven't trained, and there are people who are still training 5 times a week. It's, you know, like, and they still do all the lying before the start line. No,
Yeah.
no, I'm not doing much. I'm not doing much.
I ain't been out this.
I haven't been out.
Since,
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't been out since September.
Yeah.
It's October, mate. Yeah.
So we have K1 Masters D 500. Again, we have no names, but we will try and do our best. It's definitely in the middle, the race is.
Is this race number 183?
182.
182. So in lane 1 we got Scriviner from Fox, that's Falcon, Oxford paddler. In lane 2 we've got a Richmond paddler, Cazillo. In lane 3 a Devizes paddler, S. Bell. Lane 4 is Clifford from Way. In lane 5 Martin from Salmon Leap. In 6 is McIntyre from Way. In 7 is Shannon from Richmond. Lane 8, Hansey from Norwich. And lane 9, over on that far side, is T. Walker from Richmond. So looking across, again...
Definitely Salmon Leap.
Yeah, Salmon Leap. Lane 5, that's E. Martin. Nice, comfortable, I'm going to call it. Nice, comfortable win there as he's crossing the line. It's not, you can see that little lunge there, but those muscles, those mature muscles, they want to get to that line. A. Clifford from Way takes second place. He takes third place and is his counterpart teammate McIntyre from Way in 6th that take second place.
And if you're old enough, he used to be a Richmond paddler, and if you're even older, he used to be an Irish paddler.
Well, the thing is, I took a little bit of time out between my paddling, between when I was a junior, when I was slotted into the Masters category. So I've kind of missed some of the names as well. Some of the names that come up, people tell me about the guys who went in, and I was being a student and doing other things. So I'm glad there's people around up here that can just keep you informed of that. And again, that's another great thing about Nottingham, this venue. It's all quite a tight, close community, and you can chat to these people, you can stop them, you can say hello, they recognise each other. I think that maybe sums up the canoeing community, family.
Yes.
Should we call it a family?
Yes, definitely. Because you all have the same shared experiences, so, you know, there's always something to talk about, complain about, smile about.
Yeah.
We got the men's B K1 final, I think, is it? No.
What number are we?
184.
So we are race 184. Let's have a little look. That is the men's B K1 500 metre final number 1. In lane 1 from Banbury is Will McCracken. Apparently it's his birthday today. I'm not sure if that's true or not. 183. Oh no, it's not 183. The Masters D 500. Apologies for that. Masters D K1 500 metres final number 2. In lane 1 is Nitius from Nottingham. In lane 2 is Vaskovich from Richmond. In lane 3, Nagy from Reading. In lane 4, Gould from Richmond. 5 is Jack from Nottingham. 6 is Lovell from Devizes. 7, Campkin from Leighton Buzzard. And lane 8, Blatchley from Nottingham. In lane 9, Heyman Joyce from Way.
And for any men's B who were getting upset that we were mistaking you for veterans, you will get there eventually, and it's usually sooner than you imagine. So, you know, don't be too upset. If you can still be doing it in 40 years' time like these guys.
No, I can't see the drone feed because I'm looking at the results on my phone. But when they come to the finish, guys, will you come over to the launch area so we can see that wooden strewer down there? Yeah, that is absolutely fantastic. Fantastic boat. Nello and making these wooden boats again. I just want to empty my pockets when I see it. So that is, yeah, have a look at that. And there's another one over on Ivan's stall over there. This is a close race, isn't it?
This is too close to call. Even if we had the names, I wouldn't be able to tell you who's going to come where.
Well, we've got lane 5, that's Jack from Nottingham, and it's dead on line, but it's lane 6, I think. It's just going to push that. He's lane
8. It was a photo finish.
Photo finish.
There was only inches in it. I say inches because we're talking about the Masters. It would be centimetres in a junior race.
So that was lane 6, Lovell from Devizes. The blue, red and yellow vest is from Devizes. Lane 8 there was Blatchfield from Nottingham. So that's final number 2. That's kind of more laid back, wasn't it, that one? There's Stuart. Oh, we're going to come in now. Look at that lovely boat. Fantastic. I remember when the RS squads, I don't know if they're called RS back then, they all paddled those. I remember those old laminate boats. Oh, fantastic, isn't it?
You knew you'd made it when you paddled a wooden Regina.
Oh yeah, when you paddled the veneer boat from the K4 sheds, that was it. Yes. Fantastic, guys.
Apparently, it's only people of a certain age that buy them. They're like road bikes.
I'm not due one yet. So this is the men's B K1 500 metre final number 1. Finally we got to Will McCracken there from Banbury in lane 1, Mongham from Lincoln in 2, lane 3 Garnicott Porter from Chelmsford, lane 4 Kovacs from Way, as is lane 5 Holland from Way, 6 is McMullen from Elmbridge, 7 is Phillips from Richmond, 8 is Tom Sharp there from Richmond, and 9 are Hook from Ealing. And Tom Sharp, I should suspect, would be up there. Of course, it's going to go to that seeding, lane 5.
Holland from Way.
Holland from Way. Now, I wouldn't expect, looking at some of those names, that's a surprise. So Holland's doing rather well, particularly put it in over lockdown. We've got that Elmbridge paddler there in second place, that's lane 6. And again, Tom Sharp over there in lane 8. I did call that, didn't I?
I think Tom Sharp got second in the end.
Did he? Okay.
I believe so. I think he got there at the end.
So lane 6 was McMullen as well, so it's 2 or 3. That's a photo finish. If you do want to see those results, they are on regattaresults.org.uk, I believe. That's where I'm getting all my information from.
And it's impressive.
Well, I hope so.
So we got final 2 of the men's B 500 metres. I'll go to Brett for the names because he's got a phone.
Yeah. Let's have a look then. Let's have a look at final number 2 on the 500 metres. In lane 1, M. Pickering from Leighton Buzzard. In lane 2, Bunyan from Chelmsford. In lane 3, Scottish Performance Squad of Cowell. In lane 4, Plant from Reading. 5 is Benstead from Elmbridge. 6 is Williams from Runcorn. 7 Sleeky from Scottish Performance Squad. 8 is Barkway from BPS, Burton Phoenix. No, it's not Burton Phoenix. That's I need to do my homework again after it's been so long. BPS. Someone put in the chat as what BPS again. And Brooks from Worcester in lane 9.
It's a very close race. You can tell that from here.
I reckon it's probably Broadland Paddle Sports. That just came to me then. From someone hollering
it's like
from the
a voice
tower.
from on high came down to you. So, it's looking like it's the Scottish Performance Department, is it? Lane 7, did you say Scottish Performance Department? Or is it Leighton Buzzard? No, Scottish Performance. It's gonna be, this is a real ding-dong race. This is a very tight one.
That lane 7, that's Saliki from Scottish Performance Squad. He's just taken that win there. It looks like Reading next to him, that lane next to him.
And then it's between Benstead from Elmbridge from the Scottish Department in lane 3 for a photo finish, I believe. It was very close. It's really nice to see close racing unless you're commentating.
Yeah. Well, let's hope the next race is going to be close, because this is where we get down to a lot of names that we'll all recognise if you've been on the local circuit and the international circuit. This is the men's A K1 final. So this, after the 200, this is the second fastest K1 race of the day, you would have thought. unless they treat it like a marathon race and go off hard and have a little cruise. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to do that. So we have got lane 1 is Chris Carson from Way. In lane 2 is I think it's Matt Johnson from Chelmsford. In lane 3, Scottish Performance Squad, Ewan James. Lane 4, Tom Lusty. Very distinctive style that Tom's got. You'll spot that. 5 next to him is Dan Johnson from Chelmsford. 6 is Scottish Performance Squad of L. Fletcher. In lane 7 is Jay Russell from Nottingham. In lane 8, Ed Nightingale from Wiltshire Youth. And in lane 9, A. McIntyre from Chelmsford. So of course this is a final, and usually you'd expect the fastest paddlers there in the lanes sort of 4, 5, 6. They've been seeded into those positions.
And that's what it's looking like from commentary at the moment.
That's good. So years ago, I used to train with Tom Lusty, so for me, easy to spot, and he's becoming a very recognisable name on the circuit. He has got such a wide spectrum of abilities across a lot of distances. He still races marathon when I see him locally, and he's definitely holding his own on the shorter course here at the 500. So on his right-hand side, that would be Dan Johnson from Chelmsford.
Oh, yeah.
And that will be
it's going to be with Lusty.
Yeah.
Lusty has got the lead, but for second, it's between lane 5 and 6.
So lane 6 is L. Fletcher,
who isn't going to hold on. It's Chelmsford coming through. Lusty first.
Boat length for Tom Lusty. Congratulations, Tom Lusty there. Lane 5 takes that Dan Johnson, Chelmsford. And lane 6 it's Lewis Fletcher, isn't it? I think it is.
And then Ewan
Scottish
was in 4th.
Yes. Oh, coffee.
So that was a good race. Fortunately, even though we didn't have the names in front of us, apart from on tiny print on a phone, which is really useful unless you're an old man. Brett, fortunately, isn't, but he sat beside a blind person.
I left my glasses at...
Yeah. This is why we have a young Hannah here, you see, but she's not here.
Oh, that's not... I didn't know. No, I ran down here after watching the boys D race, my lads race. I'm going to have to go and support that race again very shortly.
There you go. Well, we got the K1 boys AB final.
Okay, so let's...
So if you're running down, you better be quick.
Yeah. Let's watch that boys AB final. Here we go. Boys AB.
Final 1.
Yeah, let's do final 1 is just on course now. That's race 187. In lane 1 is B. Smith from Salmon Leap. Lane 2, Price from Way. 3 is Leaper from Scottish Performance Squad. Mother from Richmond in 4. Tonkin from Reading in 5. Bray from Salmon Leap in 6. 7 is Stanley from Falcon down in Oxford there. In lane 8, O'Connor from Richmond. And 9, Norwich paddler of B. Wand. I think it's Ben Wand.
So it looks like Michael Mothra at the moment. What's really interesting over the day is you do notice from up here that it changes rather rapidly as you go down the course. But I would say Michael is leading it, but he has people coming back at him, definitely coming back at him. So the race is between lane 3 and 4 for the win. Currently, we're just about to hit the red buoys. Michael Mothra is leading. I think lane 3 is fading rather than keep moving forward. So we move out to lane 7, who is coming back with a vengeance. Poor lane 3 is dying. Lane 2 from Way is making his big move. You think it's too late, but you never know. Everybody else is slowing down, so we have Falcon in lane 7. Michael Moth is winning.
Price from 2 that took 3rd place. He came through very late at the moment. And of course, these guys It's not just about winning races, it's about getting noticed at that age. Next week they've got, I think it's in Czechoslovakia, they got the Olympic hopes. We've got one of our paddlers, Sam Cribbett, he's going over there. So yeah, they'll have all been
in
with that in
Recife,
mind.
or
Yeah.
Recife, as they pronounce it out there. Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, I am going to have to do the parent thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your help,
I will
Brett.
pop back up again.
Feel free to get Tim to send somebody else up.
Yeah, it's lonely up here on a rooftop on our own. Surrounded by cameramen, but...
It's more lonely now that we're into the finals and we have no names.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll chat to you soon.
Just.
Thank you. Cheers.
So on course now is the boys AB final 2. Fortunately for Brett's kids, he's gone to support them as a good dad, but which means that I don't have a phone now to tell you who's actually in the race. So they have to actually get into sight before I can tell you who's winning, and only if I recognise their shirts. So apologies. We will get back to the 21st century quite soon. But it is lane 3 leading. Lane 3 is leading by quite a margin at the moment. Whether they can maintain that. We have a Norwich paddler in lane 5 who is hauling him in quite quickly. And in lane 2, they're also hammering down. Lane 2 can't overhaul the winner, but he could overhaul third. I don't know though. No, Norwich is going to hang on for second. Lane 1 was, sorry, the win went to lane 3. So that was final 2, which means we are back to K1 Masters A 500. So as we alluded to earlier on, this is all the guys that tell you that they're not paddling, the older gentlemen who are training flat out still with the young guns. In lane 3, Nigel Jones from Nottingham, Brett Irvine from Richmond, Jamie Mayers, says James Mayer, but it's Jamie Mayers from Runcorn, Sean Walsh from Nottingham, and Matt Enoch from Nottingham. So this is a race that matters for those people that are in it. Every race matters for those who are in it, but there is so much stake and ego involved in these ones. It's like a Bernie Carvery in stake. I don't know if this has been seeded. I imagine it's a straight final and they're off. I know Matt Enoch is super fit. He's doing his running as well. Nigel Jones was doing a lot of surf ski racing as well as training at Nottingham. It's a pretty big Nottingham thing with a Richmond and a Runcorn interloper. So it's a Nottingham training session at the regatta course. There'll be a lot of bragging rights at the end of this. So it's looking like I'm going to say it's Brett Irvine from Richmond leading the way, with Matt Enoch hunting him down like a merciless lion, stalking even. There's lots of stakes going, stalking his prey. Can he get him before the end? Can they make it to the line? So Brett Irvine from Richmond, and then it's between Nigel Jones and Matt Enoch for second and third. Jamie's still moving. Jamie also does surf ski on occasions, but we definitely Richmond easing away. That's Brett Irvine. Oh, Nigel's giving it everything. It's going to be a photo finish. Oh. Nigel's not sure if he got it or not. Matt doesn't want to admit whether he didn't get it. Jamie's finished, and so has Sean Walsh. Oh, and they're even boat weighing them. I mean, that's unfair, isn't it? The boys are carrying enough spare timber without having the boat weighed. So then we got K1 Masters B, Michael Martin from Leighton Buzzard, Andrew Kelly from Runcorn, Gilbert Spears from Lithgow Kayak Racers. Gilbert's a really good bloke if you ever meet him. Dave Martin from Way. Not saying that Dave isn't a really good bloke, he is. Jeremy Freeland from Reading, Julian Anderson from Southampton. I know Julian quite well. David Miller from Exeter, Mark Giles from Fladbury, and John Drummond from Reading. I'll be a true gent and I won't tell you the ages of everybody, but it does range from 46 to 67. So, depending on where you are on the age range, might be depending on who you're cheering for. So the Masters B are off. Looks like Andrew Kelly didn't turn up. What it also looks like it could be, just counting across the lanes, Gilbert Spears leading. We'll see as they get closer in. Nope, it's Dave Martin. Sorry, Dave. How dare I? Of course it's Dave. How did I ever doubt you? Dave Martin from Way. It's Dave Martin from Way with Mark Giles from Fladbury in second on the outside. And it's still with Dave Martin. Floating down quite nicely. Then we've got Mark Giles from Fladbury. And then there's a bit of a race between Michael Martin from Leighton Buzzard in lane 1 and the Reading paddler in lane 9, which is John Drummond. And again, another photo finish. It means a lot to these gentlemen. But clearly, Dave Martin got that. And Julian has just finished in lane 6. I'm sure I'll have a debrief from Julian later on. Right, next on the course. They're coming thick and fast. Men's C500. We have in lane 3 James Stormont from Oxford, Josh Morad from Norwich, Daniel March from Chelmsford, David Gurney from Chelmsford, and Finn O'Brien from Chelmsford. When we actually look at the race, there's only 4 in it. Maybe Chelmsford has scared all the others off, I don't know. But having said that, it's James Stormont from Oxford, looking like he's leading, but it's really tight because the Chelmsford boys on the outside are pulling him back. Oxford have got a nice new clubhouse being built. It's going to be gorgeous when it's finished. I don't know if I've gone a bit Alan Partridge there. So it's between the 2 Chelmsford boys of David Gurney and Finn O'Brien. James Stormont is, I'm not going to say slowing down, the others are moving faster. So lane 6, David Gurney has got it, followed by his clubmate Finn O'Brien in second, and then James Stormont in third. Josh Morad is going to come home in 4th. So after this we have the Interservices K4 500. Because I'm not modern and don't have a phone, I can't tell you who's in which lanes. It says K4 Interservices men, and then after that we got the K2 Interservices women. So it'll be interesting to see who's in these boats. So you have an interesting mix in these Interservices. You have regular paddlers. The service racing used to be quite big once upon a time. So you have some people who can actually paddle rather well, and followed by people who get roped in. And it makes for some interesting races. Some mix of boats that can actually do it, with 1 or 2 people that can't and who've been called in at the last minute, and then against the boat of people that have done it occasionally. They actually can be quite even races. Having said that, when you see them struggling to get onto the start line, it tells you something, but they are off. We've got 4 boats. 5 boats. And there's a couple of boats out there looking a little bit scared. So from here I can tell you the RAF are in the outside lane. Army boats 1 and 2. The RAF boat in lane 3 looks like it's leading. I'm going to take a guess that it's going to have Mr. Duff in there. So the RAF are leading as we hit the 200. They're still there. They're still hanging on. Oh, we've got some lane changing from the other RAF crew. Decided that they didn't like being out on their own. They're going to take out the army at the back. But this is actually, oh, we've got some lane wobbling around. It's a close race. It's a very close race for second. I think whoever they are, is that Army or Navy? I mean, I think they shut that down now. It's become Debenhams or something, isn't it? But no confusion in the leaders. It was definitely the RAF, and it was the Army came third, which you would imagine would leave the Navy in the middle, wouldn't it? But I don't know if they are Navy. It's the sun. The sun's come out, everybody. So now we have the Interservices Women 500, race 193. After that we'll have final one of the boys. The boys C final one, boys C final two. So we've got the K2 ladies. As I said to you earlier on, some of these have only been paddling a few weeks, which is, well, I mean, they're services people. They are brave, aren't they? But lining up to do a 500 in a KT you've never paddled before, with paddles you've probably never used before. Yes. They're on the start line. You could probably call it by the people that can actually sit still with the paddles in the air waiting for the go. Maybe the ones that are flattening out are the ones that are just used to it. They know what's going on. They can just sit there flattening out and lift their paddles before the go. The ones that have been balancing there for 30 seconds, maybe they're not what I thought they were. The sun is positively beating down on Nottingham. We've still got a nice tailwind to keep the course short. At 11 o'clock, the sun has broken through and it's absolutely lovely up here. Fortunately, the commentary team and the camera team were all facing one way for a good few hours, so we get sunburnt in one position. The women's Interservices are off. As it is Interservices, we should be being joined by some of the people from the services. When we spoke to them last night, they said they'd come up. Presumably they were still in the K4. They will come up soon. So we have 3 RAF boats out there. And lane 2, I believe, is an army boat that is leading, followed by a RAF boat in lane 4. I apologise for not having the names. So while I don't have the names, I can tell you lane 2 is definitely leading. I can't see any way that they can't stay leading and win this. Followed by lane 4, the raft boat. There is a race for third, but it's definitely lane 2 has got the lead. A raft boat in lane 4, comfortably in second, and there's no comfort for 3. It's almost over. There you go. Third has been won by lane 5. Second boat, raft boat, in lane 1 crosses the line just ahead of first army boat home in lane 6. And then in lane 3 we have the last army boat, who's still making their way across the line now. So in a few minutes we have the first K1 Boys C final, final 1. Which is the thing, if you remember earlier on, there was 6 heats and really close racing in that. Some of the heats were not as evenly spread. So you had some nice heats where it's always hard. You've got to do the fastest time. If you're on your own out the front, you think you're going hard. You might not be going as hard as some of the others who are having to ding dong down in a race where you don't know whether you're first or 9th. So what I need is somebody with a phone with the actual numbers on and the names. But we do know it's the Boys C K1 500 final 1. And they're off. The boys are off. We have a lane 3 in lane 7. So from the drone and from our various different cameras down the side, lane 5 is leading. Lane 5 is striking higher than everybody in their orange and black or grey Cinco or Settee, but clearly at the moment out in front. So we've hit the 200. Lane 5 is still got a commanding lead. This is, I'm going to say it's going to be a commanding lead for lane 5, but all the other positions are still definitely up for grabs. We've got Richmond, Reading and Nottingham fighting it out for second. Someone's going to go home unhappy. Lane 1 is so far ahead that people have stopped watching. It's going to be Reading coming home in second, followed by Richmond, and then very close in 4th, but no cigar, is going to be Nottingham. Apologies again for not having the names. Right, lining up in the start line is final 2. of the boys C K1 500. The boys are off. Again, as I say, if you're unhappy that I don't have the names, feel free to stand here with a phone so that I can see it. If you're at home, I appreciate that would be very annoying. But you could also just message someone from your club to come up with a phone. This is looking like lane 1 in the Boys C Final 2 is leading, followed by lane 4. Whether this will continue all the way. It's going to be one of those ding-dong races that you can't tell. So lane 4 is inching, centimetering away. Young people, remember. Pulling away ever so slowly from lane 1, who is hanging on, but is slowing down. He's slowing down. The others are crawling back at him, but it's going to be lane 4 from, I think that's Richmond. And then it's going to be lane 7 from Banbury. And then lane 2. In a lovely old Nello with flames airbrushed on it. Can't remember whose boat that was, but it was gorgeous. There you go. The tower is confirming that it was lane 2 in 3rd. Oh, and just after that, we've final 3 of the boys D. Again, you have to remember we have no names. But it does look like this one has been seeded quite nicely. We've got an arrowhead coming down the course. So we've got lanes 4 and 5, and then 3, 6, 2, etc. out there. Going back, so it's lane 5 and lane 6 having a ding-dong race. Lane 4 and lane 5 having a ding-dong race. Not only do I not know the names, I can't count numbers. It's going to be lane 4, lane 5, and then I think lane 6 is going to get it from Leighton Buzzard. So I think it's 2 Royal Boys or 2 Banbury. It's hard to tell from up here. Lane Way may have just sneaked 4th from Chelmsford in lane 3. That was quite a good race, gentlemen. Well done. And the next race is on the course already. Which could be either. I think we just had final 3, did we not? So this could be K1 Boys Intermediate 500, but I don't think it is. I think this is final 3 Boys D. So this one is more of an even spread across the course, with lane 5 and lane 3 duking it out. Lane 1 is sneaking through without anybody noticing. So I think it's a Nottingham paddler in lane 3 versus a Longridge paddler in lane 5. Leighton Buzzard in lane 1. Chelmsford in lane 4. Way in lane 6. So, no, maybe that's Cambridge. Lane 3, Cambridge. Ahead of Longridge in lane 5. And then it's going to be Chelmsford in 3rd, just from Way from Bicknell. Oh, maybe not. Going to be a photo finish. Chelmsford thought he got that. I think it's, is it Bicknell? Lane 6 from Way decided that he wasn't stopping until the end. Foy. It's a gorgeous part of the world, Foy. They've got a lovely canoe club just there. They share with some rowers. It's tidal. You go out in the morning, you have a really big course. You go out in the afternoon and there's this tiny stream running down a sandpit. It's amazing. Right. This one will be race 199. K1 Boys Intermediate 500 Final 1. Still? Is that not Final 3? I'm being corrected. We're still on Boys D. Another final for Boys D. Yeah, and the tower confirms it. Again, this one's going to be a really tight race across the course. Lanes 3 and 4 are fighting out for the win. Currently, as we hit towards the red boys, it's too close to call between 3 and 4. Still plenty of times for things to change, because lanes 7 and 8 are keeping going. I don't think they're going to catch lane 4. But second is in with lane 3. So lane 4 wins, lane 3 second. Oh, no one knows who was third. I'm going to be brave and give it to Chelmsford in lane 7, but it could have been lane 2 or lane 8. But I'm calling it Chelmsford. Commentary are agreeing with me on the tower. I mean, that's clearly the blind leading the blind. Right. Hopefully this time we are with the intermediate boys. So we've got lane 3 leading. Looking like lane 1 is in second, possibly with lane 4 in a fight, but lane 3 at the moment is out in the front as we head towards the 200s. Yes, it is the intermediates. So we've got lanes 3 and lanes 4 out in front. Lane 3 is leading. Lane 4 from Way is making a big move forward though. We haven't hit the red boys yet, but it's all going on. And then we've got lane 6, again from Way, making a big move forward. But it's definitely with lane 3. which I think was Wiltshire Youth, if I remember rightly, but hey, clearly I probably don't. But it's definitely Way in second and third. Lane 4 from Way is got the second, and lane 6 from Way is third. And lane 5 from Way for fourth. Well done, Way and your junior boys. Next race on the course is Heat 1 of the K1 Women Masters CD. So, I can tell you the names. We have Sarah Verneau from Nottingham, Catherine Drummond from Reading, Hannah Peck from Richmond. I was jumping the gun for the women. I'll leave that hanging there. So it's the final 2 of the boys' intermediates. There's no clear winner leader at the moment. I think lane 3 is possibly leading, but it's too close to tell between lanes 4, 5 and 6. But lane 3 is there at the moment, currently, as we head towards the 200. The good thing with this racing is it changes very quickly. But it's definitely lane 3 at the moment. And it's lane 5 in second, just from lane 4 and lane 6. Lane 4 and 6 are still going for it. Someone's going to go home unhappy. But lane 3, currently, as we hit the red boys, has got this. Then it's going to be lane 5. If they can keep moving at this speed. In fact, lane 5 is going for it now, and he's hauling in lane 3. It's still with lane 3, but he's slowing down. Lane 5 is coming through. Lane 3 is now struggling. Lane 5 has got it, followed by lane 3. It should be lane 6, but they too are slowing down. So we had lane 5, lane 3, lane 6. So lane 5 is your winner. Lane 3 got second, led all the way until the end when it counts. And then it was lane 6. Possibly in a photo finish from this position, they had it. So now we have the Masters, the Heat 1 of the Women's Masters. We've got a packed race. So, as I said, Sarah Verneau from Nottingham, Catherine Drummond from Reading, Hannah Peck from Richmond, Karen Flug from Way, Carol Ramplin from Way, Faye Whittier, or what, from Richmond, and Sally Alexander from, I think, Addlestone. And the women are off. When you actually look at the course, as opposed to the program, it's not a full course, it's not a full race. Some people have decided not to turn up. So I hope you can see the lovely drone shots we've got. Drones following the race down. So as we edge towards the 200, They either seem to be in the wrong shirts. We have a Reading lady, Catherine Drummond, who's out in front, being hounded by a Nottingham paddler. Sarah Vanu. So it's Catherine Drummond leading from Reading. Sarah Vanu from Nottingham, pushing her hard. For third position, it's between Nottingham and it's actually two Richmond paddlers. So out in front is Reading of Catherine Drummond, followed by Sarah Vanu of Nottingham, and then we've got Richmond, lane 7, Faye Whittier, and then in fourth position, Hannah Peck. So, heat 2 of the Women's Masters CD. We've got Robin, Richmond, you keep coming up with these posh names. So we have a Richmond lady, Robin, Emma Watts from Way, Kelly Barkway, Ludi Hills from Richmond, Catherine Wilson from Reading, and Tanya Hoanga from Richmond, and Jodie Barrell from Leighton Buzzard. And we look down the course, not everybody is turned up, but from this position it's Richmond and lane 6, Catherine Wilson, Cat Wilson. Oh, they put Catherine down. How are you meant to know? It's Cat. And followed by Jodie Barrell. So the race is between Robin of Richmond and Cat Wilson. So it's still with Richmond at the moment. So we've got Richmond. I apologise, Robin, for not being able to pronounce your surname. It would be worse if I tried. So it's definitely with Robin in lane 2. Cat Wilson is not hauling her in anymore. She may even be being hauled in by Jodie Barrell from Leighton Buzzard on the outside. Who lady will be smiling whatever happens. It's quite a close race between the ladies. Women, sorry, not allowed to say ladies, women. But clearly Richmond in lane 2 wins from Cat Wilson in lane 6 and Jodie in 3rd in lane 8. They must have warmed up, they're all in vests out there. Must be the altitude we've got, the air's thinner up here. Jodie's been taken to boat weighing. It's just not fair. So next up we have the C1 Women A to D. I think there must be a break in the timings. Because this is the 200. So we have for you 2 heats of the canoes for the women, and then followed by a number of sup races. We have Women's Open, heats 1, 2 and 3. So I'm just catching up on the paperwork so I can try and give you some information that might even be relevant. I haven't so far, so why should I change now? But I am trying. Okay. As the women move towards the 200, I can see Kat Wilson has pulled into the finish and she's very happy, looking across for her time, with her support crew with a inflatable cow. For those that can't see, her support crew is her child. So that's why you've got a cow. You can't go anywhere without your favourite teddy. So in the women's canoe, heat 1. I'm just going to get an abbreviation clarified for me, so hold on a second. So, in Heat 1 we have Afton Fitzhenry from Basingstoke Canoe Club, Alex Atchinson from Nottingham. From Richmond we have Gemrakova, Hannah Page from Nottingham and Charlotte Sellers from Nottingham. And it is the 9 best times in Heats 1 to 2 to the final. In Heat 2 we have Lydia Dowling-Clark, some Scottish performance, Isabel Evans from Lincoln, Laura Chalmers from Nottingham, Maisie Hunt from Nottingham and Nellie McCauley from Nottingham. So we've got 10 people on the programme and 9 through to the final. Seems a bit harsh, doesn't it? We've got Jodie and Kat at the finish line talking about their race, and as I said to you, both of them are grinning, which is good to see. The sun's shining, why wouldn't you be happy? So we've got the women's C1 lining up behind the boys. Lining up behind them is the suppers. We have a young lady, Sarah, who's going to... We have Sarah Thornley from GB Sup, who's going to take over for the Sup racing to give us some proper understanding and names and information. But before that we have the women's C1 500. There's obviously a delay as you move from the 500 to the 200. And for some reason, a red flag on the safety boat. Probably because they haven't drowned anybody for a while. I apologise to all the safety boat people. I think they're waiting for the buckets. Buckets do look like they're there. Now we have a white flag. So, Afton Fitzhenry in lane 3 from Basingstoke Canoe Club. Alex Atkinson, I apologise, from Nottingham, who's off. We're off, the whole race is off, and it is with Afton from Basingstoke. If it is BCC, who's clearly a long way ahead of these other girls. We've hit the red buoys already. It was the 200. There's no stopping her. She's got this one in the bag, followed by Nottingham. And then it's actually going to lane order. So lane 3, absolutely smashed it. Out in front, looking very strong, very powerful. Then we've got our Nottingham padder, Alex, followed by, oh, this is close on the line, but it's still, oh, Richmond in lane 5. Jerakova and Hannah Page just losing out. Just. If it had been 201 metres, that would have been hers. It's not. And Charlotte Sellers was behind that. We have the next race. We have 4 in there. So I've got to do some lane counting because I've got a few more. And if it is 9 to the final, it looks like all of them will be making the final. So I think is Isabel Evans in lane 4 from Lincoln, because they've got a blue top, followed by Laura Chalmers in Nottingham, Maisie Hunt from Nottingham, and Nellie McCauley in Nottingham. So Lydia Dowling Clark from Scottish Performance hasn't turned up.
This one, shall I take?
So the second heat of the women's AD 200 metre C1 is on the line. To be fair, it looks like the wind's picking up because it's making it hard to get into the buckets. From where we are on the tower, it looks like a straight tailwind, but we're in the tower, we're not on the course. So it's clearly with Isabel Evans from Lincoln. She's leaving all the Nottingham paddlers. And she is storming down there. Hopefully you can see this. Absolutely smashing it. Nottingham, one of the Nottingham padders, Nellie, wasn't quite straight in the bucket, so she's on a catch-up. But there is no mistaking in, I'm going to say it in a different class, lane 4, Isabel Evans crosses the line from Lincoln. Then we got an inter-club fight to go through. It is the 9 fastest times. So Isabel was obviously going, oh, yeah. So from Nottingham, lane 6, Maisie Hunt, got that over Laura Chalmers. But it's fastest times. I'm now going to hand you over to Brett and Sarah, who are going to commentate on the SUP.
They're running ahead of schedule. Brilliant.
Thank you, Scott. So the next race is going to be the heats of the SUP Women Open, the round 1 they're calling it instead of heats, of 200 metres. And this is new to me. I think this is new to everybody because SUP is the up-and-coming sport in this country, probably across the world. I don't know an awful lot about it, and because I don't know an awful lot about it, even though I've been in a kayak for so many years, standing up with a paddle is something completely new to me. I'm sounding very old here, aren't I? So to help me through this maze of confusion, I have got Sarah Thornley with me. SUP Junkie is your social media. SUP Junkie. And this is a GB National Series, is it? So come on, spill the beans. Tell me what's happening today.
Okay, so thanks for having us, and thanks for having me here with you, Brett. It's really exciting. So yes, stand-up paddleboarding, massive sport, the up-and-coming sport for the last 2 years. We're really pleased to be back here at sprint racing. We've never do this before with a bucket straight line. We normally do sprints with buoy turns. We are part of the GB SUP National Race Series, which is 6 to 8 races throughout the year. So we have distance races, which will generally be 5k to 10 miles.
Wow.
We do a technical series, which is on the ocean. So very skilled paddlers there, they love it. We have technical, and we now have sprints. We've got some very nervous paddlers down there who may not have done the bucket before.
Well, it's nothing to worry about. I saw them, they were all practicing earlier, trying to get my lad into the practice buckets this morning, and it's all SUPs, and they're all there. First of all, that's how we say it, call it SUPs, is it?
Yeah. Stand-up paddleboarding.
Stand-up
yes, SUP stands for stand-up paddleboarding, and if you've never had a go, Brett, clearly you haven't, please come and have a go, because it's the best fun standing up.
I haven't had a go on the sprint boards, because they're slightly different. I have had a go on the ocean boards, the ones that I rented one down in Devon.
There are inflatables, which is the mass market, mass produced, which are selling like hotcakes at the moment. And then most of these, ladies and gentlemen, are on carbon race boards. Most of them will be on a 14 foot. We have 2 classes, 12.6 and 14 foot. 14 foot is the majority because that's what's internationally recognised as a race board. Or you can race from 200 metres to 1,000 miles on a stand-up paddleboard. The Yukon hold a race that's 1,000 miles. I mean, it's insane. So there's some amazing people doing amazing things on stand-up paddleboards. They just look like they're going into the bucket.
Yeah.
So
well, to hear that you've got different categories is really exciting as well.
It really is.
Shall we run through the names?
Yes, please. So we've got Annie Ritzel-Smith. So she runs a company called Frangipani. She's one of I used to race against Annie. Donna Palfreman, haven't had much to do with her. We've got Anna Little, who is awesome. Verity Thomas, VJ Thomas, she's come all the way from Jersey. She has missed her racing for 2 years, so she's flown here with her inflatable, and she's going to race.
Oh, wow.
Karen Greener, who 3 years ago couldn't even stand up on a paddleboard, very scared, nervous. She's won our NISCO. We have a One Design race class as well, which is NISCO, so everybody races on the same board.
Right.
And she has won that the last 2 years running, I believe, when we've been racing, obviously. And then my good buddy, Andrea Richardson, who won this event the last time we were here, which was 3 years ago, and she qualified to go to the International Surfing Association World Championships.
Wow.
It didn't happen, unfortunately, or she didn't get to go there, but very talented. So we've got a couple of, I would call it between, Anna Little and Andrea Richardson, probably, but what do I know?
So, I mean, all those accolades there, that to me tells me that, the sport has grown massively in such a short time.
Absolutely.
But not just in recreational, I can't say that word, recreational, but in racing as well.
Absolutely,
You've got people on board that are just taking it up and
here they
getting
go.
fit.
Sorry.
So they've gone off. Yes,
So
they're all over the
got
place in the
Anna
buckets there,
Little
but
in
they've
lane,
gone.
what would be paddler 3 on the red board, and on the far side you've got Andrea Richardson. So it will be a battle between those two girls, for sure.
Those are the ones we're looking for. Lane 4 and lane 8. And are we in clubs here? They've all got.
They are in clubs. Yes, you do have your own club. Some paddlers are individual, but VJ in Jersey, they have the Jersey Paddle Club. So yes, Anna is part of the Northern SUP race team, and they are massive. It looks like she's just edging ahead here. It's a real battle.
Yes, it is.
So
can I just ask while we're looking at it, technique? They've both got They seem to. Is it similar to a canoe technique? Oh. It looked like a bit of wobble there in lane 4. They've got both legs
planted. Well, you can do a little bit of a surf stance, or you can do legs together. It looks like Anna's going to take this. I mean, Anna and her race team train ferociously. They are to be reckoned with. And Anna's son, James Little, is 15, and he's paddling here today.
Wow.
On a race board.
All ages. So that is good as well, feeding into a sport. So, nicely called.
So, Anna Little,
lane
Andrea
4.
Richardson, and VJ Thomas, third.
Third.
So, brilliant racing.
Yes. Really good to see. It's different. It's really good.
Different. And obviously with the wind, they've got a bit of a tailwind today, which is really helpful. But obviously standing up, wind is not your friend as a stand-up paddleboarder.
Yeah.
So you guys sat down on your bottoms, it's a little bit easier. I'm not saying your sport is easier, it's hardcore, but we've got the next round. I mean, you guys run a very slick event here at British Canoeing. It's every 3 minutes, bish, bosh, bash, isn't it? It's great.
Well, it's been going since this course was built in the 1970s, I think 1971.
Wow.
So we've
You know what you're doing.
Some of us do. That's why they put me up here, but I can't do any harm.
The race series has been running for about 8 years, and it's evolving all the time, but there are just paddleboarders who love it, and they take up the sport. They might have taken it up as a rehabilitation sport from something else because it's low impact. It might be gentle on their knees and their backs, and they fall in love with it. It's an amazing way to see the river because you're standing up, you're looking down on the river. So we've got the next. Shall I talk you through the next?
Absolutely,
girls?
yes.
Thank you.
Heat number 2.
Heat number 2. Sarah Perkins, who's my SUP surf buddy. So you surf on these things as well, which is incredible. So Sarah's just awesome. She's brilliant. Karen Savage, who's a new paddler, been paddling for about a year. She's part of my club, Blue Chip. Ashley Allen, champion in the 12'6" class. Felicity Hurst, Emma Adams, Holly Pye, who is part of the Pye family and the whole family, Ben, Holly, Mum and Dad, all paddle together. And then you've got a very complicated name, but basically her name is Loopy. Loopy. So let's just call her Loopy.
I'm going to Krasomovich.
Yes, thank you. So these girls again, who's going to win this? I think Ashley will be brilliant. Holly Pye, I think, will win this. Yeah. And I think it will then be between Sarah Perkins and Ashley.
So I'm just looking at what's on the feed. You just see on that feed, you can see.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Stan, my leave there. You can just see that lane 2 is
now
just.
That is Karen Savage. So she is new to this game. She's new to paddleboarding. She's doing amazingly well, but she wants to be slightly side on because when she paddles off, she finds that she turns her board very quickly, and what you don't want as a paddler, because you only paddle on one side, is to change your paddle stroke immediately because you'll immediately drop off the speed.
Yes.
So she's trying to be crooked, but really she should be trying to be straight.
Yes.
You can be a little bit crooked, but not as crooked, and obviously the wind is blowing and it's blowing her about. So
and it's a tailwind. Sometimes it's easier in the boys when it's a headwind.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. And sorry, the tech you mentioned on one side, I mean, the canoeists traditionally they did what used to be called like a J stroke.
Yes.
Are you doing a similar thing?
We do a J stroke, but here we go. So
okay, and they're off. Yeah.
Off they go. So you've got Sarah Perkins on the yellow Nash board nearest to us.
So she did swap over, so it's not a complete J stroke.
No, you do swap over and you want to swap over, but you could, if you've got the technique, you can paddle all the way down here on one side.
Yes.
Because
you do lose a stroke by doing that.
Yes, you do.
And this is quite competitive. Not competitive, close rather.
This is much closer. You've got Sarah out on the yellow board and Holly And you've also got Loopy on the far side, who is doing incredibly well. So I think Holly will win it with Sarah coming second.
Are we all age groups here?
All age groups. So for your information, I raced for 5 years and I was a national champion in the 14-foot class, and I was 57. So 58 when I won it. So age is not a barrier.
We're
so there
all talking
you go.
ages this morning.
Holly on the starboard, she's won it, and you've got Sarah Perkins who's come second, Loopy third, and Ashley fourth. Now Ashley's on a 12.6, which will be slightly slower than a 14-foot because you've got the glide.
Okay, so the shorter are slower.
Yes.
Yeah, similar to kayak canoe. Yeah.
So awesome racing.
The blue and orange, is that a brand?
Yes, so the blue board with the nose cone, the orange or sometimes they have pink, is Starboard. Now that is the most winning board across the world. There's some incredible athletes who are sponsored by Starboard, and they have the technology, they have the R&D, and they are the best. Not everybody's favourite, of course. We all have our favourites. I didn't ride it. Well, I have got a Starboard.
But they're the ones that we're the champions on at the moment. Yes.
Yeah, and they do different kinds of boards. So you'll have an ocean board, you'll have a flat water board, and something in between.
And are these recognised as sprint boards or flat water?
Most of these people are on flat water boards today.
Right, okay.
So sprint boards, yes. Yeah. And the Starboard they have a board called the Starboard Sprint. So that is what people, if they've got the choice. I mean, bearing in mind, probably a little bit like kayaks and canoes, these boards can be between £2,000 and £3,000 and £4,000. So you might only have one in your quiver.
Yes.
But if you're sponsored, you might have, 2 or 3.
Well,
so you have the choice.
The number of kayaks that you need is always number in your shed plus one, isn't it?
Of course,
always.
It's the same for me. Yes, absolutely. So we've got the third Women's Open here now. So
that wind's picked up a little bit, so it should be interesting on that start line.
It's a little side on, isn't it? It feels to me. I can't see a flag.
There's a rumour that it's always windy at Nottingham. I don't believe that.
I think it probably is true. It's always windy on the River Thames where we paddle, for sure.
Right.
And as soon as you change, so does the wind.
That's a question I didn't ask. Where are you based then?
Well, I live in Hampshire, but I paddle out of a club, Thames Sailing Club, which is the oldest sailing club on the Thames. And we have a club. Our club is called the Real Blue Chip Supper Club, which is probably one of the oldest clubs in the country. Okay. And we're talking, when I say the oldest, we're talking about 13, 14 years.
Yeah, wow.
So, and that's in Surbiton. So I travel up to Surbiton. I teach. I'm an instructor. So it's great. And we go on social paddles to the pub. It's not all about the racing.
That's important. And there are some companies that do you have a company? There's some companies which have grown doing stand-up paddleboards, teaching, coaching, and that kind of stuff.
It has gone a little bit mental over the last couple of years, and they're off. So we've got 3 competitors in this class. So we've got Sonia Brotherton, who is nearest to us. No, we don't. She's not.
So if we've dropped a couple of paddlers in this, we've got Lane. Let me see if I can work this out.
I think Sonia Brotherton's on a starboard, which is unusual for her. Yeah. And then we have Emily Evans on the far side. Emily Evans will win this. She is from Wales, and she is a very talented paddler. She is a whitewater rafter gold medalist, world medalist, and she's transferred over to SUP, and her water skills, her water knowledge is
now I can see incredible. I'm going to try and translate from kayak. Her technique, she's actually really burying that blade, what we'd call burying that blade. She's using her hips and her knees to get that blade
and her
right.
Core. Yeah, absolutely.
And the core, and almost holding that core like in canoe, and she's using that drive downwards, isn't it? It's very drive down.
I think she has a slightly different technique because of, if you look at Sonia, who's on the starboard, slightly different, not so bent over. I think Emily does that because she's a whitewater rafter maybe. Yeah. But yes, the technique is to bury, when we teach people, we say spear the fish. We get the whole of the blade in the water, and you are pulling your board past the blade. You're not, you're pushing your board past the blade, not pulling. And so you're using your bottom, your thighs, your hips.
I keep referring to it as relatively new sport. You say 14, 15 years. but you know, in the scheme of things, it is fairly new. So, has technique? How has that developed? Learning technique, I guess, has been.
Well, the kit has changed phenomenally in those 15 years.
Yeah.
The paddle blade used to be like a massive, great, almost dustbin lid. You know, it was huge, and the paddle length very long.
Yes.
Then people started getting rotator cuff injuries. The paddle was too long, so blade size is getting smaller. Length of, you know, the shaft is getting shorter.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, stand-up paddling of some sorts has been around for thousands of years.
Okay.
Polynesia, back in the day when people were teaching surfing.
So you've got a history to go back to and
yes.
take stuff from there.
And a lot of this is, a lot of people cross over from outrigger canoe to this sport or cross-train.
Yep.
I've got an outrigger canoe and it's taught me so much more about the water, being sat down in the water. There's an amazing man called Steve West, and he's got so much knowledge about SUP and outrigger canoeing all over the world.
Yes.
So it's worth looking into the history as well. But
Absolutely.
no, this is just it has just exploded. But yes, if you want to get involved in racing, come and join GB SUP. And we have if you don't want to race but you want to join in, we have something called the Challenge Tour. So you do the course, but you're not racing.
Okay.
Do it in your own time. You might do it with friends. We always have someone who paddles around with you and encourages you, talks you through it. Maybe you're recovering from an injury, you just want to keep paddling, but you don't want the stress of the racing. Yeah. So that's a really good intro into racing.
And we have that in kayaking in our club. Oh, this must be the men's club.
Oh, we've got the men.
We have recreational paddlers that kind of are a little bit scared of racing. So it sounds like you know it's race all that, but actually there's lots of ways into it. So let's have a look at this men's. This is a men's heat number 1 or round number 1.
Yep. So I would say lane 6 would win this, but I don't know whether he didn't have a good start. But you've got Ben Pye, lane 4, who's on the starboard. Now he is brother of Holly, incredibly talented, has competed all over the world. On this side you've got Dave Walker, who runs a company called Paddlogger, who track your paddles. Yep. So it looks like Dave Walker is actually going to overtake Ben Pye. This is super close, and on the far side you've got Bruce Ironsmith, who is part of the Northern SUP race team, and they are, as I said, ferocious. Wow, this is going to be so close.
It is, isn't it?
I think Dave's got it. Now Dave, between Dave and Bruce, that's Bruce Ironsmith. So, incredible. Which do you think won it? The far side or the near side?
I think the far side, lane 7 or 8.
Just got it on the push. Wow.
And then on this near side, lane 2, I think that was.
Yeah.
Yes.
So well done to them. I know that Dave Walker has been training very, very hard.
Were you recognising those by
I'm recognising them
sight?
because I used to paddle with these guys. Dave actually, he sponsors me for Paddlogger, so I'm an ambassador for Paddlogger. So I know him. I call him the boss. And the joy for me when I gave up racing, I wanted to be involved, but I didn't want to race anymore. So I got involved in the media side. I'd never done it before. I started taking photos. Well, I'd always been taking photos, and then someone was doing the live feed for the first time on a race on the Thames. We hold a huge race called the Battle of the Thames, and I sat with him and just got involved. And I can talk, and I knew all the paddlers, and I know what I'm talking about most of the time. So we've just sort of built our little SUP junkie community to cover the races.
Yes.
And photograph them, and we know everybody, and everybody knows me, and I get asked a million questions all the time. People think I know the answer.
I must admit, you use the word community there, and just looking out, I know we see this a little bit in kayaking, but all the girls that are just race, they're all together down there. They're all chatting. I guess they're from different clubs, but there's incredible. And I saw you guys having a big huddle up there. I thought, what's going on there? And again, if I look over to see the guys that just finished their race, they're together. It is real community,
absolutely.
Isn't it? A shared interest.
They will, if they were disappointed that they lost, they will absolutely respect the other paddler who won. Absolutely. And these girls are an amazing community. Bit of kissing going on down there.
Kissing,
they do know each other.
That always happens when I point stuff out.
But there is a really good community spirit, and we will help anybody with anything. So off we go.
This is heat number 2, I think.
Yes, so
I don't know what names
we've
I've
got
got.
young James Little in this race, and I think he's right in the middle, the
Yes,
white
lane
board.
5.
15-year-old. I can't call this actually. Wouldn't surprise me if
I'm going to run
James
through the
didn't win.
names. Lane 2 is Jessel. Lane 3 is Bland. Lane 4 is Hodge. 5 is Little. 6 is Parker. 7 is Prosser, and 8 is Hayward. We've got Hayward in the canoeing.
We've lost Jessel, so he's not with us today. But it looks like Chris, and I think Chris has come from a kayaking, canoeing background.
Chris Bland?
Chris
Yes,
Bland.
yes.
And we must thank him because he has actually managed to get our trophies up here, which...
oh, wow.
So we've
Yeah,
got
Bland
James
is
Little,
definitely a
who's
canoeing
going
name,
to be second, I reckon. And Kevin Hodge is coming up as a strong contender for possibly second, maybe third.
Yeah. It's going to be that lane 2.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen James Little racing on a hardboard.
Okay, yes.
Well done, second. I mean, incredible.
Second.
He's got his family and his team behind him.
Yeah.
And they're supporting him, and he loves it. So it's great.
And how far afield have these guys come from?
Oh, all over the countryside. The Pies have come from Devon, North Devon. We've come, from nearly the south coast. You've got, it's lovely for Anna and her Northern Sup race team. This is their local. They're from Nottingham, but they travel all over the country because they just love the racing. So.
Yes. And the first time I saw a paddle board, I was out training on a kayak on the canals in the winter, and normally I don't see anybody, and a paddle board, and it's like, wow.
We paddle all through the winter, yeah. Absolutely. We paddle all through the winter, so...
and I never expect to see it on a canal. It's not,
it is predominantly on rivers, rivers and lakes, but on the open ocean there is a man called Brendan Prince. Please look him up, the Long Paddle 2021. He's just about to finish over the next 250 kilometres paddling around Great Britain on a stand-up paddleboard.
And what was his name again?
Brendan Prince from the Long Paddle 2021. He's raising money to build an app to make people aware of drowning prevention or to be aware,
fantastic.
which is really important at the moment.
That is fantastic.
And we at GB Sup are supporting the RNLI this year. We're trying to raise £10,000 for the RNLI.
Yeah.
We all need them to be there for us, so they do an incredible job. So
it just where you're talking, it is fantastic to hear the way the structure of the sport has been built up, the way it's growing, and the way you're feeding into. You come and joined us today, which is lovely. Yeah. But the way you feed into stuff like the RNLI, you're doing those charity things.
Yeah.
I guess when it's a sport on everybody's mind, you've got to do
You've
it
got to
when it's
make
hot.
hay while the sun shines, and
I
don't think it's going to drop off. I think, in my ideal world, I'd have all these leisure paddlers racing, because I'm passionate about racing. And where it's led me, I've travelled to China for the ISA World just because I raced and just because I then went into the media. We just said, why don't we come and cover the event? And they said, okay, come.
Wow.
And when I think what it's done for me, and I now write for a couple of paddleboard magazines. I'm not a writer, I'm not media trained, I'm nothing. I'm just Sarah, but I'm passionate about the sport, and that transfers over to what I can achieve really. So
yes.
Well, come on, all you British canoeists, come and have a go at stand-up paddleboarding.
I haven't been here for 18 months, and I was like, as soon as I got back here, it's like, wow, yes, I remember the excitement it is being at an event here.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's very
nice.
exciting.
And to be able to share that in social media, when we're slightly more mature, I have to get my daughter sometimes to do my social media for you.
Yes, it's a challenge.
She's 14 and she'll do it in half the time I will.
It's been a learning challenge for me, for sure. Yeah. So off we go. We've got the third final. Heat. We're doing 2 heats, and then it's your best scores, and we have 9 in a final. So
in lane 3 we've got Thompson Isaacs, 4 is Oliver, 5 is D Scott, 6 is P May, 7 is
7 is dropped out.
7 is dropped out. That's good. I don't know how to pronounce Aquilina, and 8 is S Warren.
Scotty Warren. So Scotty Warren is on the far side, and he's one of the new directors of GB Sup, so he's going to be super useful, and he's a very fast paddler. He teaches. He's got his own company, teaching paddleboarding. The guy on the multicoloured board, that's interesting. That's Dave Scott, who was
Yes.
our 12'6" champion, and I think it's our 12'6" champion this year as well. We've got a couple of races to go, one in Cardiff and one in Kent, and then our series will be done. But yeah, Scotty has smashed this race. He doesn't race much because he's been putting all his energies
Yes.
into his company, but it's really nice to see him out back on the board. And then you've got Dave. I'm sort of his PA. He writes to me all the time, little questions. Sarah, you know the answer to this.
Well,
or
Dave
whatever.
Scott has
So
taken second
Dave Scott's
place
taken
there.
Second. That's fab.
Yes.
Brilliant. So that's heat 1. So we'll have
Fantastic.
another heat, and then their best score out of those 2, they will qualify for the final, and then we'll have our
Right,
national
okay.
sprint champions
Yes, so-
in association with British Canoeing. So
That makes sense. Runs 1 and 2. Well, that has been.
I hope that's explained
That
a
has
lot.
been more than I could have imagined. All that information, and I'm absolutely flabbergasted how much is going on in your sport, how exciting it is to sound it, how much passion you've got, which is amazing, and how it's changed. Lifestyles probably not. Oh, I'm losing all my papers.
We're
over
losing
the
all our
edge.
paper here, so if you hear rustling.
But just changed your lifestyle, probably changed lots of other people's lifestyles because it's given them a new sport, something to do, focus on. Fantastic.
It absolutely has, and in the last year or two, we've also realised, I think, not just with paddleboarding, but there's this sort of blue therapy, blue mind, how good it is for your mental health. It's a proven scientific fact that water, spending time in the water, under the water, on the water, is really good for your mental health.
Wow.
So there are many people who paddleboard, and you get to know, and you realise that they do struggle. You know, there have been a lot of struggles over the last 2 years, and this really does help. You know, you get out on the water, I'm sure it's the same with any water sport, you get up, but paddleboarding is a peaceful, calm, you know, unless you're racing at British Canoeing, but on the whole it's a nice paddle with your mates, chatting, not thinking about much, and it's really good for
we
your
have
health.
a few para-athletes, and I think a couple of them, they not only are they training hard, we've got Linus Owen and Taz, they're training hard because they're focused on 3 years' time, but because some of them have come from the direction of sports injuries, you can see, and they'll tell you this honestly, that it's something that gives them that gap, that mental gap, and that absolutely it does come from water. And
water's a good thing, and these guys, I mean, just look, they're paddling back. We can see them just paddling back now. They'll have half an hour rest, and then it's heat 2. They'll be running along here to check their times for sure, because they're very competitive.
Yes.
But it's been it's a great sport. So if you want to look at racing, look at the GB Sup National Series.
Yes.
If you want to get involved and just come along and meet the people, come along to an event, or get involved in the Challenge Tour, which is all of the gain and none of the pain, basically.
Is there a website we can go to?
Yes, gbsup.co.uk, and also check out me, Sup Junkie, because I'm constantly posting information regarding GB Sup, or just regarding any decent paddler who is doing something to help others. I like to support those who are supporting others, so I'll constantly be posting about people like Brendan Prince and people doing amazing challenges, people raising funds. There are some epic challenges going on around the world of people doing crazy things on a stand-up paddleboard. But you can do other things. You can do Sup Yoga, Sup Polo. Our club are the national club champions for Sup Polo, which is fast and furious and great fun. So many things that you can do on a paddle. Whitewater. Surfing, stand-up paddleboard surfing, which I've learned to do, which is a joy because I always wanted to be a surfer, but I can't pop up. So there's plenty to get involved and get. And all that I would recommend, if you buy a paddleboard, please go and get a lesson. Yes. There are some, and look at the person who's giving you a lesson. Make sure they've got the history behind them. They've got the knowledge. They've been paddling for more than 6 months or a year. Mm-hmm. You know, there are plenty of us who've been teaching for 6, 7, 8 years. And go and find someone like that. The amount you pay for your board could be between, I don't know, £400 and £1,000 or more. I think you need to go, don't you? Get a lesson, basically, and look at the safety aspect
coaching
always.
So important. and we know that from kayaking. But I could talk about this all day because, as I said, so exciting. But I got to say thank you because we've got another race coming down.
Yeah,
all my papers have blown everywhere, so I'm not sure which one it is.
I'll help you sort them out.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brett. Really nice to meet you.
Sarah Thornley, Sup Junkie. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you. So I believe this is Masters A and B. K4 coming down, and that is going to be the Nottingham crew over there in lane 6. They are going to take that win nice and comfortably there. The Way crew battling the way down. They're going to take second place of that, and the Reading crew in lane 5, the blue and white shirts, they take that third place. There you go. From stand-up paddleboards to the Masters in K4s. That's a dangerous segue, isn't it? Thank you. So on course on your screens now is the Women's C and Women's Masters B 500. This is the heats. 2 on 2 in lane 3, Alice Murphy. In lane 4, Leah Fulltrick. Lydia Oxby in 5. Katie Walker in 6. Catherine Trotter in 7 from Elmbridge. So it's just a heat. These guys, ladies, are going for a time, obviously. So it's a real unknown when you're doing your heats, how the times are. You might have a slow heat, might have a fast heat. So you just have to go for it these days. And in lane 7 there, that is Catherine Trotter. She is probably a boat length up there on lane 5, just from this angle. But the real contention is between 3 and 5. That's Alice Murphy in that red boat there. In that middle in lane 5 is second place in the Leighton Buzzard colours of those white boat with the yellow racing vest on. And we have heat number 2 of that category of the K1 Women's C and Women's Masters. So it's a combined category of Women's Masters B and the Cs. In lane 3, Suzanne De Bruyn from Norwich. In lane 4 is Amy Daesh from Exeter. Lane 5, Maggie Delay from Nottingham. In lane 6, Hannah Stevens from Cardiff. And lane 7 is Katie Williams from Elmbridge. So I can only see 3 paddlers, so we've dropped a couple from this race. So I'll have a little think about who that is. It looks like we have the Cardiff paddlers of Hannah Stevens there on that far in the middle there. The Cardiff colours are the orange shirt. On our outside is Katie Williams from Elmbridge in the green shirt there, and on this near side, 2 lanes down from that, Cardiff paddler in the orange will be, here we go, Susan De Bruyn from Norwich. And it is the Norwich crew in that red boat is closely contending. I think the drone pilot's there from Norwich by the look of it. Yeah, they're going there. They're so excited. So it's only the heats, guys. It's only the heats. Calm down. That red boat there is making it look slightly more comfortable there. It's cruising towards us, get through to the boat. There wasn't really any change of pace. I think she's got this. She's comfortable. She's going to need her time, but it's probably going to be straight to the final. So most of them, it's just going to be placing where they are in that final. So that lane number 3, the Norwich paddler, Suzanne there taking the win. And lane 6, Hannah Stevens from Cardiff in second place. So we've gone upper category to the women's K1, women's A and B K1s. Amelia Sky Cadell from Scottish Performance Squad in 3. In lane 4, Abby Burgess from Way. Deborah Kerr, here she is, got his Performance Squad. Our Olympic paddler. I think she's just taking it easy in the sunshine after being away in Tokyo. Lucy Lee Smith from Norwich. B Clark from Royal and Lucy Guest from Nottingham. So women's A, as you might expect with that lineup, you got Deborah Kerr in the pink and blue boat, is right, purple. Yellow shirt of Scottish Performance Squad, lane 5, nice, comfortably over the line. Lane 6, there was Lucy Lee Smith in the black and the white boat. So we were chatting yesterday up here with Debs from Scottish Performance Squad. Of course, she was one of our star paddlers that got into one of the finals in Tokyo. She did us proud. Got us up in early times in the morning to watch our races, and it's great to see her on the water again. I guess it's just a time for her to relax a little bit, enjoy the racing again after the pressures of travelling over to Tokyo. So maybe she might come up and chat to me as well, I don't know. Melly got all the good jobs yesterday. So we've got heat number 2 of the K1 women's on course at the moment. In lane 3, oh, there's some good names in here as well. Again, of course, Katie Brooks from Worcester, Melissa Johnson from Chelmsford, Lizzie Broughton from Richmond, Sam Rees-Clark from Nottingham, Samantha Martin from Way, and 8, Nicole Wells from Lincoln. So if you're a paddler in the UK, you're going to know the names Lizzie and Sam Rees-Clark. The last time I saw them was at the Marathon Nationals. Lizzie she got awarded a sword. They brought out a sword. Actually, the men have won a sword for as a trophy for the last however many years, and someone managed to find a sword for the ladies as well. So that was one of the nice medals in her collection as the women ladies in the Marathon Nationals. So 500 is quite a short distance for Lizzie, but I think she's got it under control. In that the GB coloured boats in lane 5, you can just see the GB there. We haven't got the drone out, but it's the white boat there. On her other side, her good colleague there, she'll know Sam well. They'll know each other ever so well, training together frequently. Lane 6, that's second place, and lane 4 there. Melissa Johnson as good third place for Chelmsford there. Can I give these? That's a fantastic view of the course we've got there. It does look absolutely awesome. You can see all the clubs there on the right hand side. That's where we all don't zoom in too close, guys. There you'll see some people changing, getting ready for their races. Oh, they're going over that way. On the left hand side you can just see the River Trent there snaking around the course, and closer up onto the left hand side of the picture you have got the slalom course, and there's also various stuff over there as well. If you've ever been to this venue, there's a high wires course over there. I think they've got segways, and it's really quite affordable actually for a day out over there. A lovely venue, absolutely looks fantastic in the sunshine, as it always is in Nottingham, always sunny. I might be lying there, to be quite honest. So this is the race lining up. It's the Women's Masters C and D, the K1 500 metre final. Again, you can see the River Trent just snaking away down there in the background. In lane 1, we will have Richmond Paddlers of El Hills. In lane 2, also Richmond of Peck. In lane 3, Vermew from Nottingham. In lane 4, Drummond from Reading. 5 is Von Molson from Richmond. In 6 is Cat Wilson from Reading. In lane 7 is Jay Barrell from Leighton Buzzard. In lane 8, Whittier from Richmond. And lane 9, S. Alexander from Addleston. And if you want to have a look at results, it's regattaresults.org.uk. Everything's online these days, which is really useful if you have got paddlers out there, but even if you just want to follow the live feed, you can see what the results are. You can see who's in each heat. Which is really useful, and in this heat we've got good contention from Richmond, and obviously this is a weekend where it is all about the club racing, because we are getting points from each race every time you get a paddler position. I'm not sure exactly how it all works, but we're adding up the points, and then you end up with the league and you win the trophy, which is hello, my brain's gone a bit dead, isn't it? Why am I thinking Jeff Saunders? The interclubs. We're just trying to, you know, when your brain just goes dead and you're trying to think of something, and then all you can go back to is thinking about Mally talking about cheeseburgers yesterday on Saturday Racing. But anyway, the cheese is still lingering on. Right, let's have a look at what's going on here. So it's 500 metres. We have had 200 metres earlier, so by the time they get down to that 200 metres, we'll be able to have a look what's going on the screen there. We can just see it from that angle. That's better on the drone shot. So in the middle there is going to seed roughly that white boat there. I believe that's Von Molson from Richmond. And next to her is lane, I'm going to do some counting, lane 5. So that's lane 5 on Molson, Richmond, taking that lead. In lane 6 is Cat Wilson from Reading. And it is going to be between Cat in that red boat there. You can just see the red deck on that boat. She's got her white and blue vest on, representing Reading. Trying to get some points there for Reading. You've got 4 Richmond paddlers. A fantastic club down at Richmond. We have one of our guys, one of the students there, Nushi Freeman. She sometimes paddles with Leamington, or she has done while she's been at university. And the quality of paddlers is absolutely fantastic. They got there, a good depth paddler as well. So that's a Richmond paddler in lane 5 in that white boat, striding towards the line. She's got a boat length lead up from Cat Wilson from Reading in the red boat there, lane 6, as they take the win. And it is going to be very close. I'm not going to call that. So it's a Leighton Leighton Buzzard paddler and a Reading paddler, lane 7 Barrel, and the other, I've got Reading paddler, but I can't see Reading. Oh yeah, Drummond in lane 4. It's between those two for a photo finish for 3rd place. So here we have the girls AB heats now for the 500 metres. On your screen, they're just coming up to the 200 metre mark. In lane 1 is Jessica Urquhart from Banbury. In lane 2, Hannah Tuvey from Glasgow. In lane 3, Molly Ball from Devizes, Cara Troy from Elmbridge, Greta Rosa from Way, Katie Polkington from Wiltshire Youth, Jessica Holmes from Richmond, Elizabeth Paul from Elmbridge in 8, and Imogen Hunter from Cambridge. So you can see those Way colours there. That is Greta Rosa in the white boat with the yellow shirt with the blue stripes on it. Nice comfortable lead. I'd say that a good boat length out there. From 2nd place, they're all going to go for a time, so it's going to be very tight. But lane 4 there, Elmbridge paddler, even though she's looking very tired there, she takes that 2nd place. That Elmbridge paddler is Jessica Holmes, lane 7 in that kind of minty coloured boat over there. And the red boat on the far side was lane 7, Jessica Holmes from Richmond. That's how it looked from our point of view. Obviously, we're not actually sitting on the finish line, so it's difficult to exactly see. But as I said, if you go to regattaresults.org, then you'll see their times and everything. As I look over there to the board, I just seen Lizzie Broughton's time from that women's AK1, 2 minutes 2 for a 500 metres, which is pretty good going for your heat. So here we have on your screen now is heat number 2 of the K1 Girls AB 500. In lane 2 is Georgina Boonham from Reading. In lane 3, Molly Warburton from Lincoln. Annabelle Hutchinson in Reading from lane 4. Isla Bethune from Elmbridge in 5. Neris Hall from Way in 6. Iona Patrick from Scottish Performance Squad in 7. Camilla Scalanova from Norwich in 8, and Scarlett James from Serendor in lane 9. Welsh paddler over there. Again, these girls AB, very close races, very close heats. That black boat there you see with the GB colours on it, that's our Reading paddler of Georgina Boonham. And if she managed to hold the rest of the field off as I go through those red boys, she's going to chase down the race for 2nd, looks like is just going to go. That blue boat with the red flashes on it is lane 7, and that's Iona Patrick, and she's a Scottish Performance Squad paddler as well. This is heat number 3, the girls C K1 500. Just 219. Yeah, race number 219, girls C, heat number 1. So we've gone down to heat number 1 of the girls C's. Hannah Gallagher from Way in 1, Isabel Fulford from Reading in 2, Poppy Gilbert-Jones from Southampton 3, Catherine Long, Falcon 4, Stephanie Blatchley from Nottingham 5, Tabitha Yule from Norwich, Hannah Pemble from Addleston over in lane 7, and she looks like she's battling out with lane 3, Poppy Gilbert-Johns from Southampton. And Poppy has just pulled through in that white boat in lane 3. She's taken that win, hotly contested, going for the time on that far side of the Addleston paddler. And lane 7 over there, that is Hannah Pemble from Addleston. Sorry, that's Jasmine Spencer from lane 9. From my club. Oops, should have recognised that. Well done, Jasmine. And it is the Addleston paddler lane 7 actually took 3rd place. Hopefully she won't. I won't mention it to her. I'll get away with that. If you do want to. If you do want to leave us any messages, I'll keep an eye on the chat. So just leave. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to comment, and that'll pop up, and you can get some feedback. So if you're enjoying your racing, or if you're somewhere out, we've got some guys actually at the Worlds from Royal Leamington Spa. Philip Miles, he's out racing there. So I think Adam, his dad, is watching the streaming. So hello, Adam, if you're out there enjoying yourself. Apparently somebody turned up at his hotel with a brand new Nello paddleboard. It wasn't for him, unfortunately, but he wished. So, yeah. Hope those guys are doing well out there in the World Championships. The under-23s, I think it is. I haven't got all my notes in front of me on that one, but yeah. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, don't forget to just leave a little comment. And this is race number 220, which is heat number 2 of the girls C 500 metres. That's a Reading paddler over there in Georgina Fenwick, lane 8, takes that win. That's that blue boat there. And the black boat with a red stripe down was Beth Perry from Southampton. This is the girls D K1, heat number 1 in lane 2. Jess Dubbock from Falcon, Diana De Bilo from Royal, Ruby Benstead from Elmbridge, Chloe Ritchie from Way in 5, Sky Parkinson in 6 from Richmond, Millie Pepper from Lincoln in 7, and Francesca Williamson from Chelmsford in 8. And the girls' D races are usually really close races. I think a little bit spread out this year because some of these ladies haven't raced probably for a little while, particularly the younger ages are coming up, and or at that age of things they might have just started training again seriously. So it's really interesting to see, interesting field, but that's lane 7 over there. That's Millie Pepper from Lincoln in that sort of minty coloured boat, on lane 2 with the turquoise boat in lane 2. That's Jess Dubbock from Falcon. Those place 1 and 2 in that order in that heat. Girls D heat number 2 coming up, and let's just run through while I've got this in front of me. Skylar Biles from Southampton will be in lane 3. Estelle Widows from Norwich will be in 4. Kira Comfort from Way in lane 5. Evie Giles from Fladbury in 6. Lucy Tristram from Royal Leamington Spa in 7, and Frankie Scrivener from Falcon in lane 8. And I know Lucy did really well yesterday in her, I think, K1 and the K2. So I'm going to be watching that lane 7 as the Leamington Spa paddler and see how she's doing. Have a little think. I'm guessing it's Lucy. I can't remember what colour boat it is. Let's have a look at the screen. So you can just see that in that near side here, that Way paddler, and the Way colours are the yellow and blue stripes, looking quite comfortable there. Over in the middle there, just past, on that far side, is kind of a bluey boat. That's Lucy Tristram. That's a great shot. You can just see those. It's a lovely coloured boat there. The blue and white one as well. That'll be the Norwich paddler of Estelle Widows, and she is quite comfortably pushing hard, and she's holding off that far side of Frankie Scrivener from Falcon Canoe Club. On that far side, just it's neck and neck between them as they're going to come past our commentary position here. It's going to be a very close race, and these guys look as if they're slightly tiring towards those red boys. It's stretching out there for the Norwich paddler in lane 4, the blue and white boat, but it is going to be on that Falcon paddler. That's Frankie there. It looks like she's going to take that win. Third place is where the Lucy Tristram is going to be able to catch that Way paddler. Not quite Lucy on this time. The Way paddler just gets you to the point, but let's see. Let's see how we qualify for the finals. Because Girls D, you can hear lots of encouragement there, even from the drone guys from Norwich. And we will have on course will be the girls D500 Charlotte Fulford, Holly Atwood from Way in lane 4, Sheila Monera Caberique, that's a new name for me, Southampton in lane 5, Katie Dixon from Leighton Buzzard in 6, Emma Giles from Fladbury in 7, Annie Bates from Royal in lane 8. And as you see from that drone shot, it's sometimes difficult when the field is spread out like that, particularly if you are like that paddler in the white boat there in lane, I guess that must be lane 5. It can sometimes be difficult because you don't know where you're placed and you don't know, it's difficult to look around. You've just got to put your head down and go for that time because you know it's a timed heat. And that is lane 5. It is Sheila Monera Caberique. I'm going to have to learn that name for the future. Lane 5 from Southampton. It's great straight rate, looking really nice and comfortable as she comes up to line. Interesting to see how these ladies are doing. Girls D, as I said, it's the start of things to come. These are our future champions, hopefully, and it's great to see the input that the coaching has made. You've got the coaches down there encouraging them. Some of them might be their first time racing. I know from Leamington Spa we've got quite a few guys and ladies. It's their first time racing in quite a while as well. So that is a great win there. Hopefully a good time. We'll look at the times and see how they qualify, and we'll have the final of the girls D later on. Let's have a look at what time that will be. That'll be at 6 minutes past 2.
Murphy in 3, Stevens in 4, De Bruyne in 5, Trotter in 6, Oxtoby in 7, Faltrick in 8, Williams in 9. And it is on the WhatsApp.
So we just have a little pause in the racing. So we have a look at this wonderful site. And there we have the scoreboard, which looks fantastic. Got an ice cream van over here. Have we got an ice cream van over that's our side? I'm going to have to go all the way over there just to get an ice cream. That's terrible, isn't it? So our next race will be the canoe race final, the C1 A to D female ladies, girls, female. That's an interesting way of describing it. So as you look at down, you can see that lovely racing community there. See those in the middle there? You've got the yellow tents of Way Canoe Club, very distinctive. Great cakes under those tents if you go past. And then we have the traders. So we have various traders. I always like to mention traders. They do a fantastic job, particularly this time of year. So starting on the middle of the screen now, you've got Icon Sports, iconsports.eu. Next to them, I think looks like Curtin. They do some fantastic boats there, and everybody's got their own boats, obviously different designs. Next to them will be Marsport. Marsport I've known for a good few years. They're based in Reading. They do a whole range of great canoeing equipment, paraphernalia. Is that the right word? Paraphernalia? Yeah. And then next to them we've got Ivan Lawler. I think you'll have to Google Ivan Lawler if you don't know, to have a list of everything that he's achieved. One of our fantastic paddlers, and now is ultimatekayaks.co.uk, I think it is. So if you want good Yantex blades, he's your man. So all those traders do support. And then at the other end we have got, you've just gone past the centre where we are, and then you're looking down towards the K4 sheds where all the Olympic boats are, the squad boats. And coming round there, cricket. Oh gosh, that's not on, is it? They've gone in for tea, haven't they? Yeah, always going in for tea, aren't they, cricketers? Just not. It's not cricket, is it? Looking down there, you have Nottingham, of course, and the River Trent. We've done some great races on that river. They used to actually race down in this sort of direction on their marathon race, but now they go back up the other way. We used to portage a lot. I can remember doing that portage. Very I made us look really good because we got into the portage first and then died. And someone turned around to us and said, "You did a great job on that portage. You managed to get in first and slow everybody down behind you." The fact is, we just died and they couldn't get past us, and then they just went past us on the water. So, yeah, that's an interesting race. Oh yes, we have got the stand-up paddle boarders, and I've got Sarah Thornley sitting, waiting, ready to comment out on those. We've got the canoes first. So Sarah, have a little break, did we? This is round 2, isn't it?
We had a little break. We went and chatted to all our lovely competitors, and they're all very excited looking at their times and sort of working out. There were a couple of surprises and some incredibly fast paddling. We wanted them to do 1:25 plus to qualify for this.
Wow.
And we've had someone on 1:01.
Oh wow.
So they've been practicing. So we're trying to get a couple of them to get under the minute.
Yeah. Which
is really fast for a stand-up paddleboarder.
And this is one of a series, isn't it? So they've transitioned across, I guess, technique and everything, and it's easy to transition across, or is it? I guess it's like us going from marathon to sprint. I mean, a lot of our paddlers do both, but again, it must be the same sort of transition because some of your events are longer events or they're whitewater. Is that right?
We don't do whitewater events. There is whitewater stand-up paddleboarding. Look it up; it's great fun. So yes, these guys will be training predominantly for 5k to 10k for our race series, but the sprint championships invited by British Canoeing. How could we not be here? They have to learn how to then sprint. It's all about the 200 metres in a straight line cadence. It's all about the cadence and the speed. And yes, it's a completely different thing. But they will have been practicing for sure for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How? Let's talk muscle groups. How much is it really going to blast them lactically? How much is it going to blast them aerobically? Where does the strength come from? What are we looking at here?
I think they'd be just blasted, full stop. I did it too when we came up here the first time, and it is. I really wanted to be sick afterwards. It's that we were doing 500 metre sprints as well then, which is too far, way too far. But you just wanted to stop and be sick. So it's all your backside, your thighs, back of your legs, it's those muscles that drive you on. It's your core, absolutely your core, really from head to toe. Mm-hmm. It's not really about the shoulders. Shoulders are an accessory. Obviously you use them, but the power comes from your core, and that's why you see that crunch. You noticed it earlier with Emily Evans, who is our quickest girl here today. She's a whitewater champion, whitewater rafting. So she's got a lot of knowledge, and it's that crunch, it's that core and that twisting. But yes, it's your backside and your thighs.
And
so.
she had very much, as we said, the spear the fish approach. So she's really sticking it in there and locking. And as soon as you're any technique where you're putting the blade in the water and you're locking and then rotating, that comes down to core, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And you've got stability on top of that.
Yes, and with a paddleboard, I don't know what it's like with canoeing and kayaking, but your power stops at your feet. Anything behind that on a stand-up paddleboard is going to slow you down, and we're talking seconds here.
Yeah.
So everything is in front of your feet.
Yeah.
That's the speed. You want that board to plane along. So if you're taking those long leisurely strokes and finishing at the back of the board, you ain't going to get anywhere. So
yeah, that's very
is
similar.
Is it similar?
Yes, it is. I'm no technical expert, but yeah, certainly the power phase is in front of you. I don't know about canoe. I guess it's the same, but certainly in kayak we're taught, to think not only about your catch, but you get that catch right, rotate through, and then we're making sure we're not dragging it too far.
Yeah, and you don't pull, like we said earlier. You're not pulling. It's very difficult to explain to a new person when you're instructing them for the first time not to pull.
Yeah.
It's how they need to understand it. You have to say the word pull, but when you learn more, you realise it's not. You're pushing yourself past that blade. You plant that blade in the water and move past
Ivan,
it.
who I mentioned earlier, he does, or he's been doing some great, what's the word, sort of workshops, and maybe you should speak to him and he'll go through some techniques. I mean, he does a masterclass technique, and the whole thing is, as he in kayak he starts from the foot basically, and that drive has got to come from the leg drive, and then your core, and so
I mean, we definitely know who Ivan is. we know who Ivan is, so absolute amazing man, superstar, and he's the one who really got us here, I think, as well. He did a lot in that first year that we were here, so thank you to Ivan. But yes, it's about the feet, and with paddleboarders as well, the reach to get that blade as far in front as possible. Often if the techniques are that you lift your you literally are on your toes. Some of the paddleboarders will be on their toes to get that blade. You've got to be really brave, and you can fall, but if you can get that blade as far forward as you can, you've got a longer stroke, which obviously
Yes.
There are paddleboarders who do it differently. Sprinting is about a short cadence, a quick cadence, and therefore you don't want it to be so far. But yeah, it's we're learning all the time. Are they off yet? No.
They're not off yet.
We've got a wee break.
We got to wait for the hydraulics. So these are going to be the.
This is round 2. So
but what we got lined up is a canoes. So
okay.
Be interesting. I'll let you commentate on the canoes.
How many in a canoe? Just the one?
And see how it compares.
All right.
So in a canoe, I'm as I said, technique expert. I've never even been in a canoe, a racing canoe. But they're on one knee, and they're again using that core and locking, and you'll see that.
And question for you: they always stay on that knee, don't they? They always stay.
Yes.
So once they've trained, so will they get bigger muscles on one side than the other? Does that happen?
I remember when I was a kid hearing stories of lopsided athletes.
Yeah. It must happen, surely. If they're paddling on that one side.
Strange enough, as I got older and as I mentioned earlier, Scott, I came back in sport, and I don't, maybe it's become smaller, but I don't see such heavily built athletes these days as we used to have when it was racing on flat paddles in kayaks. And I think, again, it is something people focus more on technique as opposed to building up mass.
Rather than being that sort of muscle bound.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got some tiny athletes, and they, one of our best girls, Ginny Betts, she went to the Worlds and paddled in Europe. She's tiny, absolutely tiny, and she's very, very strong. So these canoes are, they're off. Okay.
Yes, they are off, and I'm going to have to just wing this because I haven't actually got a start list. Does anyone got a start list on this? No? Okay, looking around to see if
it's between number 3 and number 8, looks
number
like.
3,
they look pretty close.
That looks like...
So it's a lot of movement in those hips, isn't there?
Yeah.
Backwards and forwards, so they're pushing that board with that knee and that foot, aren't they, I'm guessing?
Yes, and that drive is coming from that hole. That's why I was quite surprised that some of your paddlers have got planted perpendicular to the board. I think that's a Glasgow paddler in lane 3, but over on that far side.
Gosh, she's just going to get it, isn't she?
Yeah,
the green
she's just
boat.
going to get it. I noticed that, in that green boat, that's lane 8 taking that win.
And it's the nose of the board, isn't it? That's the win, not the body.
Yes. I noticed that the lunge, the boats, they carry and then they almost stop with the canoe, don't they? There's a big difference.
Sort of push, almost looks like a push-pull. They're not stopping, but it's fast and then a little bit slower.
And I noticed with the stand-up boards, they
don't do that.
They don't.
It's much more of a plane, and you get that speed up, and then you go.
Yeah. But
so we've got our
it's
next
interesting,
group.
Isn't it? How
it is. It's great.
Such a very similar sort of. You're both almost standing up, but the way the boat moves is so different. It must be to design a boat as well.
Yes. I mean, if I was doing a sprint here today, I would certainly be in a surf stance, more of a surf, not a huge amount.
Yeah.
But I would certainly be that, because then that would enable me to paddle on my one side as far as possible, so I didn't have to change that paddle over.
So our canoe paddlers, they won't change side to what you get.
Yeah.
You know, so I know they try and match each other up when they're racing canoe doubles or fours, which is a question. We only got singles today in stand-ups. Do we race ever?
We do.
Doubles?
We race doubles and we race 4, and we have a mega board which can hold 8. But that's for fun. I mean, they even surf mega boards. It's great fun. So yeah, we've got a couple in this country who always race on a tandem board. They do incredibly well. They've travelled all over the world and competed, and they paddle together. So that's all about technique. Yep. Obviously, the more people you have on a board, we have a dragon board which is 4 back to back. You need your technique. You need to be in sync. You need to be a team.
And in K2 or K4, you're looking at. It's not always the strongest paddlers in the same boat. It's the paddlers that work well together. And I think Johnny and Liam, when they're in Olympics, Johnny said, we asked him what makes a great paddler in the back, and it was someone who can compromise on the paddler in the front and match. So we've got, this is round 1 of the
men. So we've we've got Scotty Warren, who's nearest to us. We've then got Ben Pye. Ben will, he's quite a canny paddler actually. He didn't win in his first round, but he will be thinking about the finals, that's for sure. We've got Bruce, who's the 5th guy over, far away from us in lane 6. It was between Bruce and Ben before. It looks like it's going to be again, but I think Ben he's probably had a snack, and he's now going to, I think he will win this. So they were really, really close. And then you've got Scott in lane 2.
Lane 2.
On the near side. So again, you can see those 3 starboard boards. They are all, they look, I'm not sure if they're all sprints, but...
I thought that was the wake actually. There's a little bit of wake coming off the boards, but it's also from the blade, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, you do get a wake, and we do drafting in races, so well done, Ben. So Ben first, Scotty second on the starboard, and then Bruce on the far side. But those guys set up such a fast time in the first, they're probably holding a little bit back. Yeah. Because we've got a final coming up, and it's, it's...
That stroke weight was phenomenal, and you, as I, saying that the water around them, terminal water, just showing how much power they're putting in those blades. They're really using the full length of the blade, aren't they?
Yeah. And as we said earlier, the deeper you get that blade...
these blades are adjustable in length, are they?
You can buy, but these guys won't be racing with those. You need the absolute power of a carbon paddle shaft. But yes, we do. You do have those. So great for beginners, because you need to learn the length of your paddle. You need to learn what's comfortable for you, so you don't get injuries. And obviously to pack them away, inflatable paddleboards, you wrap them up in a rucksack, deflate them, wrap them up, put your paddle, your leash, your everything, and off you go to another country. Pair of shorts and a top, and away you go. So we've got round 2 of the men. So yes, Chris Bland, who's in lane 7 here, was the quickest earlier, and he's next to Dave Walker, who was also super, super quick. So I'm going to call it between those 2 guys.
Yeah, Chris has come from a canoe background, hasn't he?
We think he has, yes. And actually his technique is a little bit different, a bit like Emily Evans's earlier. So, and he's very fast. So
Yeah.
I think that's what he's doing.
So he's in lane 7. We'll keep an eye out for him.
And keep an eye on lane 8 as well.
Lane 8. Okay. So
Dave Walker. So he's.
have they mixed up the heats from earlier?
They've slightly switched them around, yes,
Good.
which I think is a good thing. You don't want to be paddling with the same people all the
Yeah.
time. So off they go.
And again, just like all the races, that start is about getting the boat moving, and with you guys, as you say, you're trying to hit that plane. You get the boat speed up and try and use that to your advantage as it comes all the way down the course there.
Absolutely. So you've got Dave Walker here on the far side, lane 8, and he looks like he's going to win this. You've got Chris Bland next to him. I would imagine Chris is being, again, quite canny and slowing up a little bit if they're that fast. But again, they've got 2 heats. I don't know how anybody else is going to go. You almost have to do all out.
Yeah.
Dave has definitely been training, definitely been practicing.
Yeah, now you see
He's
the guy
upped his game
on the far
on the
side.
far side, yeah.
Now Chris has got very much locked arms, hasn't he? Chris is just bending that bottom elbow a little bit there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then third is Kevin Hodge on this side, and again a starboard. So it's not all about the starboard.
Yeah.
David Walker in lane 8 is on an Infinity. So yeah, different mixture of boards. We've got guys on inflatables here. That's all they've got. So they've come along. Kieran Hayward in lane 5, who's just finished. He just wants to have a go, but he's almost said, right, I need to get a carbon race board. I want to be able to properly compete. So that's really good.
Yeah, that's when you go home and you're dreading when the wife asks you, have you had a good weekend? Well, I've learnt that I might need a new board.
And being the good wife that she is, or the good husband, let's not forget the ladies, they will say, of course, my darling.
Yes.
Have what you want. It makes you happy.
Which child do we sell? Of course, there is as expensive as kayaks. You mentioned 3 or 4 pounds.
Yes, you can get a nice carbon race board for £1,000 second hand if it's been looked after well. There's a huge marketplace for them. If you're sponsored, you're lucky, might get some discount. So they are expensive, but they're carbon race boards.
Yes,
so
yes.
Most people buy an inflatable, then buy a carbon paddle, and then buy a carbon race board.
Yeah.
So there's a sort of pecking order.
Well, we're looking at new funding for our club, and on the list was stand-up paddleboards, and they had 3 new boards, and I just looked at double it. But now I'm thinking, maybe you should keep to 3 and go for some nice fast ones.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, that will encourage people to try, try the boards and see if they, you will have competitive people in your club. Of course you will. You will have those people who want to race. And sometimes people don't even know that there is a race series. So,
I didn't.
No,
I've been
exactly.
20
So
years
again,
plus.
check out the GB Sup National Series.
So this is the women's again.
No, this is the men.
Is
third
this
round of the
third
men.
heat? Okay. Yeah.
Yep. So watch out for James Little, the 15-year-old in lane 7.
Yeah.
We've got 4 in here, so someone has dropped out. I'm not quite sure who it is, but
we've got
James
Parker in 3, Bowen in, was it?
I think lane 4 is out. So Prosser, Collins, and Little. So
and Aquilana wasn't here earlier, so yeah.
So James Little is on the far side, 15-year-old, has been winning races, and he's part of the Northern Sup race team. Very competitive, very vocal, but great fun as well. And they've come on leaps and bounds in the last couple of years.
And again, as they finish their races, they're down the bottom here. You can see the community encouraging them to win. Let's count.
I think
James
that's
Little, was it?
probably
James Little.
Collins who's won that, and then James in second place. It'd be interesting to see their times compared to their times before. Obviously, they might be faster because they're fired up. They might be a little bit slower because they're a little bit more tired. So can't wait for those times to come out.
If you don't know this course as well, so now I'm looking across. The tailwind has slightly come round. So sometimes you get to the red buoys and the wind will drop because of the shelter of here, or sometimes it could do the opposite. 200 metres is probably going to be fairly consistent. So yeah, it'll be slightly different to what they experienced earlier, and that will probably be reflected in times. It'll probably make it easier for them to get out of the start buckets, won't it?
I hope so. They did say earlier that there was a little bit of a crosswind, which obviously then, depending on which side you're paddling, might mean you might have to change paddle side more than you think.
Yeah. How are the boats fitting into those buckets?
Boards.
Sorry.
The boards.
How are they fitting into the buckets?
They're
designed
okay, actually.
for boats?
Most boards have quite a narrow nose. So yes, that was a concern the first time we were here. Would they actually fit in? They do. They do. So it's almost like they're designed to accommodate stand-up paddleboards, which is great.
First time, you've raced in them, haven't you?
I did race last time.
Yeah. So the first time you go in a bucket, you kind of stare at this bucket.
So nervous. You have no idea. Even if you've practiced, it's like this bucket. You dream about it. You obsess about this bucket, and once you've done it, and you can't jump it. I tried to jump start the bucket, and you can't do that. So, right, these are the ladies. So we have some fast ones in here. Check out lane 7 on the far side. That's Andrea. She, I'm guessing, will win this. You've got Ashley Allen in the middle, who's on a 12'6", and you have got, I'm just going to call her Loopy because that's what I know her as, on this side. So it looks pretty tight, actually. Andrea will pick up the pace. She won the whole competition the last time we were here, and she qualified for the International Surfing Association World Championships. Didn't get to go, unfortunately, due to powers out of our control. But she is... It's difficult as well when you're racing to look across. You can't afford to look across. You've got to be absolutely focused. If you look across, you could miss a stroke and lose the race. So it's a really tight between Loopy and Ashley in the middle, but I think the young lady on this side is going to do it. You've got Andrea on the far side, and
far side, I think we'll just take it in.
Yep, she's got it.
Yeah.
So Andrea, Loopy, and Ashley first, second, third, but again, it all depends on those times. So,
and again, what you said with you've got different disciplines, so it's going to be a discipline again. As a kayaker, I'm used to focusing. You used to be able to see the smoke of the power station years ago, but not anymore. Yeah, and so you could focus on that in the distance and focus on but if you're used to multi-discipline, again, you don't have that in the long distance races. So again, it's something they've got to change their round to if they're doing a discipline in this series later on. It's all new learning, isn't it?
Absolutely. The sprinting is a whole new discipline for these paddlers, and they will have been practicing. You don't want to over-practice it. Of course you don't. You want it to be fresh and, but it is definitely a different skill to racing a 10-mile on the River Thames, with buoy turns or a technical with multi-buoy turns, or on the ocean where it's a completely different ball game. It's all about the balance. Here they can almost forget about their balance and concentrate on that power and that speed, getting that head down and just going for it. And 200 is so much nicer than the 500. So we've got the second round of the ladies. We've got Holly Pye, who I think was... Emily Evans and Holly Pye. They're lying 1 and 2 at the moment. And Anna Little, this is going to be fast, this one.
Big names here.
Some big names, yeah. So look out for Holly Pye in lane 4, and Emily Evans in lane 5, and Anna Little in lane 7. They're my predictions. So, and the sun's coming out. There's some incredible drone shots as well by these guys. Really beautiful drone shots. So off we go. We've got Emily right in the middle and Holly next to her. So these ladies will be battling it out, and then you've got Anna in lane 7 on the red Fanatic board. So you can see the two girls next to each other. One has got a much faster cadence.
Yeah.
Looks to me like Holly on the starboard, the blue board, has got a faster cadence than Emily. Emily looks more powerful. She's the whitewater specialist.
Yeah.
So it looks like she's going to take this. Looks like Holly will be second and Anna Little on the red Fanatic board will be third. So yeah, that's what I predicted. They're the fastest three girls. And that. You never know.
Faster.
You never know.
It's faster but closer. So
yeah,
yeah, smaller margins. Yes. Very good paddling.
On the far side, you've got Sonia Brotherton, and then you've got Karen Greener, who's come fifth, and then my good buddy Annie Ridsell Smith, who's come sixth.
Yes.
So well done to those ladies.
I was chatting before I found you earlier that Lakeside. I was chatting to the lady in the is it a purple boat? Pinkish purple boat.
Yes, Anna.
Yes.
She's the one who said I should pop up here and see you, and they needed someone with a bit of knowledge to
we blame her.
talk paddleboarding. So thank you for having me.
Oh no, it's a real pleasure.
It's great to.
She's from Newcastle, and
yes, so
I was
pretty
like,
local.
Wow, you know, yeah.
I mean, local. Normally, she's coming down to the south coast to race, so this is much more local for her. They do travel all over the place. Those guys, they're very committed and very supportive of the GB Sup National Series, which is great for us. You know, we love that. We love.
So
the
this
clubs.
is the last heat.
Yep.
Heat number 3.
So we've got Nicola Dent, I think. It's Karen Savage, who's the fairly new paddler, been paddling for a year. She's in lane 5. Got my my surf buddy Sarah Perkins in lane 6. VJ Thomas from Jersey. She's travelled from Jersey just for this event.
Oh, wow.
And then you've got Emma Adams in lane 8. So this, I think this will be Sarah Perkins, Emma Adams maybe, VJ. Yep.
So we're looking at that far side, aren't we? Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, I don't think we've got Dent, so we're just lanes 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, just 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is going to be cool to watch. So I'm. She was on an inflatable. She came from Jersey and she brought her inflatable here. She had the options of a couple of other boards, but chose to paddle on her inflatable. That's what she brought. So good for her. And she's lying second at the moment. So
this is a very high stroke rate as well.
Absolutely.
On that far side, she seems to be taking smaller strokes, but she's
tiny strokes, but still,
high pace. Yeah,
there or thereabouts. So it's really close here between Sarah and VJ. Really, really close.
When you're out on the lake there, when you have a race which is right next to you, it's really exciting on the water, and it's really exciting to watch. So that yellow-red boat from as they go through those.
They're gonna.
boys.
I think she's going to take Sarah at the line, so really exciting. She's on an inflatable, so all power to her. She's a fantastic paddler, and she did lots of it's the word remote races. So in lockdown, there were quite a lot of races that we could do.
Virtual, sort of.
Virtual, thank you. I couldn't think of the word. She did a lot of virtual races, and she won quite a few worldwide. So really, really, really good. So that's it. We're done again.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure. But yes, please, everybody, check out the GB Sup National Series if you're interested in racing or interested in coming along and meeting us, because we're a pretty cool crowd.
Yeah.
And look up Sup Junkie, who is me, because I sort of report on stuff happening all over the world. So, check us out.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
On all social media channels. So, get involved. Thank you very much, Brett.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for all that information and sup paddling. We've got the K4s lining up at the moment. We are now going to just switch over to the local commentary for your information on the races, and we'll be back later on the live feed commentary. So I'll chat to you in a bit. Thank you.
Could we just ask that the stand-up paddle boards that are now slowly cruising down the side of the lake, could you please come away from lane 1, please? If you could move over to the right-hand side, that would be great. We like to keep that edge clear for lane 1. So if you could just move over to the right-hand side, we'd be very grateful. So over this side we have lane 2 in the lead of these 4, but over the far side lane 8. I need to get them closer to see which one's ahead. This is going to be tight at the end, but I think lane 2 are going to take it. Oh, and lane 5 have just pipped lane 8 over the far side. So the winners there were lane 2, that is Battershell, Clifford, Gorman and McIntyre from Way. Second place was the Richmond boat and third place was the Norwich boat. Well done. About to line up, we will have race 232. This is the second heat in the Masters K4 200 metres. In this one we have, in lane 2, it's Richmond, it's Zillahoe, Gould, Waskovich and Channon. In lane 3 from Way, we have Heyman, Joyce, Thompson, Watts and Campbell. In 4, it's Nottingham, Blatchley, Guest, Jack and Waters. In 5 from Chelmsford, Curry, Ville, Griffiths and Russell. In 6 from Leighton Buzzard, Campkin, Dixon, Jones and Stenning, and in 8 from Devizes, Ball, Bell, Hunter and Lovell. Lane 2 look to get a good start there. I think it's still with lane 2, but lane 4 over there is pulling up. I think 2's just holding on from this side. Third will be close, so first place goes to lane 2, then 8, and then 4 just beats 6. So the winning boat was from Richmond. Second place boat was Devizes. Third place boat was Nottingham, and fourth was Leighton Buzzard. 233. This is the Para Women VL3 and Men VL2. This is their first round. Only 2 people in this. Can't think where all the others are, but still. H. Gordon is in lane 4 and S. Clark is in lane 6. Looking quite close from here, but it look, yes, lane 6 has drawn ahead. Stuart Clark there. Hope Gordon's hanging on. And first place goes to lane 6 with second place lane 4. So Stuart Clark in first place and Hope Gordon in second. And could I have lane 4 to boat weighing, please? Lane 4 to boat weighing, thank you. Moving on to 234. This is the first heat in the boys C 200 metres. Stevely and Stevely from Edinburgh Schools in 2. Levkowski and Sales from Ealing Cambridge in 3. Saul Catchpole Taylor from Norwich in 4. Patterson and Stroker from Linlithgow in 5. Bourne and Kramer from Southampton in 6. Critchfield and Moxon from Banbury in 7. Bamfield and Ross from Elmbridge in 8. And Buller and Hills from Richmond in 9. It is with lane 9 of the far side, 7 and 4 fighting it, and just on the line from commentary, I think 4 just got second place from lane 7. Wait for the official results, but it did look that way from me. So first place was T. Booler and J. Hills from Richmond. From commentary, second place, lane 4, H. Sewell, Catchpole and J. Taylor. And third place, H. Critchfield and N. Moxon. And could we have boat number 7 to boat weighing, please? Boat number 7 to boat weighing, thank you. Race 235. This is the second heat in the boys C 200 metres. And we have Pryor and Short from Elmbridge in 2. Jackson and Wardell from Lincoln in 3. Barzillai and Collins from Richmond in 4. And Ruth and Scaplehorn from Devizes in 6. Butler and Lamb from Nottingham, Southampton in 7. Tatima and Wright from Reading in 8. Lane 7 with a good lead there. That's 7. That's Nottingham and Southampton. And they do get first place, followed by 3 and then 4. So first place went to E. Butler and Lamb from Nottingham and Southampton. Second place was O. Jackson H. Waddell from Lincoln. And third place, J. Barzilai and H. Collins from Richmond. Could we have boat number 4 to boat weighing, please? Boat number 4, thank you. We're now on the first heat of the Women's Masters CD. We have V. Impney, L. Phillips from Richmond in 2. Alexandra and Hicks from Norwich in 5. Butler and Jenkins from Nottingham in 6. Davis and Moore from Norwich in 7. And Peck and Peters from Richmond in 8. It is lane 8 over the far side in the lead. That's Peck and Peters from Richmond. But lane 6 is up there with them. That's Butler and Jenkins from Nottingham. And in fact, this could go either way. First place is going to go to lane 6, beating lane 8, and then lane 5 coming in third. Well done, right at that last second. So first place went to Butler and Jenkins from Nottingham. Second place, Peck and Peters from Richmond. And third place, Alexandra and Hicks from Norwich. Could we have boat number 5 to boat weighing, please? Boat number 5, thank you. And coming down, we have 237. This is the second heat in the Women's Masters 200 CD. We have Von Maltzon and Whitehair from Richmond in 3. Hinkover and Walker from Norwich in 4. Thraves and Vanau from Nottingham in 5. Drain and Morley from Norwich in 6. And Drummond and Hutchinson from Reading in 7. Lane 3. Picking it up there and coming down in the lead. Lane 3 will be taking first place about now. Second place is going to lane 7, with third place going to lane 5. So the win was with Von Maltzon and Whittier from Richmond. Second place, Drummond and Hutchinson from Reading. Third place, Thraves and Vanau from Nottingham. Could I have boat number 3 to boat weighing, please? Boat number 3 to boat weighing. Thank you. Boat number 3 to boat weighing, please. Race 238, the first heat in the boys D 200 metres. In lane 2, we've got Pitt and Wergan from Royal. In lane 3, Lynn and Ray Taylor from Banbury. In 4, Lovell and Hare from Devizes. In 5, Barnett and Giles from Fladbury. 6 is Clifford and Rosa from Way. 7, Long Ching Tang and Weiss from Richmond. And 8, Davis and Mabelson from Norwich. This is going to be a hard one to call. So open it up, and 3. I can tell you who came first, if that helps. So the win there went to lane 3. That is Lynn and Taylor from Banbury. Second and third, I'm afraid you're going to have to wait for proper results, but it was between 2 and 4. Lane 2 is Pitt and Wergan from Royal, and lane 4, Loveland O'Hare from Devizes. You literally came across together, so we'll have to wait for that one. But well done to lane 3 for winning that one. 2, 3, 8. And can we have boat number 8 to boat weighing, please? Boat number 8 to boat weighing. Lane 8 to boat weighing, please. Race number 239 we have. In lane 2, it's Gravel and Power from Leighton Buzzard. In 4, it's Flint and Saunders from Way. In 5, Bicknell and Allen from Way. In 6, Hunt and Smith from Foy. In 7, Barzilai and Gospodinov from Richmond. And in 8, Ellis and Lana from Banbury. Just 8 then with a miss paddle, and then 3 came in third. That was such a shame. 8 had a miss paddle right on the line. So I think it will go to photo finish, but I think that 5 just crept past at that last second. So that's Allen and Bicknell from Way. Second place, Ellis and Lana from Banbury. And third place, Hunter Hopkins and Martin from Devizes. And no boat weighing, thank you. On course, we've got race 240. This is the third and final heat in the boys D 200 metres K2. Saunders 3, Kinder and Mazur from Reading in 4, Benstead and Helder from Elmbridge in 5, Cyril and Sparks from Leamington Spa in 6, in 7, and Fuller and Irvine from Chelmsford in 8. It's over with lane 8 and lane 7. 8 takes first place, 7 takes second. Third is going to lane 3. So the win there was Fuller and Irvine from Chelmsford. Second place, Scalliers and Power from Leighton Buzzard. Third place, Saunders and Shetty from Way. And can we have boat number 3 to boat weighing, please? Boat number 3, thank you. Well, we've got just for a minute. How about some updates on the points? This is the latest list I've been sent. I'll just make sure I haven't been sent a newer one. No, I haven't. Okay, so I'm looking at where they're all clumping together. So we've got top six clubs. In 6th place is Norwich with 328. In 5th place is Reading with 340. 4th place is Nottingham with 360. 3rd place Chelmsford with 378. 2nd place Way with 380. And 1st place Richmond with 398. So still pretty close on that top bit there, and quite a lot of races left actually. We've got another 50 races. We've got the second heat in the Andy Bonham Memorial C4 race. We seem to have lost a away crew, which is a shame. But we've got 2 Richmond crews here, and in the lane 4 we have Gohar, Meikle Briggs, Slontai and Slontai. And in lane 6 we have Elliott, Lim, Phillips and Saltner. Lane 4 is just drawing away slightly. Having a little look back there. No competition, of course. In lane 4 then, That's first place goes to Gohart, Michael Briggs, Zlontai and second comes in with lane 6. That's Elliot, Lim, Phillips and Seltner. And halfway down now, we have the final of the women's DK1 500 metres. This is race 242. In lane 1, it's Hill from Chelmsford. Lane 2, Kirby from Wiltshire Youth. Lane 3, Clegg from Devizes. In 4, it's O'Connell from Richmond. In 5, Miller from Exeter. In 6, Callahan from Southampton. Avery from Chelmsford in 7, Dixon from Falcon in 8 and Mobbs from Way in 9. I think it's with the near side. We've got 2, 3 and 4 who seem to be in that lead group. So 2, 3 and 4, that's Kirby, Clegg and O'Connell. It's staying that way, but have slightly pulled ahead. Close for first place, and it's going to be with lane... Oh, no. That's going to have to go to the photo. From commentary, I think lane 2 might just have got it, but it could have been lane 4. So those bips were more or less on top of each other. So it's Kitty Kirby from Wiltshire Youth and Ellie O'Connell from Richmond in first and second. Third place went to Jenny Clegg from Devizes. And can we have boat number 2 to boat weighing, please? Boat number 2, thank you. This is race 243. This is the Women's C Masters, Women's Masters B final over the 500 metres. In lane 2, we've got Kay Walker from Norwich. In 3, Murphy from Banbury. In 4, Stevens from Cardiff. 5 has De Bruyne from Norwich. Kay Trotter from Elmbridge in 6. Oxterby from Leighton Buzzard in 7. Faltrick from Chelmsford in 8. And Williams from Elmbridge in 9. And there is a clear first place at the moment. That's Catherine Trotter from Elmbridge. On her side, we've got lane 5. That's Esther Bruyne from Norwich. Coming in first place is lane 6, then 5. Third place goes to lane 7. So the winner was Kay Trotter from Elmbridge, second place Esther Bruyne from Norwich, and third place Elle Oxterby from Leighton Buzzard. And could I have boat number 8 to boat weighing, please? Boat number 8 to boat weighing. Coming down now, we've got the final of the women's AB 500 metres. In lane 1 from Nottingham is Elle Guest. In lane 2 from Chelmsford, M. Johnson. In lane 3 from Nottingham, S. Rees Clark. In 4 from Richmond, L. Broughton. In 5 from Scottish Performance, D. Kerr. In 6 from Norwich, L. Lee Smith. A. Burgess from Way in 7. K. Brooks from Worcester in 8. And Martin from S. Martin from Way in 9. About to come through the 200 metre boys now, and it is with the centre, that's Deborah Kerr from Scottish Performance. Right on the side of her is lane 6, that's Lucy Lee Smith. I think it's going to be a battle between these two for the end. Deborah pulling away now, making it look far too easy. Oh, 6 is coming up now. Oh, and 5 takes first place, 6 takes second, and lane 4, but with the number 6 on the boat, is in third. So first place was Deborah Kerr from Scottish Performance. Second place, Lucy Lee Smith from Norwich. Third, Lizzie Broughton from Richmond. Could we have boat number 2 to boat weighing, please? Boat number 2 to boat weighing, thank you. Race 245, this is the Girls AB final. Pocklington from Wiltshire Youth in 1, Sklenarover from Norwich in 2, Patrick from Scottish Performance in 3, Hutchinson from Reading in 4, Rosa from Way in 5, Troy from Elmbridge in 6, Holmes from Richmond in 7, Hall from Way in 8, and Ball from Devizes in 9. It's lane 5, that's G Rosa from Way, with a good couple of boat lengths now on the rest of them. And still pulling away. It's a nice finish there. That's lane 5, G Rosa from Way. Second place is between lane 6 and lane 4. Sorry. So we've got lane 6 is C. Troy from Elmbridge, and lane 4 is A. Hutchinson from Reading. That's second and third place. For boat weighing, could we have lane 7, please? Lane 7 to boat weighing, thank you. Race number 246, this is the girls' C final. We have Gallagher from Way in 1, Bull from Devizes in 2, Payne from Chelmsford in 3, Fenwick from Reading in 4, Gilbert Johns from Southampton in 5, Spencer from Leamington Spa in 6, Perry from Southampton in 7, Pemble from Addleston in 8, and Kubish Wells from Reading in 9. Nobody standing out in the lead just yet, although lane 5 I think is marginally ahead. Yep, lane 5, that is Poppy Gilbert Johns from Southampton. Oh, keep going, quick. Oh, well done. 5, 6, 7, 3. You gave us all a heart attack then. Through the yellow boys. Right, the winner there, and very luckily at that last little bit, was Poppy Gilbert Johns from Southampton, followed very, very closely by lane 6, Jay Spencer from Leamington Spa, and lane 7, B Perry from Southampton. That was an interesting one. Could we have lane 3 to boat weighing, please? Lane 3 to boat weighing. Thank you. Just to let you know that the live results, the live draws system should be up and running again now. Been told that it is fixed and right. And we have race 247 coming down now. In 1, Ritchie from Way in 2, Dubok from Falcon in 3, Fulford from Reading in 4, Cabarique from Southampton in 5, Pepper from Lincoln in 6, Scrivener from Falcon in 7, Widows from Norwich in 8, and Williamson from Chelmsford in 9. Who does take down to go to lane 6? That's Pepper from Lincoln, and 3rd place, lane 4, that's Fulford from Reading. Well done. Could I have boat number 8 to boat weighing, please? Boat number 8, thank you. Maybe in the centre with the way boat, that's K Comfort. Lane 5. 6 and 4 both sitting just behind. Lane 4's got number 3 on, but it's actually lane 4 and fighting for it. So across the line, I think lane 5 just managed to hold on. Lane 4 taking second place there, and lane 6 coming in third. So first place there went to lane 5, that's K Comfort from Way. Second place to lane 4, but with a number 3 on the boat. And that is S. Parkinson from Richmond, and third place, El Tristan from Leamington Spa in lane 6. Well done. Do I need no boat weighing? Thank you. Okay, we're now on the girls' intermediate 500 metre final. We have in lane 1 Emily Twerp from Lincoln, from Southampton, and Eloise Lamb in 2. Molly Bates from Royal in 3. Hannah Nagy from Reading in 4. Phoebe Davidson from Lincoln in 5. Ruth Shepherd from Reading in 6. Poppy Coe from Richmond in 7. Madeline Dawson from Lincoln in 8. And Izzy Ritchie from Way in 9. Port down here under the tower. I think they shout more for the D's than they do the A's. Lane 7 coming in with 8 and 5 on her shoulders there. Oh, that was a very popular race. There we go. First place went to Poppy Coe from Richmond. From commentary, I think Phoebe Davidson from Lincoln in lane 5 just pipped Madeline Dawson from Lincoln in lane 8. But you will see the official results on that one. And can we have boat number 8 to boat weighing, please? Boat number 8, thank you. We're now back with the youngest ones. We're with the Lightning AB 500 metre K2. And in lane 2, we have Aaron and Nobbs from Falcon and Norwich. In lane 3, Adams and O'Hare from Devizes. In 4, it's Bolstra and Gwyn from Addleston Wiltshire Youth. In 5, Harris and Wilford from Cardiff. Mayers and Herbert from Chelmsford in 6. Drummond and Wade from Reading in 7. Perkins and Tristram from Leighton Buzzard and Leamington Spa in 8. I think it's lane 4. Boston. That looks to be in front. Still a long way to the finish yet, though. Got lane 8 over the far side who are pulling up there. Lane 8 and lane 4. Seven's still up there, but 8 is ahead now. That is Perkins and Tristram. And first place goes to lane 8. Second place is going to lane 4. And third place is lane 7. So the winners were Perkins and Tristram from Leighton Buzzard and Leamington Spa. Second place, Bolstra and Gwyn from Addleston and Wiltshire Youth. And third place went to Drummond and Wade from Reading. Well done. On to race 251. This is the second heat in the Lightning AB K2. In lane 3, Roberts, Johnson, Schofield from Norwich. In lane 4, Bush and Scapelhorn from Devizes. In 5, Bates and Duncan from Leighton Buzzard. In 6, Davy and Patterson from Linlithgow. In 7, Gosbodinoff and Keane from Richmond. In 8, Chamberlain and Perrin from Chelmsford. Lane 7 came through that marker, through the 200-metre markers first. That's lane 7 from Bodinov and Keane. Nearly got sideswiped by a goose then, I think. Still looks to be with lane 7. Nothing changing for now. It's lane 7 in the lead and they do take first place. Lane 6 is coming in second and third place goes to lane 5. So first lane 7 was Gospodinov and Keane from Richmond. Second lane 6, Davy and Patterson from Linlithgow. And third was lane 5, that's Bates and Duncan from Leighton Buzzard. Well done. And following close behind, we've got the Paddleability K2 final. In lane Field and Warwick, and in 6, it's Glaves and Haig. Lane 6 there with a decent lead. That's C. Glaves and J. Haig. And lane 6 take first place with lane 5 taking second. Well done. And we now back to the stand-up final of the women's race first, followed by the final of the men's. Okay, they are get into the buckets there, lining up. The women's open stand-up paddleboard final. We have E. Evans in lane 1, H. Pye in lane 2, A. Little in lane 3, A. Richardson in 4, S. Perkins in 5, L. Gascoigne in 6, V. Thomas in 7, A. Allen in 8, and S. Brotherton in 9. Can't call anybody as being in the lead just yet. 3, maybe, 4, 5, 6, and 7. 2 coming up now. 2, 1, 3. So from commentary, and this is very much from commentary, it looked as though H. Pye in lane 2 came first. Second was lane 1, that was E. Evans, and third for official results, but from commentary that was it, 2, 1 and 3. Well done. Just about to have the start on race 254. This is the final of the stand-up paddleboard men's open. We have B. Smith in 1, D. Walker in 2, B. Pye in 3, M. Salter in 4, C. Bland in 5, S. Warren in 6, C. Collins in 7, J. Little in 8, and K. Hodge in 9. fascinating to watch it. Lane 3 has a definite lead there. Lane 3, that is B Pie. See if he can keep it going to the end. The rest of the positions are anybody's. 1, 2, 3. 3 takes first place. 4, 2. So the winner there was lane 3, that is B Pie. Second place from commentary, but I'm Salter in lane 4, so M Salter in lane 4 second, and third place lane 2. Well done.
That was the final of the SUP races, and really exciting final. Sue wasn't up here for that one, but we had a little bit of things going on up here just to see what's going on, but we watched it. That was pretty amazing. We got to thank those guys from SUP just to put the energy, the effort and the time to come up here and race up here, and we've absolutely loved seeing the stand-up paddleboards racing and the stand-up paddleboard community. Their tents are certainly very noticeable, and the atmosphere around all those races is just wonderful. You go past, say hello, and if you're on site. But until then, we've got the Women's Masters CD K2 200 metre final. So lining up, we have from Norwich, we have Davies and Moore in lane 1. In lane 2, Hackover and Walker from Norwich. 3 is Richmond, Peck and Peters. 4 is Thraves and Varamu from Nottingham. 3 is Richmond Crew, Maltzer and Whitaker. 6 is Drummond and Hutchinson from Reading. Nottingham paddlers of Butler and Jenkins in 7. 8 is Alexander and Hicks from Norwich, as is Drain and Morley. So it's on this near side. It's going to be that, or right in the middle actually, lane 5. So that's Von Morrison and Witter from Richmond, taking a good, comfortable lead in that Women's Masters CD K2s. Second place was that Reading crew over there. That was Drummond and Hutchinson. Fantastic race there. Fantastic drone shots we have. You can see the winners of those races, and even though they're just short, they're 200 meters. It certainly does take it out, and it gets to that point where you're just waiting to get your breath back again. But those ladies, they probably congratulate themselves again. Great to see all those ladies racing together. A couple of them go for boat weighing as we get ready for the Masters C&D K4 200 metre final. So as these crews line up for the Masters C&D K4 200 metre final, you can hear the SUP community really giving it up for their paddlers as we have these mature end of the field of our racers. Great names here. We're going to spot them from Leighton Buzzard in lane 1. Kepsons, Dixons, Jones and Stennings. I might not get through all these names before they go. Lane 2 is Devisers, paddlers of Ball, Bell, Hunt and Lovell. Richmond crews in lane 3. As is 4 is a Richmond crew. Lane 5 is a Way crew from Guildford. In lane 6, Norwich crew. 7 is an Addleston crew. 8 is a Nottingham crew. And 9 is Chelmsford crew. So again, as you'd expect, the seedings is lane 5 will be the fastest lane from their heats of the qualified. And that is those gold and blue vests. In lane 5, that's Bashaw, Clifford, Gorman and McIntyre. They're pushed all the way from, as they miss a stroke, that Norwich crew, that will have cost them. Oh, maybe they've got steering problems, but that's dropped them right out of the run-in. They went straight from second as that Richmond crew in lane 3 just took that place from them. It's difficult to see what happened, whether they had a wobble or whether they had steering problems. It's difficult to tell. But that can be very frustrating when you're in a crew boat and there's something happens, you get a wobble, a kick, you don't know what it is, and everybody responds to it, and then everybody's responding to the response. Don't forget, if you are watching the live feed, if you are watching it on YouTube, you can drop a comment. I'll try and keep an eye out for your comments. Let us know what if you've got any questions about what you're watching, or if you're enjoying it, just let us know where you are, basically. I think, give us a like, comment, subscribe, isn't it? That's how we'll say it on YouTube's. So this lineup is the V1 Para Women VL3 and Men VL2. We've got the diggers, as we might call them. We have got I'm just having a little squeeze in. Lane 4 is Stuart Clark from Chelmsford, and next to him is Hope Gordon in lane 5. So the VL2 and VL3, if you notice, they've got different number boards on the back there, the blue ones and the red ones. That means they are actually in different categories, VL1 and VL2. I haven't got my notes in front of me, so I can't remember which one is relevant, but it does different categories. But again, they are still racing each other there. And it was lane 4. Lane 4, that's Stuart, that took that win. So we have the boys C K2 200 metre final lining up. In lane 1 from Ealing is Leskoski and Sales from Cambridge. In lane 2 from ESK. I can't remember. ESK, that is Enniskillen, or Linglithgow, sorry. Steve Lee in lane 3. Jackson Wardle from Lincoln. 4 at Norwich of Saul, Couchpole and Taylor. 5 is Nottingham Crew, Butler and Lamb. 6, Richmond Crew, Booler and Hills. Banbury Crew, lane 7, Critchfield and Moxon. Lane 8, Richmond Crew, Brazilla and Collins. And lane 9, Linlithgow, Patterson and Stroker. So let's have a look at this as we look down the line. It is going to be hotly contested at lane 5. That's the Nottingham Crew, Butler and Lamb. They're pushing hard against their Richmond crew right next to them. Richmond take that second place. Unfortunately for them, they just got beat by Butler and Lamb. From Nottingham, fast race, great race, Boys C 200-metre final. So, line up behind them will be the Boys D. Boys D K2 final number 1. From lane 1 is from Devices is Hunter and Hopkins Martin. In lane 2, Royal Crew at Pitt and Morgan. In lane 3, Leighton Buzzer Crew at Gallers and Power. In lane 3, Allen and Bicknell from Way. In lane 5, Fuller and Irvin from Chelmsford. Lane 6 is Ellis and Lama from Banbury, as is Lynn and Taylor in lane 7. Lane 8 is Devices Crew, Lovett and O'Hare, and in lane 9, Gravel and Power from Leighton Buzzard. Okay, so this is final number 1, and they're just on their way. So we've got 2 finals of this one, and the second final is just lined up behind them. You see RLS Crew in lane 1 lined up behind them, but in this race it is, where am I looking at? Final number 1, and in the middle there you've got that Chelmsford Crew of Fuller and Irvin. They're pushing really hard. Next to them is the Way Crew on their left-hand side, and that yellow boat, you can just see them, another yellow boat, which it is a Leighton Buzzard Crew, and they are powering through. There's nothing between them, it looks, and that Way Crew just powered through on the last few boys, and I believe that was the lane 4 that took that win there, Allen and Bicknell in lane 4. And some of these boys haven't raced really this year, so it's really interesting to see some really fast times in these Boys D's finals. I think, I was chatting downstairs in the offices, I think there'll be a few promotions after this regatta. After the first time racing for a while, you've got some fast boys in Boys D. And it'll be interesting to see how everybody shuffles out and sorts out for the following year. So this is Boys D, final number 2, the 200 lining up. In lane 1 is James Cyril and Sam Sparks from Royal Leamington Spa. In lane 2 is Reading Paddlers of Kinder and Omazar. In lane 3 from Elmbridge is Benston and Helder. In lane 4 is the Foy Paddlers Hunt and Smith. In lane 5, we've got Saunders and Shetty from Way, as in Clifford and Rosser. They are also from Way, as in lane 7, Flint and Saunders. Lane 8, we've got Norwich Paddlers of Davis and Mabelson. And lane 9, Richmond Paddlers Barzilla and Gospodinov. So definite home interest here at Royal Leamington Spa. That's my home club, and actually is my lad there, James Cyril, laning up in lane 1. So I'm going to give the drone guys a bit of a nod and a wink. Can you just focus on lane 1 for this race? Is that all right? Yeah. When you're in right places. So this is their first time racing at Nottingham. Certainly Sam's first time racing at Nottingham. James's first time in K1 category, so Boys D. I think Sam also races intermediate in his K1, so he's actually racing up in this race. So we're just waiting for that lane 9 crew to join us on the start line, and they will be ready to go. So if you're not used to sprint racing, this is it's slightly tense up there. You're waiting for a crew to join us. You're waiting for the starter to call you forward. They'll have read their names out so they know where they are. We have all the crews lining up. They'll have given lane 9 a call a couple of times to bring them to start buoys. And that is now, they've just called them to the start bucket, so they'll bring their boats up. They'll aim to get in the start buckets. This is a tense moment, so if you time it wrongly, the wind can push you to one side. But that looked like quite a clean start and a good start there across the field. Again, they're seeded, so the fastest crews from the heats will be in those middle lanes, 4, 5 and 6. As we look across there, that will be perhaps the foy paddlers in lane 4. In lane 5, we've got the way paddlers as in lane 6. So it's a mixture of Norwich and Foy there, lane 4, and they are doing really well there in that red boat. You can see that red boat matching, I think that's obviously a Foy boat because it's in Foy colours. Lane 5 is the way paddlers of Saunders and Shetty. They are contesting first and second place. As I look across the line, where's my lad going? He's not too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but it is definitely on the line there, that Foy, lane 4 and 5. And it looked like lane 3. I just got distracted there, but Benstead and Hoda. What a great race that was. Boys D. K2 200 metre final 2. Oh, lovely. That's a great shot. You can see the guys there just finished their races there. That's the way paddlers, the RLS crew in that blue boat. The way lads look particularly pleased themselves. And you can just see, so you have the tower there just above the finish line, all the way up. That's where it's commentary and that's where everything is. Those green tents on the right there, that's where your boat weighing is. So after you've finished your race, you head to boat weighing, and we've all got standard weights, of course, if you're not used to sprint racing. So everybody's racing with a boat similar, with the same weight, okay, same minimum weight. So we're going to go straight to the canoe A to D men's 200 metres. And this is the final of the canoe A to D. In lane 1, you have a Richmond crew, as in 3 is a Richmond crew. In lane 4 is Nottingham crew, Hoy Lee. In lane 5, Adrian Meckle-Briggs from Richmond. In lane, oh, they're all Richmond actually. Dave Lim, 6. Dave Leach in 7. Owen Chisholm from 8. And Fabio Gohar in lane 9. So they obviously have a good training group for canoes down in Richmond, training on the Thames. I'm not sure I'd like to be in a canoe on the Thames. It can be slightly adventurous down there at times. But looking across, lane 4, Hoy Lee from Nottingham is actually going to get to that finish line first. But look at things, chased down by, surprisingly enough, a Richmond crew, lane 5, Adrian Mickle-Briggs. And then over there, it was lane, I squint my eyes, have a little look. Is that a lane? Looked like at lane 8. Yes, lane 8 took 3rd place.
Slow down in the transit lane. That is a transit lane, not a warm-up lane. Slow down. Climbing.
Just looking on the chat here, we got a little message. Well done, Daddy Campkin, from Harrison and Jessica. It's great to see your feedback. And brilliant coverage from Norwich. Yeah. From Armstrong Design. And a little bit of support there for Nottingham Canoe Club from Sally Ann Fox as well. So yeah, if you've got a comment, let us know. We can catch those in between races perhaps. It just helps us keep in touch with you guys and what's going on. So just looking at that drone shot, we should have the line in ABK2 line up. That's 500 meters. So lining up is the, as I said, the Lightnings A and B. This is the 500 meter final. And if you're not used to sprint canoeing and you don't know about the different categories, Lightning is basically the under, I think it's the under 12s, it could be under 13, that age range. But it's a great way of introducing the paddlers into sprint racing and into marathon racing as well. They also do Lightning as marathon racing, usually shorter races. So these guys are really the grassroots, as it were. And again, they all know each other, they all race, and they all have proud parents encourage them. You probably hear those proud parents shouting and give them encouragement as they come down towards the tower down where we are. Let's run through the names here for them. It's the Lightning AB K2 500 metre final. In lane 1 is Herbert and Mayers from Chelmsford. In lane 2, Drummond and Wade from Reading. In lane 3, Bowles, Trowell and Gwynn from Addleston. In lane 4, Gostanov and Keane from Richmond. So it's, I think we had must have been a brother actually in the boys D. Got a name like that, you certainly remember it. So in Leighton Buzzard, Perkins and Tristram from RLS and Leighton Buzzard, Royal Emmons Spa. In lane 6 from Linlithgow, Davey and Patterson. In lane 7, Leighton Buzzard, Bates and Duncan. In lane 8, Aaron and Nobbs from Norwich and Falcon. In Oxford there, and Cardiff Paddlers, Harris and Wilford. So it's a really close race. They are within whiskers of each other. I cannot call this at this point. Even looking down the lines of the boys, it is just slightly lane 6 pulling ahead. That's that white boat there. You can see the red and the blue boats are coming up next. So yes, I'd call that lane 6. I'm really sorry, I cannot call the rest of those places because they will go down to pretty much photo finish between lane 4 and lane 3. But it looked like Davison Patterson lane 6 that took that win there. So congratulations for them. Maybe some of them will be racing up next year in the intermediate classes, and then they'll progress up through boys, girls D, and going up through that way. But for the moment, they've had a fantastic race in the sunshine here at Nottingham. And this is a Canoe 8D women on their 200 metre final. In lane 2 is Hunt and Sellers from Nottingham. In lane 4 is Fitzhenry and Gill from BCC and Chelmsford. That's Basingstoke Canoe Club. In lane 6 is Chalmers and Page from Nottingham. So it's a real separated field here. A little peek. And Hunt and Sellers from that Nottingham crew, obviously by the look of the boats, they are in one of the development squads in that GB boat. Or maybe they've just got very good friends they've borrowed a boat from. Not familiar with names this year, I'm afraid. Sorry about that, but they've definitely put the training in, worked hard. Lane 4, they're going to take the win in that final of the Canoes 80 ladies 500 metres. So this is the final of the K1 Interservices men in the 500 metres. So obviously the services are wonderful guys from the RAF, Navy and the Army. So I'll have a look out and see if I can recognise the vests, but we don't have any names on our start list here, unfortunately, but we'll have a look, see what comes down as they get closer to the 200 metre mark. It looks like that blue boat in lane 1 is chasing lane 3. Lane 3's just got it over that blue boat by the look of it. So lane 1 clearly took the wind there, and it's between the Army Canoe Union guys there in lane 1 and lane 7, and I can't quite see over on the far side lane 9. That looks like RAF over there. So the next next races lining up will be the men's AB 500 K2s. Again, set of 3 heats for the men's A and B. These are probably going to be very fast races. We've got some names that everybody will recognise in the British canoeing community. It's going to be fast, and I've got a few names to read out, so let's go for it. Lane 2, Norwich crew, Hayward and Walker in lane 3. Sharp and Phillips from Richmond in lane 4, Holland and Kovacs from Way. Lane 5, Fletcher and Lusty from Scottish Performance Squad and Solihull. That will be a very fast crew, that one. Saliki and Cowell from Scottish Performance Squad, as will that will be a good boat as well. Benstead and McMullen from Elmbridge, and Stroud and Wilkes from Chelmsford. All names which I'd love to paddle with a bit of speed in those boats, definitely. And as I suspected, in the distance there, I can just make out in the front there, a white cap. I'd have thought that will be Tom Lusty. Yes, Lusty in the front there from Solihull with his Scottish Performance teammate, partner for Al Fletcher. So at this point, it looks like they're just digging in there, and they have got that boat moving ever so nicely, and they are just cruising. They're just cruising that towards the finish line, being chased down by their Elmbridge crew on that far side in those bright green colours. McMullen and Benstead, Zach Benstead. They're going to make Tom work a little bit harder again. They're picking up that stroke rate as they go through the red boys, and it is going to be slightly closer. A little look to the left there from Tom Lusty. Little cheeky smile. I know what he's like. And lane 7 just into second place. Lane 4 there. Nice coloured, bright, fluorescent boat with away paddlers in there of Holland and Kovacs. So that was heat number 1. Heat number 2 of the men's AB is just lining up now. Let's run through the start order. Is Freddie Kemp and Al Plant from Reading, M. Pickering and Raymond from Leyden Buzzard, Johnson and Johnson from Chelmsford, Regelli and Stormont from Falcon in 6, Brooks and Jones from Worcester and Devizes, and Garnicott Porter and Skippins from Chelmsford. So 2 Chelmsford boats there. Dan Johnson and Matt Johnson. I will be looking at that in lane, that crew in lane 5. As we look down the course, just heard the start go, and just off in the distance, I can just see that Chelmsford crew powering away as they come away from the start. It's paddles down. This looks like a much faster heat than the earlier heat with Tom Lusty, and it could be just Tom's style and stroke rate, but definitely a high stroke rate there from that Chelmsford crew. They're going to push all the way. They're just going to be showing off. They're going to get their lead by the look of it and settle that boat down, let it run. It's the heat, so they're just looking to qualify, really, qualify in the best place, get the best time, so they get seeded into the centre lanes and get a good lane for their final. But as it is, they are looking spot on to cruise all the way through as they go through the 200 metre mark now. Will they pick it up, or are they just going to cruise it all the way through? A nice comfortable win there on that. Well, if everything goes to plan, it will be quite comfortable for them from this point onwards. And let's just watch their stroke rate as they come through those red buoys. What's that, 100 metres to go. And they're just nice and relaxed there. I believe that they crewed in the national marathons earlier in August, and they did spectacularly well there. And again, they've got several boat leads up from that crew. Lane 4, lane 3 is coming through as well. That Reading crew in the white boat is coming through in the blue boat. Lane 4 was Holland and Kovacs. Sorry, it's Pickering and Raymond from Leighton Buzzard. It's all good. We'll figure that one out. Heat number 3, K2, men's AB 500 metres in lane 3, Elmbridge crew, Thorogood and one other. I haven't got the name there down on my list, unfortunately. Everything's changing, so sometimes we don't always have a name on our lists. Bunyan and McIntyre from Chelmsford in lane 4. Ewan James from Scottish Performance Squad, and Wiltshire Youth, his partner, Ed Nightingale. In lane 6 is Oakley and Russell from Nottingham. In lane 7, Jeffries and Will McCracken from Banbury. In lane 8, Barkway and Perkins from Burton. Paddle Sports in lane, also in lane 8 is partner, his Perkins from Norwich. And it is lane 5. That's Ewan James and Ed Nightingale. Again, names I'd recognise from the past. Cruising it to the finish there. Lane 5 takes that win in that GB coloured boat. Lane 6. Next to them was Oakley and Russell from Nottingham. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see the times of those races and see how they all pan out, because they were all completely different paces. The Johnson brothers, once they got going, they also sort of relaxed, as did Tom Lusty and his partner. Well, it looked very relaxed. I'm sure they didn't feel that relaxed, but comfortable. So yeah, it's all down to times, and yeah, let's see how that pans out. So a little message from Tom Sharp's mum on YouTube, Viv Sharp. It's great, isn't it? Even when they're up at the men's A, B, you've got the encouraging mums in the background, encouraging parents, ready to embarrass their boys. Well done, Tom. Tom Sharp and his partner, Elle Phillips from Richmond. Great race. Let's have a look at those final listings for the finals, and yeah, I expect Tom will be up there somewhere. Thank you very much. So we have a little gap in the racing where we're up here. We're sitting on the top of the we're sitting on top of the tower, the buildings, the British Canoeing Building and the National Water Sports Centre. On the roof, looking down, sitting next to me, I've got Roger, surrounded by 3 cameras, just as many screens. He's got a keyboard with lots of. It's like the Starship Enterprise, to be quite honest. He's very quiet, but he's dangerous, I believe. Yeah. And he's got his own YouTube channel, The Canoe Show. Is that right, Roger? That's right. He's nodding as he's tucking into his Nature Valley bar. So it's funny because every time he doesn't say much, but when he does, I recognise the voice from the Canoe Show. So yeah, go and check that channel out. Like, comment, subscribe. Is that right?
I think that's what you're supposed to say.
Yeah, that is what you're supposed to say. Yeah,
Every time.
makes it sound professional, doesn't it?
Give it a thumbs up.
It's just saying, if you like what you see, give it a thumbs up, hit that, smash that notification bell. Yeah. And then next to me, I've got 2 more professionals from Hexcam. Now, these are the guys that fly the drones. You haven't any canoeists today, have you? No. Rowley and Andy, yeah, they're the professionals. I kind of envy their job, flying these very expensive toys. I'll put that on a picture on my Facebook. I'll put another picture on my Instagrams later. Yeah. Oh. Here we are. We're looking the wrong way. There, wave to the camera. Yeah. So are you guys enjoying yourself? Rowley, is it?
Yeah, it's Rowley. It's been a great weekend, actually. We've really enjoyed ourselves. There's been some fantastic races, and it's just amazing how much effort, the whole thing, putting the whole weekend together has been for you guys. It's really impressive.
Yeah, and it's majority run by volunteers, which I mean, even as a volunteer himself, it is great to see everything come together. So there's a lot of organisation goes into it, but you guys, we've had some great feedback that it's really happening. We've got some guys from our club in the, off the top of my head, it's the under 23 World. I can't remember if it's Worlds or the Euros, and they're out there and they're watching it and they're feeding back. So yeah, you're spreading the word out there, spreading the word. But you guys are based in Norwich, is that right? And you don't just do sports, you do all sorts of events, do you, really?
That's right. We're based in Norwich, and we do a lot of sort of creative imagery, but also inspection and survey. So the boring things like looking at roofs is definitely offset by days like this.
I'm looking at roofs. We're actually on one now, so yeah. Look at that. You're actually on one, inspecting one in real life, and flying around and watching athletes. Well, yeah, sports people. Can I say athletes?
What's really nice, I've met Tim from the Norwich Club. He's persuaded me to come and have a go. So one weekend coming up soon, I'm going to be down there at Willingham Broad, hopefully.
Oh wow, yeah. I mean, Norwich have got a great. They've got a great club. I actually haven't been over there, but I've heard so much. We had one of our paddlers, the under 23s now. He's Timmy. Paddle started from my mind's gone blank. Yeah, they leaped into action. It's like watching Thunderbirds. Yep, there's another race coming on. There's final leaping into action, and any minute we'll get some drone shots. Timmy Dowden, he paddles from Norwich. He started from Leamington as well. So we get lots of feedback of how Norwich is doing, and these guys travelled all the way, and they are doing a fantastic job for us. Thank you very much. This will be race number 268, heat number 1, K1, the men's D 500 metres. Yeah. Wiltshire Youth, William Beard in 3, in lane 4, Joshua Fisher from Linlithgow in lane 5, Joel Wayne from Foy in lane 6, Michael Deacom from Solihull. In lane 7, David Thorne from Norwich. In lane 8, Patrick Fillingham from Reading. If you can hear some applause down below us, I don't know if that's coming out on the microphone, but that's the SUP guys just presenting their awards. And I know they're not on camera, but once again, a big thank you to them and Sarah joining us and telling us all about stand-up paddleboarding, SUP. Get involved in that sport. It sounds like something really exciting and a whole different world, to be quite honest. This is heat number 2 of the men's D 500 metres. Sam McDonnell from Reading. Lane 4 is Tom Walker in Norwich colours there in the green and yellow shirt. In lane 5, Sam Legg from Leighton Buzzard. Lane 6, Max Henderson from Richmond. Lane 7, Eric Miliak from Southampton. And it looks like the Norwich paddling, just see the Norwich paddlers, very distinctive in the green and yellow racing vests. He's got a white blue tip on it, which is just out in front there by a couple of boat lengths, to be quite honest, over the rest of the paddlers. Again, it's heat, so he's got to be looking for that time. He can't ease off too much. It's kind of just stretching your arms, ready for your final when it gets to this point, and getting a good team. A good time, I should say. This is K2 Masters C&D, the 500 metres. And very close between, on this near side in lane 5 is a way crew in the yellow and blue vest. They just stopped before the line there. So I think they might have just dropped into third place, lane 7. Lane 7 was Garner and Lucas from Richmond would have taken that win. Next to them was Gadd and Pemble from Addleston, and Battershaw and McIntyre from Way into third place. So again, that's 9 best times. So hopefully they won't have lost out on time by just finishing slightly before the line. So this weekend is the Inter-Club Championship, McGregor Inter-Club Championship. So every result we get prizes, we add them up, and sometime just after lunchtime I looked at the leaderboard we had 3 clubs up there. We had, I believe it was Reading, Richmond and Chelmsford. I'm not going to say which order it is. That will probably have changed, I'd have thought. It's usually quite a close contest. Richmond have got a lot of good paddlers out there, particularly that canoe race we had earlier was majority Richmond, said I got a few points there, I'd have thought. Norwich are also a good club. So I look down, there's a Norwich crew just going past right now. So they'll also be up in contention. Some quite big clubs with lots of paddlers today. So I don't have the results with me at the moment, but I'm sure we'll have some later on, and we'll see how it's all panning out and find out who's won the Interclub trophy this year. So this is heat number 2 of the Masters CD, and it's quite a comfortable heat there. That's lane 5, Driscoll and Villaroo from those distinctive Ealing colours of black and green. Then we have a Richmond crew of Casilio and Fegent in lane 4, with the Leighton Buzzard crew Campkin of Stenning from lane 6 in those Leighton Buzzard colours of yellow, a nice bright yellow with a red boat. So we have the third heat of the Masters CD 500, and in lane 2 is Carter and Shannon from Richmond. In lane 3, Anson and Hansey from Norwich. Lane 4 is Ball and Bell from Devizes. I do love the combination of those names in that K2. I'm sure they put it just there to entertain the commentator, don't they? Blatchley and Guess from Nottingham. Applewhite and Griffiths from Chelmsford. Clifford and Heyman Joyce from Way, and Hatwell and Partridge from Truro. So it's Ball and Bell from Devizes. Very closely. Well, actually, it looks like that Way crew in the Way colour boat, the yellow and blue boat, is right up with them and pushing. I didn't quite see them behind the post of the railings, which I'm sitting behind, is the Norwich crew, and they are going to take the win, actually. That Norwich crew, lane 3. Hands up from Hexcam guys from Norwich. They're loving it. And let's have a little look at, that was Anderson and Hansey. Took that win in the heat. It's only the heats, guys. It's only the heats. Wait to the finals, all right? then Leamington Spa will be, shouting over here. So from the men's to the ladies, it's the heat number 1 of the K2 Women's Masters C and D category. In 500 metres, in lane 3 we have Drummond and Hutchinson from Reading. In lane 4, Von Moltzen and Whittier from Richmond. In lane 5, Hinkover and Walker from Norwich. In lane 6 is Drain and Morley, also from Norwich. In lane 7 is Peck and Peters from Richmond, and Butler and Jenkins from Nottingham over there in lane 8. And again, as I mentioned earlier, Richmond have got a lot of paddlers out this weekend, and two recognisable names actually, Von Moltzen and Whittier. Certainly they're out in the front of that race, just coming up to the Red Boys, through the Red Boys, and the nearest crew to them looks like on this side, the Reading crew in those white and blue vests, with the white peaks on, matching crews, cruising well. They're not going to catch that Richmond crew. It's just the heat though, as they come up towards the line. And on that far side over there, that is lane 8 of Butler and Jenkins, and that's a Nottingham crew in the other red vests. And this is the next heat of the Women's Masters in the heat 2 of K2. Lane 3, we have a Norwich crew again, Davison Moore, also Alexander Hicks, they're also from Norwich in 4. Impney and Phillips from Richmond, as is Hervanger and Hills in lane 6. In lane 7 is Flug and Watts from Way, and lane 8 Thraves and Vernu from Nottingham. So just looking at the results feed, the fast race later on will be 16:21, which will be the men's AB K2 500 metre final. That will be something really to look out for. I know we got fans of Tom Sharp out there, and he did qualify for that. Lane 9 he will be in, Richmond crew. Just snuck in there, lane 9, got a time of 1:43. And let's have a look at we've got from Chelmsford, Bunyan and McIntyre there, lane 2, Holland and Kovacs. So we've got Scottish Performance Squad, Ewan James and Ed Nightingale. That'll be a fast crew as well. Fletcher and Lusty. Really exciting lineup, great names you've got there. Matt Johnson and Dan Johnson, as predicted a little bit there. And Ben Sid McMullen from Elmbridge. Oakley and Russell from Nottingham as well. So yeah, really great names there. I'm really looking forward to that. Keep an eye out for that. That's 4:20, 500 metres, K2 men's A and B. But on the water at the moment, let's have a look at what's going on. This is the heat one at the boys AB 500 metres. And we've got a Reading crew out there. Reading crew in lane 6 is Tonkin and Toppen. They're Reading crew. And on this near side, we've got Leamington crew, but it's going to be on the far side. There's a Richmond crew. That's that yellow boat there into 3rd place, lane 4, which was Price and Swan from Way. And behind them was Leamington Spa, Robert Aries and Ben Griffin. So yeah, that is just the heat there of the boys A and B. We've got heat number 2 coming up, so just 2 heats of the K2 500s there. So it's 1st and 3rd plus 3 best times to the final. And again, it's eyes up again for another fast heat from the boys AB 500 metres. Heat number 2. In lane 2 is Hervanger and Grant from Richmond, as is Connor and Rushby in lane 3. Lane 4, Erin and Cook Bailey, Hayden Cook Bailey from Falcon and Nottingham. 5 is Mothma and Stanley from Falcon and Richmond, respectively. In lane 6 is Freeland and Poppen Coveley from Reading and Falcon. In lane 7 is Cambeer and Nelson from Wokingham and Reading. Different clubs, but fairly close to each other, so they probably train together as well. And it's Sam Cribbett and F. Lewis from Royal Leamington Spa and Scottish Performance Squad. So I haven't seen Sam yet. He got up here later today while I was already up here. So I didn't catch him by the RLS tent. Be great to have a look at and see how he's doing. He's going away to Czechoslovakia after this race to race in the Olympic Hopes. I think they're just going for qualifying there, Sam. In this near side is Richmond in lane 3, and then lane 4 we've got the Falcon crew and Richmond. But it's that lane 6, the Reading paddler. Where are we? The Wokingham paddler and Reading paddler of Nelson and Kabir. So from here on in, it's mostly finals. Yeah, it's all finals from here on in. So the boys A/B that just qualified, their final will be looking down at 4:30. That'll be a good final to be watching. Probably one of the last races of the day. Nice fast one to finish off with. Then, as I mentioned earlier, 4:20 you got the men's AB. Just before that you got the masters AB. You have the Lightnings. At 4 o'clock, or just after 4 o'clock, 3 minutes past 4 o'clock, you have the Andrew Bonham Memorial. And those are paddlers that have come together to remember Andrew Bonham, I believe from Way. Don't have all the details in front of me, but yeah, they've come together to race C4 in memory of him, and that will be quite interesting because they are some paddlers that were not really canoe paddlers, but they're in a C4 together and got down a course in the heats. They what's the polite word of saying they're all over the shop, to be quite honest. Most of them stayed in the right lane. A little bit of random steering here and there. So yeah, that's an interesting race, but it's a great way of doing something special for the Andrew Bonham Memorial Race. The guys from Way were telling me about him earlier. And I might try and pop down there maybe and chat about it again later. So also, let's have a look at, we have got the women's AB race as well coming up. That's Deborah Kerr in that race. I haven't got the time in front of me of that one because it's just been rearranged. So those are the races to look out for. Lots of A's and B's to keep an eye out for. It's going to be for the rest of the afternoon until 4:40 is going to have some great racing. And Interservices just crossing the line in lane 1. That is Royal Navy. That sort of, I guess it's navy blue, isn't it? Navy blue with a white stripe across that K1, and the K3 is the REF team. That's the women's Interservices. Oh, hello, and we've still got some crews. We've got the Army crew coming up in lane 4, and in lane 3, I'd love to say what colour vests they are, but I can only see their heads popping out of the water. I think it's an Army crew. Fantastic, and some of these Interservices, obviously, they are busy doing their daytime jobs in services. So, a couple of years ago, I was chatting with Doug Herbert, and he's telling us all about the racing, and of course they come together really just for these regattas almost, and that's why you've had a K4 there. They've got into difficulties, but I think they're being competitive all the way to the swim to the edge of the lake as well. I wish I could commentate on this. If I had their names, I probably would do. You know, I don't know if we can see that on the drone, but yeah, they're almost there. They're safely to the edge of the lake. Well done, ladies. And on course is the K4 Girls AB 500 metres, and this is a final, of course, this time of day on a Sunday. Lane 4 is a Devizes Reading Southampton crew. Ball, Hutchinson, Patrick, Berry, Gallagher, Hall, Ritchie and Prossett in 5 from Way. Cambridge crew in lane 6, and that's Hunter, Hawkinson, Slater and Tuvey. Looks like they've just come into second place with that lane 4, Hutchinson, Ball, Patrick and Perry. a combination of devisers, Reading, Southampton, and Edinburgh schools. I'm a little bit rusty on my abbreviations, not having been up here for 18 months. So the next race is women's K2 AB 500 metres, and this is going to be a test of my eyesight because it's this race is out of order on our programme, so I don't have the names. It's going to be, yeah, I've been just handed a pair of binoculars. But yeah, women's AB is going to be a fast one. I can't remember the heats. Deborah Kerr, I guess, is racing up there. Who else will I be looking out for? So we've got two way crews coming down on the right-hand side, the first two lanes in. And then we've got a mixture of Worcester and way crew. And it's then, what we got there? A Richmond crew, Nottingham crew in lane, that must be lane 5. And over on that far side is a Banbury crew in the blue vests in that blue boat. So it's Burgess from Worcester and Way in that lane 4. Looks like they're cruising there. They're hitting those red buoys. I expect to see their rate just pick up. They're going to be chased all the way down. That yellow boat with the blue flashes on their vests. Lane 3. They're going to push them all the way. It's going to be neck and neck. They are picking it up. They're looking across, which is always sometimes a mistake. They need to be looking forward. Just like in front of that way boat, they've got their heads down looking forward. They take the win on lane 4. And away team in lane 3 takes second place in lane 6 is Nottingham crew, and they take third place.
279. Back on race 279.
So the girls see K4 500 metres final. In lane 4 is Alexander Bowles-Troll, Billio and Pemble, a combination of Addleston and Royal. In lane 5, Fenwick, Fulford, Harbridge Hoy and Caboose Wills from Reading. An all Reading crew, that one. Ball, Gwyn, Lamb and Long from Devisers, Wiltshire Youth, Southampton and Falcon. And these crews are now coming through that 200 metre mark. This is where you start looking at those red buoys and you start focusing. You've got to judge your finish. And with that red boat there, that combination crew, they're up against a tough crew there from Addleston and Royal. 3 of them will have been training together. They're pulled in a paddler from Royal. And it seems to be working for them. As they get to that red buoy, they've really got to pick it up now if they're going to withhold that charge from that Reading crew, who will, of course, all train together, work together, so they know each other. And it's working out already for that crew from Addleston. They're holding off the Reading crew all the way to the finish. As they come up towards the finish line, that white boat, you can see the Addleston crew, Addleston vests all matching, and they take that win over the Reading crew in the red boat. On that far side, the combination crew, lane 6, they're happy enough with 3rd place. So we're looking at the Girls DK 4 500 metres. In lane 3 is a Richmond crew teamed up with Leamington Spa. In lane 4 is a Southampton Reading crew, 3 paddlers from Reading in that lane 4. Lane 5 are paddlers from Chelmsford, and lane 6 a crew from Way. And lane 7 is a Norwich crew. So 3 crews there, which are non-mixed, so complete clubs, if you know what I mean. I'm starting to ramble at this point of the day and this part of the weekend. Here we go. But these guys aren't rambling. They're getting their hammers down and off they go. Norwich over on that far side, lane 7. And yes, this is a final with Norwich in the front there. The team from Norwich next to me getting ever so excited about this. And we've got the Way paddlers on this near side. We have got Leamington paddler, you know, in one of these seats. I have to remind that. It is going to be Norwich, I think. Let's go all the way down. Let's give them a name check. It's Hill, Macaulay, Phillips and Sargent from Norwich. That yellow K4 over there. Lane 6, the Way paddlers. Little wobble from lane 3. lane 6 at Atwood, Comfort, Ritchie and Ritchie. They took second place. And in lane 3 was Cove, Keane, Parkinson and Lucy Tristan from Lemon Spa and Richmond. So this is the C4 Andrew Bonham Memorial Race. As I said, these crews have all been sort of combined. This is a final, so they look fairly competent compared to some of the competitors in the heats, and it looks like it's running much smoother. They're staying in line, which wasn't quite the same as the heats, but this looks like an exciting race. And from the look of it, it looks like, I haven't got names in front of me for this race, I'm really sorry about that, but it looks like 3 Richmond crews there. They've got a good contingent there of C1 paddlers, so it's a good combination, Richmond crews. So that's lane number 5 is going to take that win, and it's going to be close between lane 6 and lane 4, but they're pretty good. That looks good. That's a nice race there, a good race. We don't often see C4 races up here in Nottingham. We even got a little lunge across the line there. So we thank Richmond for those 3 crews in that Andrew Bonham Memorial Race. Yeah, what a great thing to have those sort of races up here. Thank you guys for this wonderful race. So this is paddleability. Cassie Glaves from the 4As. They're all from the 4As apart from lane 4 actually. Joshua Fisher from Linlithgow. So I'm going to run through the names. It's Cassie Glave in lane 2. In lane 3, Jacob Mansfield. In lane 4 is Joshua Fisher. In lane 5 is Lindsay Thorpe. Jacob Haig in lane 6. 7 is Daniel Warwick. And 8, Lewis Davies. These guys, fairly recognisable names. They're up here doing the paddleability race. Almost every regatta we see, and it's really great to see them out there. Their boats look absolutely fantastic in the sunshine there. Those red boats looking absolutely wonderful. And if you look back there, someone asked me this, why there's 2 in lane, but that is just like a marshal to make sure they stay on course and they're safe. Basically, the chap there helping out with the yellow vest on with the yellow hat on there, just behind lane 7, just to keep people safe. So we have the Lightning A and B 500 metres K4s, the Rocket K4s as they're known as, and some of these guys probably took part in the Rocket Day that Nottingham Canoe Club hosted a couple of weeks ago actually on the Trent. Really great day. Ivan Lawler was there helping coaching, various other coaches as well. And that was just a fantastic day. It's an under 13s day, I believe it was. So we had a really good turnout, at least 10 or 12 Rocket K4s. All great to have out in water, and hopefully they've taken something from that training day with Nottingham Canoe Club. So I have to thank Nottingham Canoe Club for that, but they're out there racing today in those Rocket K4s. In lane 2, we have the Chelmsford team. You can see those with the black and yellow vests. In lane 3, a combination of Royal, Reading, Glasgow. In lane 3 there. Lane 4 is Leighton Buzzard and Leamington Spa combination. And Hannah Tristram is pushing that boat all the way to the finish line there. That looks like they're going to take the win of that. There's Devise's boat next to them, a little further way back. Lane 7 is the Addleston, Linlithgow, Wiltshire and combination. They took second place. Lane 8 over on that far side, they took third place, and that's a Fladbury crew. And if you're not used to paddling or you haven't been in a K4, actually when you're that age and you're in a K4, it's so much fun. You've got friends that you paddle with, or you've got acquaintances you only see up here in Nottingham. You stuck together. Coaches chuck you in a K4 and send you off down the lake. It's loads of fun. You have a great laugh. I'm talking from nostalgia here, but before the start line, you have a little bit of a laugh. There's at that age, you can only go out there and have fun, can't you? Particularly when it's a nice sunny day like today, and it certainly looks like they have had fun today. As they head back to the K4 sheds, we look down the course and see we've got the women's C&D and the women's Masters B 500 metres K2s and the final. In lane 1, Hills and White Ip from Richmond. In lane 2, Barrel and Oxby from Leighton Buzzard. In lane 3, Callaghan and Gilbert Johns from Southampton. In lane 4, Wilker and De Bruyne from Norwich. In lane 5, Aspel and Stevens from Cardiff and RMP. Let me have a look. That's a new one for me. RMP is, if you haven't heard of RMP before, it is not on my list actually. Yeah, I'm sure someone will tell me where RMP is from. It's probably Royal Navy Paddlers. Someone just shouted that from the stands over there. Thank you very much. I've lost my way completely now. Where am I? Where's my sheet? Let's get back in order. Yeah, there we are. Lane 6, Avon Full Trick from Chelmsford. Lane 7, God Save and Mobs from Way. Lane 8, Dickinson and Jackson Falcon. And lane 9, Trotter and Williams from Elmbridge. So they could see those green vests over there, and was very distinctive. Only team with really a bright green vest. Norwich. All right, I'm getting to mention Norwich. Yep. Also green vest, but it's slightly dark green. But they got the yellow flash on that, and they've come in second place, lane 4, with that win from Elmbridge in lane 9 of that women's CD and women's Masters B 500 metre race. So we're going to have a K2 Masters AB final coming up, and then it is the turn of the men's AB K2 final. So it's going to get a little bit quicker, and it's getting very, very quick. In lane 3 of this K2 Masters AB 500 is Carter and Irvin from Richmond. In lane 4, Anderson and Miller from Southampton, Exeter. Lane 5 is Martin and Rosia from Way. And in lane 6 is Kelly and Mayers from Runcorn. In lane 7, Drummond and Freeland from Reading. And in lane 8, Enoch and Jones from Nottingham. Matt Enoch there from Nottingham. I was watching his race yesterday. I think it was the 1,000 metres, where we had Brett Irvine just sitting behind him all the way up to the Red Boys, and then Brett just turned it on and went for the win, actually. So, is it grudge match time for Matt and Brett? We'll have a little look, see what's going on. Those guys are already off on their race. And so the crew I was talking about there was lane 8, Enoch and Jones from Nottingham, and lane 3, Carter Irvine. So those are the Masters ABs. And it does look like that combined strength of those paddlers. They are at the front of the field at the moment with possibly lane 2, Lane 5 in contention as well. From this angle, I can't quite tell. Let's see if I can see who goes through that 200 metres at the point. I'd say that's Matt Enoch over there from that Nottingham crew. Just got through that just before Brett Irvine in lane 2. So are we going to see a comeback from those red boys as they get from this angle? Matt Enoch, N Jones, Nigel Jones from Nottingham on that far side. They're coming through those red boys now. They're putting the hammer down. They're not going to be caught at this point. They're determined not to be caught. I think they've got a good boat length lead. Brett Irvine in lane 2 there with G. Carter from Richmond. But they have been pushed in that boat in lane 6. I haven't been watching them. That's Kelly Mayers from Runcorn, and they take second place, pushing lane 3 down into third place, Carter and Irvine. Great race, guys. Well done, Matt. And I think it's Nigel N. Jones from Nottingham. So these guys are lining up now. Is the men's AB K2 500 metre final number 1 in lane 1 from Chelmsford, A. Bunyan and McIntyre. In lane 2 is Holland and Kovacs from Way. In lane 3, Leighton Buzzard, paddlers of Pickering and Raymond. In lane 4, Ewan James and Ed Nightingale. Ewan James, Scottish Performance Squad, Ed Nightingale, Wiltshire Youth. In lane 5, Scottish Performance Squad of Fletcher and Tom Lusty. Tom Lusty from Solihull. And in lane 6, Chelmsford Paddlers of Dan and Matt Johnson. In lane 7, Elmbridge Paddlers of Benstead, Zach Benstead and McMullen. In lane 8, Oakley and Russell from Nottingham. And lane 9, L. Phillips and Tom Sharp in that Richmond crewed boat down there. So these guys are just lining up now. They haven't been called up to the start buckets yet. This is going to be a fast race in the heats. Fastest boat was L. Fletcher, Lewis Fletcher, I think it is, and Tom Lusty. They did a 1:40.31 for a 500 metres, which is, yeah, I'd say going some. And then next to them was Ewan James and Ed Nightingale. But of course, as we saw in those heats, I think Matt and Dan Johnson were cruising a little bit. So it's all to play for, to be quite honest. Tom Lusty, Al Fletcher, Matt and Dan Johnson, and Ewan James and Ed Nightingale from Wiltshire Youth and Scottish Performance Squad. Let's see what happens. They have yet to line up. They've obviously been called and they're going back round again by the look of it. Obviously want a nice clean start. Just as the excitement's building, we have a little technical hitch just to keep you on the edge of your seats for this final of the men's AB. So I'm going to keep looking down the course. You can see the boats there just circling round. So those guys in the experience, they'll keep the muscles going. They'll just circle around and then come back. They'll line up to the first set of yellow buoys before those buckets. You can see there the yellow buckets in between the orange buoys on the start line, and they'll come back and be ready to start. But we've got a little technical fault, so as soon as they're ready, they'll get called up again.
Massive swarms of bees over the trees.
Swarm or something. Oh yeah. Well, there might not be bees. There might be other.
Power's gone to 500.
Power's gone to 500.
That's why they're circling. It's a swarm of something not very nice. Come over here.
Should we go film them? I don't know if we pick them up. Maybe you don't. Oh, hang on.
So I believe the power's gone at the 500 metre mark. That is what our technical fault is. That'll come back online. Are we getting a shot of the swarm?
No, we're focused on the.
We can probably do it. The buckets are up. The buckets were always up there, weren't they?
Really?
Yeah, that's the power solar. Let's see if I can get it with the drone. Backing off.
Oh, sorry, we're moving.
We're just waiting for that to come on. We're obsessed with. We've seen a swarm of something. What's that? What is it? Starlings. A collection of starlings. A murmuration is. A murmuration of starlings. We think. Yeah. Have we got them? Can we see them? Just above the trees there. Murmuration of starlings. That's what we think it is. Is it insects? It could be insects. Let us know in the comments if you can see it. That looks like a week's worth of honey floating around there, doesn't it?
Just in that gap. Yeah, we're just in that gap there. Can you see them? I can just about see them on my screen. Alright, hold it steady there. Just hold it there a bit. Just hold it there. They're going up high. Hold it there.
I'll tell you what, those insects are big enough that no birds would go for them. I reckon it's bees.
Yeah, it's definitely insects.
Bees or hornets, isn't it?
Yeah. They're going to climb up. We're going to start.
So we just had a little technical fault. Keep them on the edge of the seats, ready for this, the men's AB K2 final, which will be a fun race, a fast race. We'll try and get the inter-club results as well, because obviously, as I mentioned earlier, that it's a inter-clubs regatta, and every race, clubs are awarded points, and we add them all up, and we'll get a winner at the end of the day, hopefully. Here we go. So I have got, I won't go through all of them, but we've got the Interclub results as it stands at the moment. There's still lots to play. We've got probably 6 or 7 races. I'm not sure offhand, but we've got Norwich Canoe Club. 6th place, lads. Oh dear me. It's all to play for. 376 points. 20 points later, 396 points is Reading Canoe Club. Nottingham Kayak Club. They are joint 3rd place with Chelmsford Canoe Club. So 2 big clubs there. 398 points. So only 22 points in it. Norwich, very good. Yeah. Way Kayak Club. The guys from Guildford. 406 points. They're in 2nd place, and up there, Richmond Canoe Club. They've had loads of paddlers out there today, doing really well. They've got 415 points, so only 9 points in it between themselves at the top of the table there, over Way Kayak Club. So all to play for. I'm going to scroll down and see if I can see my club, Leamington Spa. Oh, it's just off the bottom of the photo, I'm sure, probably. How low does this photo go? Well, we haven't got that many paddlers, but fantastic paddlers when they are there. Leamington Spa. Oh, we're 15th. 15th. Down there, what other clubs we got there? We got Leighton Buzzard. Elmbridge are in 8th place. Banbury just above them. Leighton Buzzard in 10th place. Devizes Canoe Club 11. Falcon, if you don't know Falcon Club, they're actually from Oxford. And they had their Hasler race just last weekend. It was really, really good race. So thank you for them for hosting that marathon racing down in Oxford. They're in 12th place at the moment. Addleston, Lincoln, Royal Leamington Spa, and just below us 16th. That's the end of the... Oh, yeah. No, I've got more. Then Royal, Worcester, Longridge, and Solihull. Of course, some of the clubs, such as Solihull, they don't have... Solihull, I use paddling, they're quite local for me. They have more marathon paddling, and less paddlers, actually, smaller clubs. Then they obviously don't have the paddlers to score the points. So, yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that, see what happens later on with Richmond Canoe Club, Way, and Chelmsford and Nottingham, all in the lead top 3 places. So I've just been told, or from looking at from looking at this angle, they've just been called into the last set of yellow buoys, which hopefully mean within a couple of minutes we should be under racing. And they're off now and having a look down. So we're going to be looking out for those, as I mentioned before, lane 4, 5, 6. We might get some surprises in lane 2 or 3 or lane 7. But let's have a little look and see what's going on. And you can see the fast stroke right there. You've got that white cap in that lane. Lane 5 there of Tom Lusty. He's stroking that boat. And quite confidently there, looks like lane 5 at the moment on their right hand. As I said, so I suspect lane 6, Dan and Matt Johnson, they will have plenty of confidence there over there winning the national marathons. They know their boat, they know each other, obviously. When it comes to crewing a boat together, it's going to be neck and neck between those 3 crews. And as they come closer to us now, the angle gets better. I can start to see that Ewan James and his partner, they're just, Ed Nightingale, they're just dropping back a little bit. I think they've conceded they are not in contention between lane 4 and 5. You can hear them breathing, you can hear them gasping. As they get to those red buoys, it's all or nothing. There's nothing left to give sometimes when you get to that final line. But as you get to the final line, it is going to be Dan and Matt Johnson there. Half a boat length lead over Tom Lusty and Fletcher, Lewis Fletcher from Scottish Performance Squad. They take second place. And I think Tom over there, I think he got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5th place. Good race in that red boat over there as well. They've gone behind the tower, so I can't see how they're. They are just finishing off. They'll come round. They'll get their boats rayed. But as you get there, the world is spinning at that point. Fast crews, a lot of strength in those boats. Really good race, and great to see them racing in this wonderful sunshine at Nottingham. Thank you very much, guys, for a fantastic race. Worth keeping us on the edge of our seats while we sorted out our start system. So this will be the final number 2. They're just coming up to the yellow buoys. The final number 2 of the men's AB K2 500 metres. In lane 1, Thorogood and Lawler from Elmbridge. Ivan's racing, yeah. Wow. Ivan Lawler, we're not sure. I can't recall if that was a paddler he raced the Marathon Nationals with. If it is, he's a para athlete as well, which is absolutely phenomenal. He's also he also does talks on his experiences, so definitely worth looking him up. If it's the same paddler, I might just be rambling away like I normally do. I might have a look at it when my iPad comes back to life. In lane 2 from Scottish Performance Squad, Cowell and Sleeky. In lane 3, Regilly and Stormont from Falcon. In lane 5, Burton Brawl and Paddle Sports of Barkway and Perkins from Norwich. In lane 5, Freddie Kemp L. Plant from Reading. In lane 6, Garnicott Porter and Skippings from Chelmsford. In lane 7, Stroud and Peter Wilkes from Chelmsford. In lane 8, Jeffries and McCracken, Will McCracken from Banbury. In lane 9, Haywood and Walker from Norwich. No, yes. Let's have a little look out there. We've got lane 4. This is final number 2 of the men's AB. That's Barkway and Perkins from Norwich. They are just going to take that win over that lane 7. That you've got a stripy boat, white and black colours. It is a different paddler that Ivan's paddling with in lane 1, but still very interesting. Good to see Ivan crossing the line. A little bit of a fist pump. Every race is a good race, isn't it? So that was the Chelmsford paddlers, Stroud and Wilkes. They took second place in that race. Looking down the course now, we're looking at the men's DK1 500 metres final. In lane 2 is McDonnell from Reading. In lane 3 is Meliak from Southampton. In lane 4, Fillingham from Reading. In lane 5, T. Walker from Norwich. Lane 6 is Dacum from Solihull. In lane 7 is Beard from Wiltshire Youth. And lane 8 is Wayne from Foy. And lane 9 is Henderson from Richmond. So we have a Norwich paddler out front there, T. Walker, and Yeah, he did a good time in his heat. I mean, he did a 2:09, which is a good 3 seconds off lane 3. This the lane next to him, lane 6, Solihull paddler. So again, he's got that margin. It's probably more than 3 seconds there. It's at least 2 bank lengths lead there. So he's going to take that comfortably, I'd say. At this point, you never know. Anything could go wrong at this point. Anything can go right. It's lane 6 and lane 4 are in contention. Lane 4 from Reading paddler in that red and natural colour boat, just pulling through. Oh, he stopped. Did he stop before line? Difficult to tell. I think he got there just in time. Lane 4 takes second place. That's a Reading paddler of Fillingham. And lane 6, you can just see in that grey vest, a little bit of fist pump in there. He takes third place in that men's K4 500 metre final. So looking over, seeing what we've got coming up now, we've got on course will be the final one at the Masters CD 500 metre final, and that's K2, fun number 1, fun number 2. Then we have the boys AB K2 500 metre final. That will be quite a fast race as well. Some of those guys looking at the fastest time in the heats was 1 minute 44, which is just 10 seconds off the men's AB, if that actually, only 4 seconds off the men's AB. So again, that's going to be another fast race to be looking out for. And then we're going to finish off with the Masters CD 500 metre final. So that boys AB K2 final will be it's scheduled for 16:36. So we're already 10 minutes behind. So I'd say, let's have a look. That's about 10 or 12 minutes time. But until then, we have got the Masters CD K2 500 metre final number 1. In lane 1, Richmond paddler Casillo and Fagent. In lane 2, Clifford and Heyman Joyce. They're way paddlers. In lane 3, Addleston of Gaddy and Pemble. In lane 4, Norwich paddler of Anderson and Hansey. In 5, Ealing crew and Gailey crew of Paul Brooks and Villaroo. In lane 6, Richmond paddlers Gunn and Prosser. 7 is Bashall and McIntyre from Way. Devizes paddlers Ball and Bell in 8, and Carter and Shannon in 9 from Richmond. And I recognise that distinctive shape of Paul Brooks and M. Villaroo from Ealing. There's yellow and blue boats crossing the line. And on lane 7, you can just see those Way paddlers in the red boat with the yellow vests with a blue stripe on. They took second place there. And that is lane 7 of Battershall and McIntyre. Battershall and McIntyre. We're just looking at the final number 2 of this Masters CD. And then after that will be the boys AB K2 final penultimate race of the day. So in final number 2 of Masters CD is Hadley and Radcliffe from Nottingham. In lane 2 is Campbell and Gorman from Way. In lane 3, Blatchley and Guest from Nottingham. Lane 4 is DeVille and Griffiths from Chelmsford. Lane 5, Hackwell and Partridge from Truro. In lane 6, Skelnar and Want from Norwich. And lane 7, Leighton Buzzard crew of Campkin and Stenning. In lane 8, Avery and Chamberlain. And it looks like a little bit of a false start. Have they dropped the buckets and come back up? They haven't been called round again. Yes, they have been called round again. So they'll do a little circuit. They'll come back. They'll be called up to the yellow buoys, and then up to the buckets, and then we'll be racing again. They should know better, shouldn't they? At their age, they should behave better than the boys. Well, I don't know. Let's see what happens with the boys A and B, shall we? It's when you get to the maturer stages, you know your limits, you know what you can get away with, and then you don't understand why you're being told off. Yeah, we're just waiting for those boats to come back into the start line, get themselves organised. And then we'll be off on the final number 2. We'll be ready to go. So they've come back into the buckets and lining up, and they are off racing. Oh, I have to apologise. It's not. I've been given bad information earlier. It's not Basingstoke. It's Belfast Canoe Club is BCC. So apologise for all those mentions. It wasn't me. I didn't know. Someone set us up. They get bad information. I'm not even gonna look over at the tower over there. We're all trying. We're only amateurs at this. We're just learning. We're doing all right, actually. I think it's been a nice weekend. If you've been with us all weekend, I hope you've enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed the racing. If you haven't been able to join us up in Nottingham, it lets you see how warm and sunny it can be up here. We're enjoying the view totally. The views from the drones have been absolutely amazing. These guys have done a fantastic job. If you are over in Belfast and not in Basingstoke, I hope you've enjoyed the view of Nottingham as well. And of course, on the water now is, let's have a little look, Masters CD, the final of the 500 metres, final number 2. Nottingham Crew, Hadley and Radcliffe Way, lane 2. Lane 3 is Nottingham Crew, 4 is Chelmsford Crew, Truro Crew in 5, Norwich Crew in 6, Leighton Buzzard Crew in 7, and Chelmsford Crew in lane 8. and lane 7 crew there, Campkin and Stedding. They are nice, comfortable win there. And lane 3 is Blatchley and Guest. They are going to take second place in that in those red vests, distinctive red vests of Richmond. Nottingham, sorry, Nottingham. So these guys, stepping over me wire. These guys are off. This is the boys at AB. They've got them off nice and swiftly in lane 1. Aries and Griffin from Lawrence Spa. Lane 2, Connor and Rushby from Richmond. In 3, Falcon Padders, Erin Cook and Nottingham Padders of Cook Bailey. In 4, Freeland and Popham from Reading and Falcon. Reading Paddlers of Tonkin and Topham in 5. Enoch and Singleton from Nottingham in 6. Lane 7 is Price and Swan from Way. In lane 8, Richmond, Mother and Stanley. And in lane 9, Norwich Paddlers, Hillier and Skelnar. So again, seeded into those middle lanes, but we have got a crew over on that far side. That's a Falcon crew there. You can see their turquoise colours there, and that is Richmond crew of Mother and Stanley from Falcon. They are pulling ahead now, actually. They are doing really well, particularly as, well, they obviously didn't get a fast time in their heats because they're over there in lane 8. They're stretching ahead. It's that Reading crew of Tonkins and Topham there. You can see the Reading colours of white and blue with the turquoise colours of Falcon in the back there in lane 4, but they've still a boat length behind as they come up to the finish. They take second place, lane 4. Lane 5 took third place as Reading crew of Tonkins and Topham in that red boat just over there. And I'm going to give a mention, lane 1 there, just coming through underneath the commentary tower, is Robert Aries and Ben Griffin from Royal Leamington Spa. So this is the last race of the day. They're just lined up. I really hope everybody has enjoyed their weekend here at Nottingham on the live stream. We got to thank Roger over there from the Canoe Show and the guys from Hexcam. They've done a fantastic job, kept me company. So much technical stuff going on up here. It's amazing, and it's great to see it all come together for this season's, really this first season we've been doing this. And I think we've been learning as we go, and it's been really enjoyable, but even more enjoyable to see the racing and being able to feed it back to everybody on YouTube, on the live stream. Great to see some of your comments coming through today as well. Really enjoyed seeing those, reading those, letting know what mistakes we've made. Apologies to Belfast Canoe Club once again. But yeah, what a great weekend, and it's turned out sunny as well. So yeah, really helped out when you got great conditions. And of course, you've got the volunteers helping run these regattas. If you want to help run these regattas when you're up this way next year, get in touch with British Canoeing. They'll put you in touch with the right person, and you could help out and help these regattas happen. So thank you again for all the volunteers. Let's get our heads down and have a look at this Women's Masters CD 500 metres final of the K2. In lane 1, we have Drain and Morley from Norwich. In lane 2, we have Alexander Hicks from Norwich. In lane 3, we've got Butler and Jenkins from Nottingham. In lane 4, we have got Drummond and Hutchinson from Reading. 5 is Von Molson and Whittier from Richmond. In lane 6, Thraves and Vernu from Nottingham. In lane 7, Peck and Peters from Richmond. In lane 8, Norwich Paddlers of Hinkova and Walker. And in lane 9, Impney and Phillips from Richmond. So looking across, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's lane 5 there. The Richmond Paddlers of Von Molson and Whittier. They've got a good lead over the Reading crew, and it's going to be the tight race once again for second and third place. We have got a Reading crew of Drummond and Hutchinson, and it looks like they have just edged ahead now. So lane 5 is going to take that win. Richmond crew, last win of the day. Second place, Drummond and Hutchinson, and third place is lane 6. That's Thraves and Vernu from Nottingham take that win. Well done, Richmond, Von Molson, Whittier for the win in that race. And we got the Norwich. I don't know if you can hear them. The Norwich teammates down there giving their teammates a bit of encouragement. So as for the interclubs, that's last race of the day. They'll add those points up, and the results of the interclubs will undoubtedly be on regattaresults.org.uk. So once again, thank you for watching. I hope you've had a great weekend wherever you are watching from, whether you're up here in Nottingham or you're anywhere across the world. Maybe you're over there in the under-23 championships watching from afar, even maybe from Belfast watching from afar. We've enjoyed your company, enjoyed the racing. I hope you've enjoyed it as well. Thank you for British Canoeing, and we look forward to seeing you again next season back in April if all goes well, and we'll be back up on the rooftop enjoying ourselves and enjoying the sunshine, no doubt. So thanks very much, and we'll see you next year. Thank you and goodbye.